We are live at Collectible for Thursday. Yes, it's Thursday already. Thursday's live Facebook record sale. When you are on and watching, be sure to let us know. Thanks for joining us as always. Welcome. We'll see who the first commenter is. Matt Ketron back on top tonight. Matt fell off yesterday. He's back on top as first commenter tonight. Mike Massey, Craig, the usual first few suspects. Let me close out a few apps on my phone. I'm gonna actually doing it reverse. Usually I start the show by turning the air conditioning on. Now I'm starting the show by turning the air conditioning off. All right, welcome everybody. Here we go. Let's go over here to our home page and find the feed. It's that time of the night. It's that time of the week. It's Thursday night. We got some epic auctions. We have the goodies. We have the stuff. We have everything. I'm just trying to get my Wi-Fi to work. Come on, Wi-Fi. Well, no homepage. Facebook has decided to not react too well. There we go. Facebook's been weird today. Hope the stream goes okay. I mean, I'm on Facebook a majority of my day. I live on there. It's literally how we run our business. So I see enough to know when it's acting weird, and today was acting weird. Just weird stuff happening, you know. Feeds not refreshing properly, stuff like that. We'll see what happens. Let me go ahead and bring these over here. So this is live. Make sure you hit the like button. First thing I'm going to do is hit share, copy link. Share, copy link, and then I'm going to share it to a few groups. If you know any other groups you can share this in, that'd be greatly appreciative. What did I just say? Appreciative? You get what I mean? Sometimes I speak broken English. It's called Tennessee English. I mean, it doesn't quite make sense sometimes, but you get what I'm saying. Like appreciative of. All right, now I did a couple different promo posts and ads for tonight's sale, so I expect lots of people watching. And as y'all know, there's two kind of main categories for auctions tonight. We got autographs, big autographs, and then we've got metal auctions, big metal auctions. So yeah, it's gonna be wild. So let's go live now. Exclamation point. And then where else did I share this? Right there, yeah, live now. Okay, so there's that. Let me go over here to Collectible. So as always, there's a couple things to do when the show's getting started here. Go ahead and be commenting where you're watching from. That'll be very cool to see some different locations across the state, the country, the region, the continent, and the world. So let's go ahead and be doing that. I'm literally like copying the link and then posting it in all the different posts I've made. So I posted a flip video just about an hour ago of more additional metal auctions we added for tonight. And then there's a big post with all the autographs and a big gallery of pictures. And I'm posting that too. So I really can't see feeds right now. I'm literally over here pacing the floors, looking down at my phone. But we're about to get started. I'm done on Facebook. The other place we stream this to is on YouTube. So I get an email because I'm subscribed to our YouTube channel, and you can do the same. You can turn on notifications, and you should get a legit push notification anytime we're live. And what I've told people is even if you don't like watching on YouTube, you can at least get the notification and to know that, hey, the sale has officially started. But I think by now, I think most of y'all know we do this every night. So like I said last night, there'd have to be something strange going on for us not to be live Monday through Saturday. Sundays are iffy. Sunday, definitely not records on Sunday night. If I start doing that, oh boy, that'd be wild. But first thing we're going to do is share this to our Instagram. Instagram is one of the few places we can't live stream yet, mostly because we do it vertically or we do it horizontally. And Instagram, of course, is kind of like TikTok. It's made to be filmed vertically, so it would just look really tiny. But we're about to do it just so people know that we're on there. If at least they'll see it, and then they can find us elsewhere on YouTube. So, all right, I've officially got everything shared. Let me go over here one more time, and let's see here. Let's close all that out. Now let's open up the chat. I think I'm good to go. All right. I find Chad's voice soothing. You're not the only one. All right. Did Bo Diddley sell? We hadn't sold anything. Buddy, we're just getting started. Here we go. So let's go ahead and put up a couple first auctions. We have, let me take a look here. So it's going to be hard. I usually start with like something not too crazy, but tonight it's one of those nights is like it's hard not to pick out something that's not crazy. I may have to go over here and find some. I got some Japanese stuff I may have to mix in tonight because we have so many Hall of Fame auctions. So it's pretty wild. Okay, so let's go ahead. I'm gonna get the first two auctions going. We're gonna go through some albums, and we're gonna sell some stuff tonight. That's what we're gonna do, okay? But the first thing we have here is a White Snake, Slip of the Tongue. White Snake is a 1989 U.S. pressing with the original inner sleeve. It's in VG Plus condition. It is a $25 start. It's an 89 U.S. pressing with the original inner sleeve. EX, we'll call it more so EX. It has the original inner sleeve, and that's a $25 start, and it has the Hop sticker. That album's not in print by White Snake. That is an 1989 USOG. We already have a bid. Auction number 2 is going to be a Grateful Dead record. This is a 1974 Santa Maria pressing. There is some damage to the jacket. There is some water damage to the jacket. The vinyl is VG Plus. It's also going to be a $25 start. There is a poly-lined inner sleeve. The jacket, VG minus, we'll have to say, maybe VG. Don't really have any seam splits or anything, just that looks like water damage and some sleeve wear. So that's our first two auctions. We're going to start with a warm-up bin of vinyl. This is whatever's right here on the table. I'm going to go ahead and run through that. This is all first come, first serve, and I think the first thing I need is some... The only thing I don't have up here is some empty crates. I wonder if there's some right over here. Give me 1 second. Got to find these before we go any further. I got to have these. Let's see if there's still some stacked right here. Great, there is. That saves me. Otherwise, I'd have to be like, all right, I'll be right back. I got to go hike to the back of the store and find empty crates. Usually I have them right up here, but we've been getting a lot of new vinyl in this week, so our crates are filling up. Okay, so we have Primus and the Chocolate Factory. This is a limited edition. Let me fix the camera. Sorry about that. This is the Reimagined 71 Classic Gold Vinyl Wrap Jacket. $39.99. AC/DC for those about the rock. Gatefold, new and sealed, $33.99. And the single soundtrack, 25th Anniversary Edition, 2 LP. Last copy left of the singles. And we have Kiss, Creatures of the Night. That is the half-speed master. $39.99 for that. Ace Frehley picture disc is $38.99, Ace Frehley. And we have Primus, Suck on This. That's on cobalt blue vinyl, $28.99 for Primus. We also have Nickelback, All the Right Reasons. Look at this photograph, $33.99. Great. We already got a spammer on here. That's early for spammers. Let me get my other string pulled up. Nobody is giving you money. We have to go through this every night with these spammers. Nobody cares, nor are they gonna give you any money. We saw or we're apologize for your misfortunes. Probably all of it's your fault. Let me block this person right quick. Give joy. Let me do it from the Collectible side. Sorry. Usually they like try one time and then it goes away, but this person. Let me find the feed right quick. There we go. All right. Okay. That should have stopped it. All right, that should have stopped it there. Okay, so sorry about that. Back up the top. Let's see what happened here. We had, first thing, we had Whitesnake, 35, 36. 40, we have Whitesnake out. We have Eddie McKenna on the single soundtrack. Thank you, Eddie McKenna. Susan, this is $39.99. Eddie McKenna gets one. Hector Moore, and we'll put you on a waiting list. Hector, if that's okay, we'll put you on a waiting list for the single soundtrack. Jamie Diaz wants a Kiss, Creatures of the Night. Jamie, I think I had you on a waiting list last night already. I'll have to check right quick. Before I give you one of those, I think I've already given you one already. Let's go back up to the top, make sure I didn't miss anything. And we have Nickelback, $33.99. $33.99. These autographs did not come from Alabama. No, they did not. Savatage, Fight for the Rock, $54.99 for Savatage. And we have Pearl Jam. This is a 2LP live unofficial for $39.99. 2LP live unofficial, Pearl Jam Unplugged, and Promise, Antipop. Promise is $39.99. All right, so Whitesnake is the final call. Let's go ahead and wrap this up. Whitesnake is the final call. John Lang has that for $40. Final call on Whitesnake. And Grateful Dead, 1974 Santa Maria pressing. Final call on that one. This is Grateful Dead. This is a 74 US Santa Maria pressing. VG condition. Final call. $25 start on that. Grateful Dead, no bid on that. And then Gene Simmons is $38.99. That's the Gene Simmons picture disc. Also, Typo Negative, Life is Killing Me, 20th Anniversary Edition, $64.99. Van Halen, debut self-titled remaster, $33.99. And Promise, Sailing the Seas of Cheese. Promise is new and sealed, $36.99. Nightwish, that's called Once. Nightwish is $36.99. Clear with white and purple splatter. And Pink Floyd Animals, $34.99 for Pink Floyd Animals. Remastered. Everything in here is new and sealed. David Tate wants the Gene Simmons picture disc. That is so did David Tate. And we got to Depeche Mode, A Broken Frame. Depeche Mode is $33.99. Depeche Mode is $33.99. Jamie Diaz says waitlist for Van Halen. There is no waitlist for Van Halen. I'll give you one right now. Van Halen is so did Jamie Diaz. That's so did Jamie Diaz. Whitesnake is now got new bids. We have bids for 41 and 45. Dan Geller's at 45 on that. And that is a final call. 45 on that to Dan Geller. Nobody bid on Grateful Dead. It's a $25 buy now if anybody wants it. Grateful Dead from Mars Hotel. VG minus jacket has a water damaged corner. The vinyl's VG. Grateful Dead is a $25 buy now if anybody wants it. Mike Moore wants Pink Floyd. That's sold to Mike Moore. This is just our first bin of some stuff. I think it was some stuff from last night. Here's what's left in here. Paul Oakley gets the Grateful Dead for a $25 buy now. Let me go through that crate very quickly one more time since we had a interruption there from a spam bot. Whitesnake, just one more time. Final call. Dan Geller has it for $45. He's about to buy it. Primus and the Chocolate Factory, $39. AC/DC was $33. And then we have Kiss, Creatures of the Night. That is $39.99. Ace Frehley was still in there. Also, Primus, Suck on This. Nickelback, All the Right Reasons. Last Savatage, Fight for the Rock. Pearl Jam Unplugged, Primus Antipop, lots of Primus restocks this week. Typo Negative, more Primus, Nightwish, and Animals, and Depeche Mode Broken Frame. That's what's available in that crate. Now, let's go through some new stuff. We love new stuff. If you haven't already, make sure you have liked the Facebook post. I definitely need you to do that for me. Make sure you have liked the Facebook post. Make sure you have liked the YouTube video. Make sure you've done all that for me. We have some fantastic stuff to auction. Here's the next thing we're going to do right now. It's going to be a Motley Crue Dr. Feelgood. Motley Crue Dr. Feelgood is a 1989 US pressing. This has the original inner sleeve. This is US, not a club. Motley Crue. This is got the original inner sleeve, and this is in EX condition. It is a $65 start. It has the original inner sleeve. There's the jacket, Dr. Feelgood, Motley Crue, $65 start. And when I come back, I'm selling Whitesnake, which when I come back, all I got to do is set this crate of records up here. Let me do that right now. Motley Crue is the 89 US OG pressing of that. Larry Larson is in. He's got the bid at 65. I'm trying to figure out why my cart doesn't want to turn around as... Usually this thing spins on a dime. I think there's some misbalance of weight or something on it tonight. Okay, Motley Crue, 65.66. Whitesnake is sold to Dan Geller. Whitesnake is sold to Dan Geller for $45. We're going to keep two, probably three auctions going all night. Whitesnake is sold. Dr. Feelgood is at 77. And we have Earth, Wind, and Fire. First crate of the night is new stuff. This is the best of Earth, Wind, and Fire, $29.99. The best of Earth, Wind, and Fire. Let's go ahead and put up one of our first autographs of the night, and this is signed by Pat Travers. This is a 1979 pressing. It's actually a OG record of Pat Travers Band live. Go for what you know, and it is signed by Pat Travers. So tonight we got a lot of autographs to run tonight. Very, very nice. They're all authenticated. I'll show you the authentication and everything. I think y'all know the drill by now. When we sell autographs, we always sell them either A, authenticated, or if we do sell something that's not authenticated, I'll personally guarantee it. But these tonight, every one of them are authenticated. Pat Travers is going to be a $45 start. It's Pat Travers Band live. Very nice signature. Blue across the top, not personalized, and this is JSA authenticated. So that's going up for bid, $45 start, and the actual record is a 79 US OG. It's signed by Pat Travers, and it's JSA authenticated. That is going up for bid, $45 start. That's now up for bid. All right, very, very nice. JSA authenticated on that one. Earth, Wind & Fire is sold to Peter Mazzolino. Thank you, Peter Mazzolino. We have Motley Crue, a new bid for $78 with Daniel Bouzadin. And Pink Floyd. Stacy, Pink Floyd is out of stock. And I'm pretty sure they're out of print. I don't think they're going to make any more of those, unfortunately. I think the clear vinyl is gone and out of stock. One Earth, Wind & Fire left. $29.99. This has Shining Star, no matter who you are. It also has their hit song September on there. That is $29.99. Jimmy Buffett. Don't see a lot of new sealed Jimmy Buffett albums. This is A1A1. A1A, I guess I should say. Jimmy Buffett's new and sealed. It's a Gayfo, $34.99. If you're a new buyer tonight, welcome everybody. Make sure you've liked the post. We do this every night. We sell records here every night. We got some amazing, incredible auctions tonight. Metal auctions, autographs. This is a Hall of Fame type night. There will be some air horns tonight. If the buyers are on, there will be some air horns tonight. So get ready. Motley Crue at 80, Pat Travers 65, Greg Preston on Earth, Wind & Fire, Motley Crue at 80, Lisa Davidson, if it's okay, I will put you on a waiting list for Earth, Wind & Fire, Lisa. I'll have to order more of those. I'll put you on a waiting list. Rick Hall wants a Jimmy Buffett, and Motley Crue is now at 85. We got an OG Motley Crue, and we got a signed we got a signed Pat Travers. One Jimmy Buffett left, and we have Lonnie Mack, Strike Like Lightning. Lonnie Mack, Strike Like Lightning is $33.99. $33.99, and this is Lonnie Mack, Strike Like Lightning, $33.99. This one has Stevie Ray Vaughan on it, $33.99. Steve Claus out on Motley Crue. Does somebody else want Earth, Wind & Fire? Somebody put Elf. That was Peter Mazzolino. He commented twice. He put Elf and then Earth, Wind & Fire. He corrected his comment. So Lisa Davidson on the waiting list for Earth, Wind & Fire. Yes, and we have Eminem, the Slim Shady LP, $39.99. Douglas Sirocco wants Lonnie Mack. One Jimmy Buffett left, and we have two M&Ms, the Slim Shady LP. That's a 2 LP. Steve Claus out of Motley Crue, so that's a final call to Daniel Bouzadin for $85. And who has the high bid on the signed Pat Travers autograph? The signed Pat Travers autograph is at $65 with Brent Robley. Who was the other bidder? Jackie Ray. Jackie Ray, let me know if you want back in, or you can say out. Next, we have Scott Klima on M&M. That is so to Scott Klima. Adam Hamill's the new bidder on Pat Travers for $70. And The Cars is $33.99. The Cars is $33.99. That's their debut album, remastered, black LP, new and sealed. And Paul Simon Graceland. This is 180-gram RTI pressing. You can call me Al. That is Paul Simon Graceland, $33.99. That is Paul Simon Graceland. Jackie's out on Pat Travers, but Brent's back in at 75, so Adam Hamill, you're out. And we have the Cranberries Stars. That's the best of the Cranberries. I love their music. 1992 to 2002. That's a 2 LP gatefold, $46.99. $46.99. Let's go ahead and get a third auction going. We're going to go ahead and get rolling a auction by, let's do this Poison record. Has everybody seen the lineup? I mean, I'm going to call off all the auctions while we already have a lot of people on, so nobody goes anywhere tonight. But first, let me get Poison running. Poison is a 1986 US pressing. This is pretty much a 12-inch single, $15 start. Cry Tough. It is a 12-inch promo, not for sale, 33 1/3, 12-inch single, 1986, $15 start on Poison. $15 start on Poison, Cry Tough, there with the pink cover. That's now up for bid. Next, we got a new bid on Motley Crue for $86. Jackie Ray's out on Pat Travers. Motley Crue got a new bid for $86. Peter Mazzolino wants The Cars. And then Motley Crue got a new bid for $88. Pat Travers is at $80. Motley Crue's at $90. And we have Hole, Live Through This. Hole is $34.99. Hole, Live Through This. I've actually got 2 of those on hand for tonight. Let me very quickly, I don't know if I can read all these off, but we have autographs by Roger Waters. We have an entire signed album by Public Enemy, signed by the full band. We have Willie Nelson. We have Tony Iommi, Mitch Mitchell, the drummer for Jimi Hendrix, Patty Harrison, the subject of Something, the George Harrison song, the Beatles songs, Brian Ferry, a fully signed Allman Brothers, a Hulk Hogan, Peter Blake, the cover artist for the cover designer for Sgt. Pepper's, Steve Earle, Charlie Daniels, Rick Derringer, James Taylor, Rick Springfield, Alan Parsons, Bernie Taupin, and then here's some of the metal records: Motley Crue, XYZ, Iron Maiden, Metal Church, Twisted Sister, Junkyard, Judas Priest, L.A. Guns, Testament, Megadeth, Slayer, Sabbath, Trout Mouth's Replica by Captain Beefheart, Bo Diddley, Evil Dead, Motley Crue. That's halfway through the bin. I have some surprises as always, so that's where we're at on that. Back up at the top. So where did we get to on Pat Travers? I was making sure Adam Hamill was done bidding. Brent Ribley had bid 75. Adam Hamill had bid 80. Motley Crue is at 90. Poison's at 15. Motley Crue 98. Kenny Heathcock wants CB. That's for the Cranberries. And then Darren Wortman. I only have one of those. If you're okay with a waiting list, I'm definitely going to order more. Poison's at 20. Pat Travers is 85. And we have 2 copies of Hole. That is $34.99. And I don't think I've ever had this, or I haven't had it in a long time. The Shins, Wincing the Night Away. The Shins is $28.99. Luca Patterson wants a Slim Shady. Sell that to Luca Patterson. Are we done on these? We have Motley Crue. Motley Crue, where are we? Daniel Boozine's at 98. We're still doing that. And then Pat Travers. Pat Travers is at 85. Adam Hamill, you're back out. And the high bid on Poison is at 20 with Hector Morin. Got 2 copies of the Shins there. And the Dead Kennedys. This is Bedtime for Democracy. That is a remastered. That is $26.99. Stephen A. Young on the Shins. I got 1 extra copy of that. Lazarus said out on Motley Crue. That means the high bid is Daniel Boozine's, and that's now final call. This is an 89 USOG. This is not a club. This is the authentic 89 US retail copy. That now has a high bid of 98. It's a final call. And Adam's out on Pat Travers. That means that's going to Brent Ribley for 85. Final call. And we're still stuck at 20 on Poison with Hector Morin. We're about to sell Poison for 20. Final call across the board on those. Kate Bush, Hounds of Love, $46.99. This is on colored vinyl. This is on Raspberry Beret, colored vinyl, 180 gram. And, of course, this is her very popular album, Hounds of Love with Running Up That Hill. These came out a while back, and they were out of stock. I didn't do the pre-order. Now they're back in stock, $46.99. $46.99. We have a new bid on Poison for 21, and this is the Doom soundtrack, the original game soundtrack by Doom, the music by Mick Gordon. It's a 2 LP, $54.99 on Doom. $54.99 on Doom. All right, I think the first thing I'm going to reach for here is Motley Crue. First Crue auction tonight is sold to Daniel Buzod. Very nice copy, too. Very nice copy as well. $98. That is sold to Daniel Buzod. Pat Travers is officially sold. That has gone to Brent Ribley for $85. Brent Ribley, you're going to get that for $85. Pat Travers is gone. And then we have Poison, and that had a new bid for $21. So Hector Morin is out on Poison. Sean Druin, you may be getting that for the $21 bid. Final call on that. Lisa Davidson wants Kate Bush. Lisa Davidson wants Kate Bush. That is sold to Lisa Davidson. And let's go ahead and grab our first couple more auctions. Probably keep an autograph up from this point on the rest of the night until they are officially all sold. Let's go ahead and do this one, and let's also keep another auction going. Somebody asked about this pretty early on. I'll go ahead and put it up. It's a Bo Diddley. But first, let's do this right here. I am going to put up XYZ about 8 o'clock, okay? That's probably the most desirable asked about metal record of the night, even though there's like Metallicas and Megadeths and crazy stuff. XYZ has had so many requests. Here's our next autograph. This is Willie Nelson's Greatest Hits, signed by Willie Nelson. And it is a Greatest Hits album. Pretty cool cover, too. Awesome shot. This has 2 authentications. Some of these have multiple signed. The Roger Waters has 3 letters of authentication with it. This has 2 different companies that have authenticated it. Beckett has authenticated it, and JSA. This has been authenticated by 2 different companies. This is Willie Nelson's Greatest Hits. It's a $225 start. There's the JSA certification. There's the Beckett certification. It's signed by Willie Nelson. Awesome jacket. What a great shot. Greatest Hits album. $225 to get that one started. $225 on Willie Nelson's Greatest Hits. There is the JSA authentication card. There's the Beckett authentication card. signed by Willie Nelson. We already have a bid for $225. Poison is sold to Sean Druin for $21. Poison is sold to Sean Druin for $21. Here's the agenda for tonight. We got a lot of crazy auctions, as I think I've said. I'll be saying that for a while until probably 2/3 of them are gone, which will be about 10 o'clock tonight. We've got 4 crates of new vintage stuff, and we got 3 crates of new vinyl. This is the first crate of new vinyl. We're going to be going through. We had a massive order last night of all the other stuff. Those are going to be ran all night. New vinyl, and then all the new vintage. John's got his crates. Paul's in the back marking stuff right now. Next is Bo Diddley. Bo Diddley is a gunslinger. This is a 1960 U.S. pressing. It is in mono on the original black labels. Track A4 is misspelled as Cadillac, not Cadillac, Cadillac. VG condition, $35 start. This is Bo Diddley is a gunslinger. This is in VG condition. This is a $35 start. Bo Diddley is a gunslinger. That is now up for bid. 35 on that. VG minus cover. We have James Taylor's greatest hits. Let's keep going through this. This is $33.99. James Taylor's greatest hits, $33.99. Remastered gatefold and Counting Crows. Haven't had this in a while. August and everything after, $49.99 on that. August and everything after, $49.99. Let's grab our third metal auction of the night, and let's go ahead and put up an Iron Maiden. Better now than never. Iron Maiden is a 1986 U.S. retail copy. It is a U.S. retail copy. It is a SRC pressing. It has the original on her sleeve. The vinyl is very nice. It's from Kansas City Collection. It's from Kansas City Collection. It is EX on the vinyl. $35 start. Just a $35 start, I should say. There's the original on her sleeve. Very nice Iron Maiden. This one's kind of embossed right here. Very, very cool. Iron Maiden, that's now up for bid. $35 start on that. If you haven't already, please go ahead and share the post. I know I always ask for you to like it. Go ahead and share it tonight. More people we have on, the better. We have Willie Nelson. We had bids for $240, $250, $260, $275. Javi Soto says he'll take a copy of Whole. I only had one person claim a Whole. That's now to Javi Soto. Bo Diddley had bids for $35, $36. Nancy Law wants a Counting Crows. Willie Nelson, $285. Bo Diddley, $40. Willie Nelson, $305. Peter Mazzolino on James Taylor. Iron Maiden, $50. Iron Maiden, $45. Iron Maiden, $45. Iron Maiden, $50. Screaming Trees. I don't think I've ever had this before. Sweet Oblivion. Screaming Trees is $38.99. Brian Arrigo also wants Whole. Live Through This. That was my last copy. If anybody else wants a copy, you'll have to let me know. 2 copies of Screaming Trees and Grateful Dead, Terrapin Station. That's on green vinyl. All aboard Terrapin Station. The Grateful Dead green vinyl, $33.99. Mike Massey wants a Screaming Trees. Willie Nelson's at $315. Iron Maiden is going to be now at $50 with Aiden J5 John, and Bo Diddley's a final call. We have a high bid with Tony Samuelson at $40. Thank you, Tony. We're going to go ahead and sell that pretty fast if nobody else bids. Scott Smith first on Screaming Trees. That's sold to Scott Smith. And we have 1 copy back in stock, Evanescence, 20th anniversary of Fallen. It's on pink and black splatter vinyl. I kept one myself, mostly just to listen to that song, Bring Me to Life. It's amazing, her voice. That is $39.99. Grateful Dead sold to Anthony Boggs. Scott Klima also gets the Grateful Dead. Those are sold and sold. Willie Nelson has a new bid for $319. Bo Diddley has a new bid for $41. Are we done on Iron Maiden? That fast and only for $50? An original U.S. retail copy that's super clean. An 86 U.S. original with the original on her sleeve. Final call for $50 to Aiden. Randy Scarborough wants Evanescence. That's sold to Randy Scarborough. I've only got 1 copy of that. I have sold a ton of these. I was about to order a bunch of them. I was like, well, as soon as I do that, I'll have them all in stock forever. But Randy, if you're okay with a waiting list, I'm going to order more. That is sold to Randy Scarborough, Randy Tabron on a waiting list if he's good with that. Next, we have George Strait's #1 hits, Volume 1 on blue vinyl. That is on blue vinyl, $33.99. $33.99. That's George Strait #1, $33.99. And we have Depeche Mode, Speak and Spell. Depeche Mode is $33.99. Just can't get enough. Just can't get enough. $33.99. That's a gatefold new and sealed. That was a great crate of new vinyl. That stuff I went through and just ordered. You know, it was like, hey, we haven't had that in a while. Haven't had that in a while. Let's pick up a couple of these. Few of those, one of these, 2 of these. I know what y'all want. I just got to get it here in stock. So we have up at the top, we got 3 wild auctions going on right now. We have both of those Grateful Dead sold. If anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. Wheeler Nelson was at $319. Bo Diddley got a new bid for $41. Tony Samuelson came right back in at $43. Randy Tabron does one on the Evanescence waiting list. Wheeler Nelson $320. Iron Maiden got 2 new bids, $55 and $55, and then another $55. And then Scott Klima also wants on the Evanescence wait list. And I'll show that one more time. That was called Fallen. $39.99. The reverse side of the Iron Maiden. We got a 3-way tie for $55, by the way. There is Iron Maiden. There is Iron Maiden. There's the back side of the jacket. Sorry for the glare. I don't even look at the monitor. The camera is like over my left shoulder, so I really don't get to see it. What y'all see, it's all behind me. Chris Kirkley wants a Speak and Spell. Wheeler Nelson's getting new bids, $322. The Bo Diddley is a 1960 U.S. pressing. The vinyl's in VG condition. The cover's in VG minus. It has a piece of tape at the bottom. It has some tape along the top. It does have some chipping. Typical cover. The vinyl's better than most. It is a misprint. Track A4 is spelled Cadillac instead of Cadillac. It is an original 1960 mono copy. And that is a final call. Tony Samuelson has it for $43. Sandy, you can bid again, or if you say out, I'm going to go ahead and sell it to Tony unless somebody else bids. Wheeler Nelson is signed. It's authenticated by JSA and Beckett. It has a high bid of $322. Peter Mazzolino, it's up to you. Iron Maiden's now at $60. How much is Doom? Doom is $54.99. Let's run through this bin one more time, then we're going to go through our first bin of new vintage stuff. First LP is Jimmy Buffett, A1A. Jimmy Buffett is $34.99. New gatefold, sealed. We have 1 copy left of Paul Simon Graceland. RTI pressing, $33.99. The Shins, Wincing the Night Away, $28.99. Bedtime for Democracy, The Dead Kennedys, $26.99. George Strait number 1s is $33.99. George Strait number 1s, check yes or no. Oceanfront Property, $33.99. That is on blue vinyl. And we have Doom, original game soundtrack, $54.99. And that is $54.99. Now, I want to remind everybody, the autograph collection tonight, we bought a whole box full of autographs, essentially. The most primo stuff is being sold tonight. Over the next couple nights and probably next week, we'll have some other autographs, really cool, different people, different bands. But I say the top probably 10 best ones will be sold tonight, and I consider this one of the top 10 best from this collection. This one right here, Wheeler Nelson. This one's in the top 10. We're going to be selling those top 10 best ones tonight. Wheeler Nelson is a final call. Peter's out, $322 with Brent Robley. So we had new bids on Iron Maiden, $60 and $62, and Iron Maiden, I have it as a 1986 US, no, it's an 86 US retail copy. This is a 1986 US retail copy. That is an SRC pressing. That is what Iron Maiden is. It's an 86 US retail copy. David Tate wants George Strait. That's sold to David Tate. And we have a new crate to bring up. No Megadeths have been sold yet. Paul Brothers wants a Doom. Paul, when I added that to my cart, I already had your name on it. I was like, Paul Brothers, and there's a couple other people that hadn't bought one yet either. There's a couple people I know who buy video game soundtracks. I like them myself. I've got several. But a couple people that I thought would normally buy that. You were one of them. I was like, Paul must not be watching. Iron Maiden's at 70. All right, Bo Diddley. Never did hear back from Sandy Miles, so I got to sell that to Tony Samuelson. Tony Samuelson, that is sold to you for $43. Let's go ahead and sell the Bo Diddley. We're going to go ahead and be wrapping up the Iron Maiden. Iron Maiden's at 70, so that's at 70. Iron Maiden's at 70, and let's go ahead and sell one of the big autographs tonight. Thank you, Brent Robley. This is sold to you for let's confirm that price, $322 on that. $322 on that. Willie Nelson's greatest hits, and some that will be. Fantastic. Let's go ahead and put that right over here. Going to put that very nicely back in this jacket. Very, very cool. Awesome. Double authentication of that. We got a few tonight that's triple authenticated. All righty. So, there we have it. Let's move down Iron Maiden. Final call. Iron Maiden. $70 of Craig Proper. If anybody wants it, you got to outbid Craig Proper. He's at $70. Let's go ahead and grab another auction, another autograph, and let's go ahead and put up another big metal LP. Surprised more people hadn't asked about this because it's one of those Testament albums that's not in print. This is Testament, Practice What You Preach. Testament is a 1989 U.S. pressing with the original inner sleeve, USOG, $75 start. I forgot what the last one I had one of these. The vinyl is very nice. It's EX Plus, $75 start on Testament. Original inner sleeve, and $89 US. This one's not in print. By the way, those 2 Testament reissues that came out last week, they did 2,000 each. They're sold out. They're out of print, and I can't get any more. I had a waiting list that long on them. Nobody else will be getting one of those unless they decide they press more. Testament albums, crazy demand. All right, here's another big autograph for tonight. This is Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan is a 1983. The actual record is an 83 Japanese picture disc. Very cool. It's a Japanese picture disc. It is signed by Hulk Hogan. It is JSA authenticated. The actual picture disc is really cool. Hulk Hogan picture disc. The signatures by JSA. And here's a very interesting note. The signature is from the 1984 era. This is a vintage signature. The signature is from the 1984 era of Hulk Hogan. $225 start. What an awesome cover to have signed. And it's a vintage era signature from 1984. Hulk Hogan is a $225 start. JSA authenticated Japanese picture disc with Obi. With Obi. Very, very cool. That is now up for bid. All right. Now, up at the top, we had, we're about to sell Iron Maiden. If Craig Proper doesn't want, or if no one's outbid Craig Proper, right? Iron Maiden was at 70. Let's see here. We had Testament, 75, 85, 85, 70, 90. Testament 100, Testament 86, Testament 110. Hulk Hogan has bids for 225 with Paul Brothers. Okay, first record is Van Morrison, Tupelo Honey, VG condition, $14.99. That's on the first label, Green Warner Brothers, VG condition, $14.99 for Van Morrison, Tupelo Honey, VG condition, $14.99. And the Staple Singers and Curtis Mayfield, Let's Do It Again, in shrink wrap of hop sticker, VG condition, $9.99. Iron Maiden is sold to Craig Proper for $70. Thank you, Craig. I figured that one might hit 100. Everybody's always looking for somewhere in time. That was OG too. Very nice with original under sleeve. Testament now has a high bid with Hiram Ponte for $130, and we have one bid on Hulk Hogan for $225. That's now going twice, going 3 times with Paul Brothers, James Gang, VG condition, $9.99 for James Gang. VG condition, $9.99 on that. And Jerry Jeff, A Man Must Carry On. Jerry Jeff is in VG condition, $14.99. Hank Williams Jr.'s Greatest Hits. Hank Williams Jr.'s Greatest Hits, VG, $12.99. So we're in our first bin of vintage pre-owned records for the night. Everything in this bin is check condition. So if it's VG, I'll say if it's VG. If it's VG Plus, I'll say it's VG Plus. They're all check condition, so a little bit like mid-grade and below type records. If you're new, everything in here is buy it now. For example, if you want Hank, comment Hank, just like Chase Brackney or David Tate put Jr. That's how you buy out of the bins. If you want to bid, you just put HH for Hulk Hogan, and you put your numerical. Like if you want to outbid Paul Brothers, you got to bid more than 225, hopefully 230, 240, 250. We'll take at least 226 though. Final call, that's Paul Brothers for 225. Here's our next auction. Megadeth, Sweating Bullets. I've never had this before. Megadeth, Sweating Bullets. Look at this. 19, would you look at it? It's a 93 UK pressing on blue vinyl. It plays from the inside out. It plays from the inside out. VG Plus condition, $20 start on that. Megadeth, VG Plus, probably close to EX. These auctions are very conservatively graded. $20 start on Megadeth, a 93 UK blue vinyl, plays from inside out. That's now up for bid. So, first record in the bin was David Tate on Hank Jr., and then Chase Brackney, you were second. Darcy Carn was third. I got one extra Jimmy Buffett, yes. And Jason Franz wants Van Morrison. Are we done on Testament? I'm doing 2 final calls. Hiram Ponte has Testament for $130. Jamie Butler, you're out. And Paul Brothers is still the high bidder on Hulk Hogan, $225. I'm about to sell it. We have Megadeth now at $45. And we have Jimmy Reed, the boss man of the blues, a 1964 mono, VG Plus condition, $26.99. Jimmy Reed, VG Plus condition, $26.99. We need to pull a Jimmy Buffett for Paul Brothers. This is sold to Paul Brothers. Thank you. That was my last copy of a new sealed of A1A. If anybody else wants it, let me know. Testament's getting new bids. We have James Taylor, Mudslide Slim, VG condition, $12.99. And Elton John, Jump Up. No condition notes on that. I wonder if he left off what it is. It is about a EX copy. Let's put that as EX, $9.99. Douglas Sirocco wants Jimmy Reed, and we're selling an awesome Hulk Hogan. I figured this one might do a little bit better, but Paul's going to get it for $225. Very cool. Hulk Hogan, 83, 1984. It's an 83 Japanese picture disc, the signature from around the 1984 era. And thank you, Paul Brothers. That's a really, really cool piece. That's a really, really cool piece. And that's sold to you for $225. Hulk Hogan's gone. Let's go ahead and move down Megadeth. Megadeth is now at 60 with Shane Devers, and Testament all of a sudden is getting new bids. Testament got a bid for 135. Testament got a bid for 138. Megadeth's at 60. Samantha Joe, you get the Elton John. Testament's at 136, but we was already at 138 with Tony Swanson. John Mayall, Empty Rooms, VG Condition, $12.99, and Curtis Mayfield, Back to the World. Curtis Mayfield is VG Plus, $29.99. Curtis Mayfield, Back to the World. All right. So I promised a couple auctions. I promised Roger Waters at 8 o'clock, and I promised XYZ at 8 o'clock, just so everybody could know exactly about when those are being sold. But we're also going to go ahead and put up this right here. This is a really cool record. It's signed by Patty Harrison. Patty Harrison. Look at all the songs that were written by Patty Harrison. This is really cool, actually, especially if you're a Beatles fan and collector. This particular album is a 2012 pressing of Abbey Road, which I think is pretty cool. It's actually, you know, very nice and shiny. A lot of those are usually wore out. So Patty on the front here wrote her name, Patty Harrison, something. And Patty Harrison, the songs written about her, the song Something, Something in the Way She Moves, written by George Harrison. Patty Harrison, that's about her. The song Layla by Eric Clapton, that's about her. Wonderful Tonight by Eric Clapton, that song's about Patty Harrison. And Wonderful Tonight, those are all written about Patty Harrison. She signed this. It is JSA authenticated. She wrote Something. The song is about her here on Abbey Road, signed by Patty Harrison. And this is JSA authenticated, $175 start. Very cool record. $175 start. The actual vinyl and everything's nice. The jacket's near mint. The vinyl's near mint. And then there's the JSA. So the songs Layla, Wonderful Tonight, Bell Bottom Blues, Something, those are all written by Patty, or written about Patty Harrison. She signed that jacket. $175 start. We already have an open bid. What a cool piece, signed by Patty Harrison. Think about all those. Layla and Something were both written about her. Two of the biggest songs of the late 60s, early 70s. Testament, the last thing we have here, we have Danny Thomason at 140 and William Warner bid 140. Megadeth is still getting bids as well. I thought I just saw something come in. Maybe not. Let's move Megadeth to a final call. Shane Devers at $60. The 93 UK pressing on blue vinyl, Sweating Bullets. $60 with Shane Devers. Patty Harrison's at 175, 180. And we're going to have Testament's at 140 with Danny Thomason. Danny Thomason was the first person to bid 140. Everybody else is out. Continuing, Cool in the Gang, Wild and Peaceful. Cool in the Gang's in VG Plus condition, $12.99. VG Plus condition, $12.99. That's Cool in the Gang. We have Smokin' OPs, Bob Seger. This is on the original Palladium label. The top and back seam seams are splitting. It does have the insert though, $29.99. That's on the original label, OG Palladium label there for Bob Seger. VG condition, $29.99. And Chad and Jeremy, Distant Shores. Chad and Jeremy's VG Plus condition, $9.99. And we have Cheap Thrills, Big Brother and the Holding Company, Janis Joplin, VG condition, $14.99. Columbia 2i, VG condition, $14.99. Janis Joplin, Big Brother and the Holding Company. Mountain, Leslie West, Flowers of Evil, that's in VG condition, $9.99. I'm assuming we're done on Testament. I'm moving that to a final call. Danny Thomason still has the high bid at $140. There was a new bid on Megadeth. David Tate bid $65. Shane came right back in at $70. Thomas Hujar is the new high bid on the Patty Harrison signature at $200. Douglas Sirocco on Cheap Thrills. John Nazarko, you were second on Janis Joplin. And we have Steve Martin, a wild and crazy guy. Steve Martin's in VG Plus condition, $9.99. VG Plus, $9.99. Looks like my 140 bait came up too before his. 140 on the high bid. He was first. You're probably looking at the Facebook chat. On my restream, which is what I go by, he was first and then you were second. So you've got to bid more than 140 if you want back in. John Nazarko on Steve Martin. Patty Harrison's at 202 Brent Rivalry. That's between Brent and Thomas Hujar. David Tate let me know. He just let me know. So we're about to sell David Tate, or we're about to sell Megadeth to Shane Devers. And Tom Rush got a mind to ramble. Tom Rush is in VG condition, $19.99. VG condition, $19.99. VG condition, $19.99. Patty Harrison's at $205. Testament is, I'm going to make sure he wants to bid again. William, do you want to bid again? If not, I'm going to go ahead and sell it to Danny. It's basically between you and Danny. And the Roy Orbison way, the Orbison Ray, that is Roy Orbison. Andy wrote his name on the cover. Andy's not that significant. VG condition, $9.99. Slicker Van Slyke wants to cool in the game. That is sold to Slicker Van Slyke. And we have Hobo Flats, Jimmy Smith. Hobo Flats is in VG Plus condition, $4.99. I bet he meant to make that 14 instead of 4. We don't usually put out records less than $10. So I'll go ahead and sell it, though, for $5 if anybody wants it. $4.99 for Hobo Flat, Jimmy Smith. Sell that to Douglas Sirocco. He might have meant $24.99. I don't know. He might have messed that one up. All right, William says no, thank you. All right, Danny, you're going to get the Testament for $140. That's sold, and we're also going to sell Megadeth. Megadeth is sold. Megadeth is also sold to Shane Devers. But first, let me put away Testament. This is sold. Testament is sold to Danny Thomason for $140. And let me put this away. And there's the tag for something. Don't want to lose that. And then Megadeth is sold to Shane Devers. So if anybody's watching for the first time, thank you. We do this every night. We buy incredible collections, records. We also love autographs. If you're watching and you have something for sale, let us know. We buy a lot of collections, just a couple clicks. People say, hey, I've got a collection for sale. Next thing, Paul's traveling across the country with a trailer, and we're coming back with 50,000 records. We hadn't bought that many in a while. Usually 10,000, 5,000, whatever size collection. As long as you got good stuff. We don't want any junk. We want good records like this right here. This is Something, signed by Patty Harrison, the subject of the song Something. Excuse me. This is signed by Patty Harrison, the subject of the song Something, and Layla, Bell Bottom Blues. I think y'all know what's up for bid. Let's go ahead and say Thomas Hujar has it for $205. Brent Ribley, you're out. We have no new claims. I'm going to show one more record, then 2 more auctions. Going back to Indiana, the Jackson 5, VG condition, $14.99. 2 more records. Jerry Clower, live, VG, $9.99. There is Abbey Road. All right, so let's go ahead. I'm going to probably keep one auction going at all times. So while that one's still going, I'll go ahead and run something else. It's got to be close to 8 o'clock, right? I think we have one more time for one more metal auction before we run XYZ. So let me set that to the side, and let's go ahead and do Ozzy. Oh boy, we have an original 1982 U.S. pressing here. Ozzy Osbourne, Speak of the Devil. An original 82 U.S. pressing with both original inner sleeves. Nice. Disc 1's EX Plus. Paul says Disc 2 or Disc 1 is near mint minus. Paul, usually pretty conservative with grading these auctions. Disc 1 near mint minus, that means it's beautiful. This is a nice copy. This album is notorious for being trashed. $65 start. The inner sleeves are nice. And it's in shrink wrap with hop sticker. Nice copy of Ozzy, Speak of the Devil. $65 start. That's now up for bid. Patty Harrison has new bids for $215, $220. John Porter wants the Jackson 5. Thank you, John Porter. Greg Rogers wants Jerry Clower. Thank you, Greg Rogers. And we have Patty Harrison, $225, $235. Ozzy has bids for $65 and $65. And Joe Turner, rocking the blues. Joe Turner's in VG condition, $49.99. Joe Turner, rocking the blues. VG condition, $49.99. And the BG's first. VG condition, $9.99 on that. VG, $9.99. Ozzy is essentially near mint minus all the way around. Inner sleeves, vinyl, shrink wrap, hop sticker. Yeah, it's good. It's really good. Do I got 2 auctions? I got 3 auctions. Let's go ahead and pull something out of the back. Let's do something like Twisted Sister, Stay Hungry. This is a 1984 U.S. specialty pressing with the original inner sleeve. This is in EX condition, and it's going to go up for a $25 start. Twisted Sister, Stay Hungry. EX condition, an OG, not a club, original inner sleeve, $25 start on that. $25 start on Twisted Sister, Stay Hungry. Up at the top, let's see what we got going on. We had Ozzy right off the bat with a lot of bids. 65, 65, Patty Harrison 250, Ozzy 80, Ozzy 72, Ozzy 70, Patty Harrison 260. Douglas Sirocco wants Joe Turner. That's an early Atlantic record. Ozzy 75, Ozzy 82, Ozzy 85, Ozzy 85, Patty Harrison 262, 265, Ozzy 87, Ozzy 90, Twisted Sister 30, 35, 35, 55, Ozzy 90. The Jazz Tep, Big City Sounds. This is in VG condition, $24.99. And Alice Cooper, Love It to Death. A 71 uncensored cover. Wow, it is. Man, that's auction worthy. He's poking his thumb out of his pants there to make it look like something else. VG condition, $24.99. Gatefold, uncensored, OG pressing. Wow, didn't expect to see that tonight. Split Milk, Lori Stivers. That is in VG Plus. That's a 71 promo. That's a folk pop LP. VG Plus, $19.99. I tell you every night, I know I should probably expect what I'm selling, but I show up and Paul and John and Laura and everybody else does a great job getting these shows ready for me every night. I just show up and literally price a few LPs, a few new vinyl. I kind of do all that, and then I just go live, and I really don't know what we're going to have. People's always ask me, how much is this? When are you going to show this? Do you have this? And I'm like, honestly, I don't know. I just show up and start selling records. Where are we at on Patty Harrison? Thomas Sujar's at 280. Brent Ribley, you're out. Thomas has it for 280. Twisted Sister got a bid for 60, I believe. No, we was at 55 with David Campbell. And Ozzy has high bids for 90 and 101. Ken Crooker, first to the Alice Cooper. Ken Crooker, then Brian Frenfrock, and then Sandy Mile, then Brent, then Mark, then Adam, then Robert, then Danny, then William, then David Tate. We have Wes Bruce and Wang. Wes Bruce and Lang. That's a quad pressing, VG Plus condition. Well, that's an interesting price, $25.99. I usually don't put that on records, or John don't usually put that on records, $25.99, but that is a quad pressing. A Jack Bruce from Cream, Leslie West from Mountain, and the Moody Blues, In Search of the Lost Chord. Actually, Paul just said before the show, we were going through these, and he said, that's a great record. VG condition, $9.99. The Moody Blues, In Search of the Lost Chord. Music for Belly Dancing, VG condition, $9.99. And Olympic Runners, Not the Trot. Olympic Runners is in VG condition, $26.99. I should say Paul was going through them. Paul's always wanting to go through the records early, aren't you, Paul? What's in here? Paul's like, oh, he picked that record up and was like, oh, look, I'm going to keep this. Okay, let's see what's going on here. Anthrax is about to be put up for auction. Okay. Paul just brought up another new crate. Let's update these auctions right quick. We have Patty Harrison at $295. Patty Harrison at $300. Adam Hamill wants the West, Bruce, and Lane. That is sold to Annie Hamill. I think I skipped over a few things there. Give me 1 second. I'll go back through those. I need to really update Ozzy. I got Brad Quinn at $105 on Ozzy, and I need to do a final call on Twisted Sister. Twisted Sister is a final call to David Campbell for $55. It is a USOG, $55 on that final call, $55 on that. Ozzy is a top copy. It's an original 1982 US. It has both original sleeves. It's in shrink wrap. It's in hop sticker. Paul says disc 1's near mint minus, disc 2's EX plus. It has the original sleeves. It's US. It's OG. It's incredible. It's a top copy. That's why it's at $105 right now. Unusually nice. If you were to have a chart of all the copies of existence of Speak of the Devil, like on a graph, about if this was the total amount, about this many are in like near mint minus EX plus condition, and then about that many are in beat up condition. High grade records like that always carry a premium. Twisted Sister has new bids for $57 and $60. They're still bidding on Patty Harrison. Next is Music for Belly Dancing. I may have already shown this, but I can't remember. I was going so fast there. VG condition, $9.99. Moody Blues, Bill Stewart, is also in VG condition. It's an original gatefold, $9.99 on the Moody Blues. We have Olympic Runners, Not the Trot. Olympic Runners is a funk album from 1977. VG Plus condition, $26.99. Olympic Runners, Not the Trot. VG Plus condition, $26.99. And Sam Cooke, Mr. Soul, nice. A Hollywood Press, an original. VG Plus, $29.99. This album came out in 1963. This is a 63 original in VG Plus condition, $29.99. VG Plus $29.99. So when I walked away, Ozzy, I said, was at 105. Then we had bids for 106, 110, 110. Twisted Sister got new bids for 62, 115, 120. Price on Curtis Mayfield. Curtis Mayfield is still available. Curtis Mayfield's in VG Plus condition, $29.99. Bill Stewart said he will take the Moody Blues. That's owed to Bill Stewart. John Porter was next. Slicker Van Slyke was third. Jason Franz first on Sam Cooke. Patty Harrison's at $333. Jason Boxel, second on Sam Cooke. Ozzy's at $150. Pamela Yeager next on Sam Cooke. Brent Robley next on Sam Cooke. Mike Locke next on Sam Cooke. Jason Franz wants Curtis Mayfield. We have an out on Ozzy. We have an out on Ozzy. We have an out on Ozzy. Another out on Ozzy. So Matthew Kopus has it for $150. He's pushed his chips in. A few other people have folded. $150. Final call. We also have Twisted Sister. I've seen 2 outs on that. The new high bid on Twisted Sister is David Campbell at 62. That's a final call. They're still bidding on Patty Harrison, $350. Ozzy's at $160. Marianne hasn't folded. And we have Lonnie Smith, Keep On Lovin'. Lonnie Smith is a white label promo, VG Plus condition, $29.99. VG Plus $29.99. How much is Seeger? That's called Smokin' OPs. It's on the original label, the original first Palladium label. There is some seam splitting on the jacket. It does have the lyric insert, VG condition, $29.99. One of my favorite Seegers, I'm a Carpenter's on there, or If I Were a Carpenter, you know, a lot of people's done that song, but Bob Seger's version on there is awesome. Starts off with like some heavy keyboards. And Mountain, Nantucket Sleigh Ride. Mountain's in VG condition, $9.99 for Mountain. There's another Mountain. Speaking of Mountain, I'm going to grab my Monster Energy drink. Those both start with M's. Oh, that's okay. If it rings again, I'll just yank the cord out. Yeah. So thank you, Paul. I'm going to mute my mic right quick and take a drink of Monster. Paul said, there's like 70 auctions for tonight. He said, some of these are going to be up for a while. How are you going to do it? And I said, I've got a secret weapon. You know, this is like my nuclear arsenal here. It's called Monster. And he's like, well, some of these are probably going to be bid on for like a half hour. And I was like, I know. I'm going to have to probably keep 3, maybe 4. This is going to be a heavy auction night, okay? We're going to go through a lot of bins. I'm going to go through probably 5, 6, 7 bins tonight. Of new stuff, and then we're going to go back through new vinyl and discount bins, but we're going to have some auctions that's up for a while. I'll try my best to stay on top of them. Ozzy's still getting new bids. We have Twisted Sister still getting bids, and Patty Harrison, are we done? Thomas Hujar's at $380. Thomas Hujar's at $380. Bill Stewart wants Nantucket Sleigh Ride. That's sold to Bill Stewart. And let's keep going here. We have Silver Meter. That's a 69 hard rock album. VG condition, $14.99. VG condition, $14.99. And Tommy James and the Shondells, that is in VG condition, $9.99. Patty Harrison's at $3.95. Thomas, you're out. Marianne's out on Ozzy. The high bid is Matthew Kopus again, $185. This time it's a final call. And Twisted Sister, I'm moving that to a final call one more time. The last bid on my screen is, that's way up here, I think. It was David Campbell at 62, right? Unless there was a new one. David Campbell at 62. Yes, that's been a while. I'm about to definitely sell. Adam Hamill wants Silver Meter, and Travis Wade wants Tommy James. Let's actually go ahead and sell that. I didn't miss anything, did I? 62 out. I think it was down to one other person. Yeah, let's go ahead and sell that so we can put up something else. David Campbell gets that for 62. David Campbell gets that at 62. All right. They're still bidding on that Marquee. There's 2 Marquee items that were due at 8 o'clock. Roger Waters and XYZ. I promised we'd keep one autograph going, so let me put up XYZ. Here's our first Marquee item for the 8 o'clock hour. Hungry, XYZ. This is an original 1991 Euro import. This was never released in the United States. That's why we have people lined up wanting to bid it. 2 or 3 people was like, please sell this to me right now, Chad. Just name the price. I said it will be up for auction at 8 o'clock. EX condition, $165 start. An original 1991 Euro pressing, never pressed. So this is the OG European. Beautiful vinyl, very nice cover. XYZ, $165 start. Brian Jones is in. Patty Harrison's at $430. Ozzy is sold. It's gone. Matthew Kopus, $185. An unbelievable top copy to Matthew Kopus. That is now sold. Very, very nice. All right. We have to put this away. I'm going to be very careful with it because it is such a incredible museum relic condition piece. Very, very nice. Patty Harrison's now at $450. Jerry Stone said Seeger, and Matthew says I'll take Smoking. Jerry Stone just claimed it. That album's not in print. It's never been reissued. That is sold to Jerry Stone. Seeger. And we have XYZ. We got one bid for $165, another bid for $165. That's where we're at. Patty Harrison's at $460. I'll get another auction started in 1 second. Let's go ahead and try to finish up this bin. Just Jimmy Reed, VG condition, $19.99 on Jimmy Reed. And Steely Dan, Asia, VG plus condition, $24.99. Asia, we have matrix number AB, VG plus condition, $24.99. XYZ's at $170, now $200. And Pat Garrett and Billy the Kid, VG condition, $12.99 on Dylan. All right, we're going to keep 2 auctions. We're going to keep 2 autographs going. Boy, this one, this is incredible. I'm like, when I saw this, I was like, man, this is one of those, I sold a lot of autographs. I kept a lot of autographs from that last collection. This is one that I'm like, man, would you look at this? The mastermind behind the album. The Wall. I mean, we're talking about Roger Waters here. This is going to be I'll go ahead and break the news to you now. This is a $575 start. This is a $575 start. $575. Instant air horn. It's signed by Roger Waters. And this has 3 letters of authentication with it. The first is JSA, full letter of authenticity. Roger Waters. There's the photo match, signed, JSA sticker, full letter of authenticity from JSA. Full letter of authenticity from Beckett. Photo matched, sticker, authentication. And there's a 3rd letter of authenticity from Floyd Authentic. They authenticated back in 2019. Roger Waters signed copy of The Wall, silver felt pen. That is Floyd Authentic. So there's 3 layers of authentication. It is a 2019 remastered copy. Roger Waters. Signed by Roger Waters. Silver pen. Beautiful jacket. $575 starting bid. That is an incredible piece of rock history. That's an incredible item there. $575 on Roger Waters for a starting bid. Now, let's figure out where we left off. Make sure I didn't miss any claims. XYZ, $170, $200, $205. Patty Harrison, $462. Patty Harrison, $467. XYZ, $210. XYZ, $215, $220, $225. Another $225. Let's keep going through this bin. Hank Williams Jr., Habits, old and new. Is in VG condition, $12.99. I almost said Roger Waters. Hank Williams Jr., Habits, old and new, VG condition, $12.99. Patty Harrison's at $475. XYZ's at $225. XYZ's at $250. And Roger Waters is a $575 start. Let's go through this check condition bin one more time. I've almost filled up our first bin here. What is this bin right here? Okay, that's more new vinyl. Great. Well, that's some other older stuff, but I'm planning on going through it tonight. David Tate wants Hank Williams Jr. Thank you, David Tate. We have a war going on for Patty Harrison. Thomas and Brent are fighting more over Patty Harrison than Eric Clapton and George Harrison did. They're fighting more over than they did. We have the Staple Singers, music by Curtis Mayfield. Staple Singers and Curtis Mayfield. Let's do it again. Soundtrack in shrink wrap, VG condition, $9.99. And James Gang, Bang. James Gang, VG condition, $9.99 for James Gang, Bang. And we have Jerry Jeff, A Man Must Carry On. Jerry Jeff is a 2LP, VG condition, $14.99. And James Taylor, Mudslide Slim, VG condition, $12.99 on James Taylor. And John Mayall, Empty Rooms, VG, $12.99. So Patty Harrison's at $480 with Thomas. Brent, you're out. And XYZ is at $260 with Misty Wires. $260 with Misty Wires. Final warning, or I'll say first warning. I'm sure there's some people heavily debating right now. First warning to place a bid on Roger Waters. Now, if this doesn't get a bid, I'll make it a buy it now and it will be $575. But if you want to lock in a price, you've got to bid $575 on Mr. Roger. Patty Harrison's at $490. Thomas Hujar. Chad and Jeremy, Distant Shores, VG Plus Condition, $9.99. Mountain, Flowers of Evil, VG, $9.99. Brian Thurman's out on XYZ. This may be the winning bid with Misty Wires. XYZ's at $260. Tom Rush, Got a Mind to Ramble, VG Condition, $19.99 on Tom Rush. And the Orbison Way, Roy Orbison, VG, $9.99. And BG's First is VG, $9.99. Brent is out on Patty Harrison, just short of the air horn. Thomas Hujar has that for $490. Signed by Patty Harrison, the subject of the song Layla. And, of course, the song Something, which is on the album Abbey Road, one of George Harrison's greatest compositions. It is JSA authenticated. Extremely incredible. Final call, $490. Final call on XYZ, and I'm doing the second and final warning. If you want to bid on Roger Waters, $575. Okay, finishing up this bid. The Jazz Ted, Big City Sounds. That's Art Farmer and Benny Golson. VG Condition, $24.99. And Split Milk, Lori Stivers. VG Plus, $19.99. We got two bids on Roger Waters, $575 and $575. Music for Belly Dancing, VG Condition, $9.99. Olympic Runners, Hot to Trot. That's a funk album from '77. VG Plus, $26.99. And Lonnie Smith, Keep on Lovin', VG Plus, $29.99. Jeff Church wants James Taylor. That was Mudslide Slim, right? That's so to Jeff Church. Thank you. And actually, the first thing I'm going to do is swap out bins here, because the first records I want to put in this bin is going to be that these two auctions here. So they're fresh and in the front of the bin. This is sold to Thomas Hujar for $490. That is sold for $490 to Thomas Hujar. Very, very cool, Thomas. Let me put this back in here for you. Glossy cover. I've been trying not to handle it too much. It's a very new, slick, glossy cover. Very, very cool. Man, she must have been something special. I mean, for those guys to be writing music and fighting over her like that, incredible. All right, so that's sold for $490 to Thomas Hujar. Thank you, Thomas. And let's go ahead and sell one of the metal grails for tonight. The XYZ. The XYZ is sold to Misty Wires for $260. Misty, that's sold to you for $260. And it looks like Roger Waters. It's going to be our first air horn of the night. Final call, Paul Brothers. I got to do my due diligence and say final call. 3 letters of authentication. No doubt on that one. Beckett, JSA, and Floyd Authentic. Final call, $575 start. We are about to sell it. All right, anybody else on this bin? Just 3 records left and 2 new auctions. Jimmy Reed, VG, $19.99. Steely Dan still available, $24.99. And Bob Dylan, VG, $12.99. Roger Waters has a new bid, $600. We're not done on Roger Waters. New bid, $600. Let's go ahead and grab another metal item, or just another record. There's more than just metal in here, but let's do this Megadeth. Oh my gosh. Let's go ahead and do that. And I'm going to put up another autograph. This is very, very cool as well. So let's put these 2 things up. Megadeth and a signed Rick Springfield. I think I missed a claim in there. Did somebody get... did we pull James Gang for Steve Campbell? I didn't. And then he wanted the Curtis Mayfield. Now, do you want the soundtrack? Yes, you want these 2 right here, right? You want these. Is that correct? Greg Campbell Steve Campbell. And Steve, you've bought from us before, yes or no? Are you a new buyer? And then I've got you down for those 2 records. All right, so Paul, you've been outbid. Let me know if you want to bid again on Roger Waters. Let me go ahead and bring up the next crate before I go any further, though, and show what's in here right quick. Steve Campbell says he maybe has bought from us before. I'm not Stephen Campbell. I'm not Stephen Campbell. Steve Campbell? Stephen Campbell? I'm not Stephen Campbell. Well, I'm confused now. First, though, we have Megadeth. Killing is my business. Let's keep these going. 395 people watching tonight. Excellent. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. Fantastic stuff here. This is a 1985 U.S. pressing, an 85 U.S. pressing, gray camouflage labels, original inner sleeve. This is going to be going up for a $55 start. Megadeth, Killing is my business. Just a $55 start. This should do much, much better than that. We'll get it started at $55. Original inner sleeve. It is the 85 US with the gray camouflage labels. $55 start on Megadeth. $55 start on Megadeth. Now take a look at this. Rick Springfield. Signed by Rick Springfield. JSA authenticated. A 1982 US pressing. 82 US pressing. The jacket, the particular record, is an 82 US original. It's signed by Rick Springfield. $75 start. Success hadn't spoiled me yet. Success hadn't spoiled me yet. Signed and silver pen by the man himself, Rick Springfield. $75 start. JSA authentication. There's the sticker. And it comes, of course, with this card. That is signed by Rick Springfield. $75 start. I'm putting that up for auction right now. Rick Springfield is going up for bid. All right, I'm going to keep that right there. And then we have Roger Waters. Paul Brothers out. Misty, you have that then for $600. Final call. Excuse me, Mary Ann. Mary Ann has that for $600. Final call. So Steve Campbell, are you a first-time buyer? I may have misunderstood you earlier. You might have to clarify for me. You said I'm not Stephen Campbell. Then you totally confused me there. Megadeth had bids for 55, 60, 75, 80, 80, 82, 90. Okay, Kid Rock's greatest hits. We're back to some new sealed stuff. New sealed stuff. Kid Rock's greatest hits, $46.99. We have two of those. They're new and sealed. 2 LP. Kid Rock, $46.99. The Rolling Stones, Let It Bleed, $33.99. The Rolling Stones, Let It Bleed, $33.99 on the Rolling Stones, $33.99, a classic album. Midnight Rambler, You Can't Always Get What You Want, Gimme Shelter, and we have Devo. This one has the hit song Whip It on it, Whip It Good. It's on white vinyl, freedom of choice. Devo, $33.99. Devo, $33.99. High bid on Megadeth is $90 of Danny Thomason. Rick Springfield is a $75 start. No bid right now. If anybody wants in, it's a $75 start. Scott Oman wants Devo, and I'm going to go ahead and call this sold. Let's bring out the air horn for the first time tonight. The air horn is coming out for Roger Waters. Thank you, Mary Ann. If y'all are new here, we blow the air horn anytime there's any item sold for $500 or more. This is going to Mary Ann. Signed Roger Waters, The Wall, 3 letters of authentication with it. A sweet piece. Thank you, Mary Ann. Plug your ears and hide your animals. Here comes the air horn. Pretty sweet. All right, let's put that away. Thank you. Rick Springfield does have an opening bid of $75 with Scott Ham. He's the only bidder, so I'm going to move that along pretty fast if nobody else bids. Roger Waters right quick. If you haven't already, make sure you have hit the like button on all of tonight's streams and feeds. We really need you to do that for us. We're streaming this on 3 different platforms right now. We're streaming this on Facebook, where probably most people are watching. The second amount of people is probably watching over on YouTube. And then we're also streaming this on X, formerly known as Twitter. And you can tune in on any platform. And let's go ahead and get a new auction up. We still got some Hall of Fame type signatures to do tonight. Let me put away the album. Let me put away the letters of authenticity, and I'll keep our tag there with it as well. Roger Waters is sold. Thank you. Let's put a sticker on that. Mary Ann, if you ever want to sell that, let me know. That is a sweet piece. That'd look awesome. Framed with a picture of Roger Waters next to it in a nice frame. Awesome. Rick Springfield, we're about to sell it for $75. Rick Springfield. Let's go back up to the top. Never mind, we had a new bid. Let's update these bids. Scott Ham, $75. Scott Oman got a Devo. Rick Springfield, $75. Megadeth, $93. Rick Springfield, $80. And we have Bill Withers, Greatest Hits, featuring just the 2 of us and Soul Shadows. Bill Withers, Greatest Hits, $29.99. And the Beastie Boys, License to Ill. This is on the burgundy punch-colored Vinyl, $36.99. That's License to Ill, the Beastie Boys, Rick Springfield, Scott Ham. Let me know if you want back in. The high bid is with Jeff Church at $80. And we have Whitney Houston, I Will Always Love You. That's like a Whitney Houston greatest hits. It is a Whitney Houston greatest hits. It's a 2 LP, $36.99. $36.99. All right, we're going to keep the Marquee autographs coming. We still got the fully signed Public Enemy, the Tony Iommi, the Mitch Mitchell, the Brian Ferry, but it's time to do this right here. This is almost a double air horn. This is a incredible, fully signed Allman Brothers lineup. That's Greg Allman. We're talking about Dickie Betts, Dan Toller, David Go-Flies, J-Mo, and then the legendary Butch Trucks. The full lineup of the Allman Brothers. This would look incredible framed. Look at that. Very nice. They all signed in matching silver paint pen. It has a full letter of JSA authentication. I will show that to you in just a second. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 signatures all across the board. Greg Allman, Dickie Betts, who just recently passed away, Dan Toller, David Go-Flies, J-Mo, and Butch Trucks. The full lineup. And that was the Allman Brothers from 78 to 81. JSA authentication. That is a $975 start. That is a fully signed Allman Brothers. $975 start. I'm going to put that right back here. And I'm probably going to have to explain all that again in just a second, I'm sure. But that is a $975 start. Here's the letter of authentication from JSA. There's the letter of authentication from JSA. I'll probably go through that again in just a second. If anybody needs me to have any questions on anything like that, for sure, just let me know. That's a fully signed Allman Brothers album. All right, let's put that back there. Now, let's go back up to the top and figure out what happened. The last thing that was, we had Megadeth at 100. Megadeth at 100 with Marianne. Douglas Sirocco put BB for Beastie Boys. That sold to Douglas Sirocco. I hadn't pulled that yet. Rick Springfield got a new bid for 85. Scott Klima also got a Beastie Boys. That sold to Scott Klima. Metal Church. Jared Inc. This is $39.99. Jared Inc. $39.99. Scott Klima got a Beastie Boys. Lisa Davidson wants a Whitney Houston. Let's go back to the top, and Rick Springfield got a new bid for 90. Rick Springfield got a bid for 90, and then another 90, and Brent Rively's in on the Allman Brothers at 975. Jared Inc. said sold on this. That's sold to Jared Inc. Sold on that. Let's show 2 more records, and I'll do a full update on all auctions. Looks like our feed dropped there. We got a lot of people watching tonight. When there's a lot of people watching and there's a lot of comments, it really bogs down Facebook for our account. First record, next record, though, is Sleep. Dope Smoker. Sleep is $38.99. Sleep is $38.99. Gatefold, $38.99. All right, let me pause there. Let's go over Megadeth. Let's start from the top here and show Megadeth. Megadeth, the last bid on my screen is Marianne at $100. Marianne at $100 on Megadeth. And Megadeth is a 1985 U.S. pressing. It's EX Plus, no condition notes on the vinyl. It is the gray camouflage label. It has the original inner sleeve. It has the original inner sleeve. And this is Megadeth, Killing Is My Business. The last bid just came in, Randy Tabrin at $105. Randy Tabrin, and then Danny bid $105. So that's there. Now we know where we're at on that. There's 2 people bidding on the signed Rick Springfield album. Rick Springfield is an original pressing of Success Hasn't Spoiled Me Yet. It is signed by Rick Springfield. It is JSA authentication. It is JSA authenticated. And the last bid on that was Scott Ham at $95. Scott Ham had that for $95. Megadeth still getting bids. Now here's the big one. I want to go over this one more time. We already have a bid for $975, but let me show this one more time. This is a fully signed Allman Brothers Enlightened Rogues. It has a letter of authenticity from JSA. This is a full letter from JSA. It is signed by the full band that was that lineup from 78 to 81. Greg Allman, and Greg Allman signed it twice. He signed it there, and he signed it on the front cover. But it's signed by Greg Allman, Dickie Betts, also Dan Toller, David Go-Flies, J-Mo, and Butch Trucks. A couple of those, I guess 3, 4 of those people were on some of the most original albums, and obviously including Greg Allman and Butch Trucks. So that is a high bid of $975. We have a bidder, $975. It's a gatefold. That's awesome. Like I said, that framed, incredible. Fully signed Allman Brothers lineup there from 78 to 81. That has now got a bid for $975. There's the full letter of authenticity from JSA. That has a bid for $975. That's where we're at. Now, back up the top, somebody asked how much was Whitney Houston. Carlene's has asked a couple times. Carlene, that's $36.99. If you want it, it's yours. If not, it goes to Patty Sweet. Megadeth at $120, $125. And we have, what? Did somebody want Sleep? Did somebody want, we sold that, and okay, I think we're caught up. Next is Exodus. This is called Persona Non Grata. Exodus is clear with gold and black turquoise splatter. Exodus is $36.99. Carlene's does want a Whitney Houston. That means Whitney Houston, Patty Sweet, are you okay with a waiting list? I'll have more in next week. Let me know if that's okay with you, Patty. And we have NXS Kick. NXS is $33.99. That's on clear vinyl, Atlantic 75th anniversary. Scott Nicholson wants Exodus. If there's any new buyers watching and you want to jump in on this action, go right ahead. You don't have to be pre-registered. There's only one thing I ask. Make sure you can pay for something if you buy it. That's the only thing I ask, and we just need to get your information. We got to get your mailing information so we can send you an invoice, your email address, mailing address, but you can buy something right now. Don't hesitate. You can bid right now. Don't hesitate. Megadeth. Still getting lots of bids. The last bid was Randy Taborn at $125. We're still bidding. In excess is $33.99. Rick Springfield just got a new bid. Jeff Church for $100. Scott Ham, you're out. And now we're going to move this to a final call. I knew it was going to sell. I just didn't know who to or to how much. It's $975. That's the high bid. We have a bid. It's a final call. The fully signed Allman Brothers there. Final call. You've got to bid more than $975. That's almost a double air horn. Okay, we have Meg at 130, Scott 105. Patty says, I thought I asked earlier. Somebody got one earlier. Were you the person who got one earlier? Who was the first person to say it? Somebody did earlier. Did you comment twice? Is that what happened? Patty said Whitney Houston. Maybe you did. Okay, maybe you were. Never mind. So, whoever's rewatching this replay, if she already got one, let me know. Okay, so we have King Crimson Red, 200 gram King Crimson is $34.99. They're still bidding on Rick Springfield. They're still bidding on Megadeth. King Crimson, 200 gram remaster, an incredible album. King Crimson, $34.99. All right, we got a lot to go through. We're going to go through a Paul crate next. We got a Paul crate up here. We got 3 more other new crates of vintage arrivals from John that has been marked today. We've got a lot of auctions to get through. These are getting lots of bids. As I expected, we'll keep 3 going all night. Pete Weisgarber gets red. Thank you, Pete. Let's go through this one more time. We have Kid Rock's Greatest Hits, $46.99, 2 LP. We have the Rolling Stones Let It Bleed for $33.99. Yes, Douglas Sirocco, you got NXS. Somebody asked how much. Mitch T, did you want an NXS? Let me know. There's only one left. And we have Devo, last copy, Freedom of Choice. Devo is $33.99. $33.99. That's Devo Freedom of Choice. $33.99. That's on white vinyl. All right, let's bring out the air horn again. This is sold to Brent Robley for $975. Fully signed Allman Brothers here. Very, very cool. Let me go ahead and put it away. We'll bring out the air horn. Let's go ahead and say thank you, Brent. Another amazing relic of rock history there. What an incredible item. That's being sold to Brent. We're going to bring over another Marquee autograph and as soon as I get this one put away. And let's put the letter in there. I'll leave my little note. Brent, the letter names everybody who signed it, but we'll keep Paul's note in there as well. That's sold to Brent. And that is an incredible piece. Wow. Air horn. Everybody get ready. All right, that's the problem with these autographs. When we got that first collection, it's sometimes hard to put a price on them. It's sometimes like, what do we sell this for? All right. Megadeth, I figured. We started that at 35 or 55. I knew it was going to get probably close to 200. Randy Taborn's at 155. Scott Ham's at 115 on Rick Springfield. Jeff Church, do you want back in? And we have, they're still bidding on Rick Springfield, 120, 125. Okay, last couple records in here. Bill Withers' Greatest Hits, $29.99. Sleep Dope Smokers, $38.99. Last copy of Exodus, $36. One NXS left and one King Crimson. Patty, we'll get that figured out. I promise we'll get that figured out about Whitney Houston. I'm not for sure what happened there, but either way, we'll get it figured out, I promise. Let's see what Paul has got us marked. He's always got really cool stuff. He spent most of the day getting all these auctions researched and tagged for us. So let's do this right now. Megadeth, 160. They're still battling. Jeff Church, do you want back in on Rick Springfield? Let's grab another Marquee autograph for the night. This next one is going to be, boy, I think, which one of these two? Boy, either one kind of gives me goosebumps. This one really does here. Holding something like this. My goodness. Signed by Mitch Mitchell. Wow. Jimi Hendrix. Good wishes? I think that's what it says. This is actually a vintage copy. It's a 1979 pressing. It is signed by Mitch Mitchell, Jimi Hendrix. This is JSA authenticated. It's a $375 start. So the actual LP is a 79 Los Angeles press of Jimi Hendrix, already experienced. It's got the original inner sleeve. The vinyl's super clean, if that means anything to you. The record's beautiful. It is JSA authenticated, and it's signed by Mitch Mitchell. Axis Bold as Love. It's got a really cool Jimi Hendrix sticker on the cover, too. It's got a really, really cool Jimi Hendrix sticker on the cover. I would normally say, man, it's got a sticker on the cover, but what a cool sticker someone put on there. Good Wishes, Mitch Mitchell. It's a gatefold. It is signed by Mitch Mitchell. It is JSA authenticated. It's a $375 start. That is incredible. Good Wishes, Mitch Mitchell. That is JSA authenticated. That is now going up for bid. Very, very cool item there. Let's go back up top. Megadeth was at 160 with Randy Tabor, and Marianne's out. That's a final call. They're still bidding on Rick Springfield, 130, 135. And first is Chastity Belt. I used to spend so much time alone. A 2017 indie post-punk album, sealed, $24.99. Let's see what Paul has got marked for us today. That last copy of NXS is sold. Thank you to whoever just claimed that. Tyler Browning. Somebody asked about Psycho Circus. Are you still watching? Who asked about that? Psycho Circus. Are you still with us? I saw your post, and then I saw your comment earlier. Sorry, there's so much going on. Somebody asked, do we still have a copy of Psycho Circus? Are you still watching? I hope you are. Sorry, I haven't been ignoring you, I promise. We have Megadeth, a new bid, 160. We're not done on Megadeth, and we're not done on Rick Springfield, and Mike Massey wants Chastity. But Mitch Mitchell is a $375. Art Madison. Art, this is sold to you for $33.99. You're a first-time buyer. The only thing I need you to do is send our Facebook page a message. First-time buyer, Art Madison, thank you. This is sold to you for $33.99. Send our Facebook page a message. We need your email address and your mailing address. Email address and mailing address. Also, we have the Jet Boys. This is $19.99, an '89 French import. It is punk glam. That's called the Jet Boys. That's called, the name of it's called I Just Want to Talk to You. Just Want to Talk to You, the Jet Boys on pink vinyl, $19.99. Roar, if you have to put something back, just send us a Facebook message, and Ed will do that over the next couple of days. Mike Massey, he's 2 for 2. Jet Boys, that is sold. Do we have another Psycho Circus? We should, yes, right here. It's not, I'll change the price. This one's marked a little bit more. This was an import, I believe. That one's marked a little bit more, but yes, I'll do it for $33.99 if you want it. Megadeth, are we done? Who else was bidding on Rick Springfield? Scott Ham, are you still wanting back in? There is a new bid on Rick Springfield for $150. Megadeth's now at $170. Nobody's bid on Mitch Mitchell. Final call for $375. Final call on Mitch Mitchell for $375. Signed by Mitch Mitchell. Very, very cool. We have the Stupid Baboons, paper dolls, in full color. That is $19.99. The Stupid Baboons, $19.99. Mark Fallon's in on the Jimi Hendrix. That's signed by Mitch Mitchell. One more time. Vintage copy of it too, $19.79. Awesome jacket, beautiful vinyl. Signed by the legendary Mitch Mitchell of the Jimi Hendrix Experience. Wow. $375. Mark Fallon's in. Rick Springfield's still getting bids. Jeff Parks says he will take a Cycle Circus. Make sure that goes in for $33.99. Sell that to Jeff Parks. They're still bidding on Megadeth. Thomas Stallings at $175. That means we need to find out if Randy Tabor wants back in, and he is back in. Built to Spiel. There's nothing wrong with Love. Sealed. Appears to be a 2015 reissue. It is sealed, though. $24.99. And Hidden Charms History. Hidden Charms is an 86 Swedish import. That's an indie power pop album, $9.99. And Johnny Young, I Got It. Johnny Young is a Belgian pressing. It's an import, and that's Chicago Blues, $29.99. Jeff Church, it's between you and Scott Ham on the Rick Springfield. You're back out. We'll go ahead and move Mitch Mitchell. A final call since we did get a bid. Mark Fallon has that for $375. We're about to sell it. George Ellis wants Built to Spiel. That's so to George Ellis, thank you. They're still bidding on Megadeth, $185, $190. And Yola Tango, This Stupid World. Yola Tango is from 2023. It is sealed, $34.99. We have a new bid on Rick Springfield for $160. A new bid on Megadeth for $195. And Soul Cinders. Soul Cinders is an 86 US pressing and shrink wrap, $14.99. The Soul Cinders, $14.99. Also, Mind Rocker, 14 rare tracks. A fantastic Garage Psych Comp, Paul says. A fantastic Garage Psych Comp, $21.99. Will be in this week. No, code won't be delivered probably till like Monday or Tuesday, Chad. I ordered a bunch of those, by the way, and they were in stock. So they won't be invoiced until the following week. We have Brent Robley on Mind Rocker. We have Out on Rick Springfield. Jeff Church has this for $160. Final call. Megadeth at $195. Randy Tabor, Primus Suck on This, and Miscellaneous Debris. We have those in stock, John. I've got both of them in stock. Suck on This is $26.99, and I'll have to find Miscellaneous Debris, but I have it. The Ranch Hands, that has a little bit of nudity on it. The El Ranchero Grande, an 85 Garage Psychobilly album, $14.99. All right, Mark Fallon, you're first. Thank you. Awesome item here, signed by Mitch Mitchell. I mean, good luck getting a signed Jimi Hendrix album. You're talking about like new house money for something like that. But this is fantastic. Mitch Mitchell, signed, now sold to Mark Fallon. Mark's been kind of quiet lately. Said he had to pay for like college tuition for his daughter or something. That's about college tuition. That's about what a Jimi Hendrix autograph would cost if you can find one for sale. Thank you, Mark Fallon. That is sold to you for $375. That's gone. Awesome record there. We'll grab another Marquee autograph in 1 second. Let me put a sticky note on that. And we have Rick Springfield. This is officially sold then to Jeff Church for $160. Jeff Church, thank you. Rick Springfield is sold. Jeff Church, sold. Thank you. Let's put that away. Rick Springfield, sold. $160. And Megadeth, still getting bids, $200. Megadeth, still getting bids, $200. We have, John Howard wants both, and he wanted, let me read those titles again. He wanted Suck on This and Miscellaneous Debris. I know where Suck on This is. I'll have to find Miscellaneous Debris right quick, but I need to do some condensing anyway, so let me do that very quickly. I'm going to need this empty crate soon. I see Suck on This. Miscellaneous Debris is probably in another bin. When I find that later tonight, I'll give it to you. That's John Howard. John Howard, that is sold to you. Megadeth at $205. And we have, the name of this group is called Harry Pussy. Harry. You'll never play this town again. What an interesting name. $36.99. It's a noise rock no wave album. $36.99. That's Mr. HP. Let's call that HP. That's a very odd name for a band. I'm sure their parents were proud. That is now available for a buy it now. Okay. This is an incredible piece too. Let's do another Marquee autograph. We're going to put up another metal record as well. Let's go ahead and do Anthrax first though. Anthrax is a 1987 U.S. press. It's an original U.S. pressing, an SRC press. It has the merch form. Paul says it's VG, maybe VG plus. VG, maybe VG plus. Anthrax, Among the Living, an 87 U.S. SRC pressing. It does have the merchandise insert with it, which is this. $45 start, not in print. I don't know why these Anthrax albums are not in print. They need to be. $45 start. Only thing we have are these OGs. 87, now up for bid. Now, let's go back and see where we got to on Megadeth. Thomas Stallings was at 205. Besides name and email, what do you need? We just need your name, your email, and your mailing address, specifically your zip code. We mostly just need your zip code because you'll fill in your address when you go to pay us on Monday. Megadeth is at 205, and Randy Tabron's out. Let's go ahead and sell that for 205 to Thomas Stallings. That was a long, hard-fought battle, but that is sold to Thomas Stallings for 205. Megadeth is gone. That album also, it's kind of in print, but not really. This original mix is not in print. 205, that is sold to Thomas Stallings. Now, let's go ahead and put Anthrax right here. That's going to have a lot of bids for a long time. Let's introduce our next marquee autograph for tonight, Black Sabbath. Signed by the legendary guitarist of Black Sabbath, the front man, Tony Iommi. And this actual record is not easy to get. How often do you see a copy of Tire for sale? Signed by Tony Iommi right there. This is Black Sabbath Tire, signed by Tony Iommi. It is an original 1990 UK copy. The record itself is not easy to get. It has the original inner sleeve. The vinyl is a strong VG+. It is signed by Tony Iommi, and this one comes with double authentication. Double authentication. It's authenticated by Beckett and JSA. Authenticated by Beckett and JSA. There's the authentication cards. $325 start, signed by Tony Iommi. Wow. Think about all the licks he's played. $325. Anthrax, signed, Black Sabbath. What is this? The Smithsonian? We have another metal auction to run. And what better metal auction to run than Metal Church? Metal Church, I don't recall seeing this one too often. The Human Factor, Metal Church, 1991. That's why we don't see it too often. 1991 U.S. pressing. EX condition, $45 start for Metal Church. A 91 U.S. pressing, EX condition, $45 start. Metal Church, $45 start, 1991. That's now up for bid. That's now up for bid. Take a look at that. Pretty incredible. Pretty incredible there. So, up at the top, we have, let me make sure I didn't miss anything. The last thing I showed was Mr. HP there. And that was a long time ago. So we had Anthrax, 45, 45, 50, 55, 50, 60. Keep scrolling. 68, 60, 70, 82 on Anthrax, 85 on Anthrax, 87 on Anthrax. Tony Iommi does have a bid for $325. Anthrax is at 90. Metal Church is at 55. Anthrax is at 94. Metal Church is at 60. Metal Church is at 60. Metal Church is at 65. Metal Church is at 65. So, I'll clarify that. Anthrax. Anthrax is at 94 with Jim Gerhardt. Metal Church is at 65 with Daniel Bouzadin. And Black Sabbath, one bid, Brent Ridley, $325, a signed copy of Tire. Already a tough album to find, sewn by Tony Iommi. Here we go. Oh, we got two copies of HP. You'll never play this town again. I got two of those. They're both sealed for $36.99. The Bobby Teens, Fast Living and Rock and Roll. That's an 98 garage punk power pop album, $19.99 on the Bobby Teens. And the Playboys, Strike It Lucky. The Playboys is a 94 UK rockabilly album, $21.99. And Beach House Bloom. Beach House is sealed, $34.99. I gave this to Paul, and he did the same thing I was going to do. Cannot confirm pressing. There's a lot of variants of this album, and some of them are like over $100. You don't know until you open it. There's no identification. So this is a sealed copy of Beach House. You may be rolling the dice on, I mean, either way, you're probably getting it for, about what the cheapest one would sell for, sealed. Some of them are like over $100. $34.99 on that. Let's clarify some auctions. Anthrax was at 94. Jim Gerhardt. That was an 87 U.S. pressing. It does have the merch form. It's VG. Paul says almost VG+. That was at $94. I'm scrolling and I don't see another bid, so that's a final call. Black Sabbath is definitely a final call. Brent Robley has that for $325. It's signed by Tony Iommi. Double authentication. And Metal Church is now at 77. Metal Church is now at 77. The first new claim in between all that was Jason Widener on Play for Playboys. Jeannie Pinnell on the Bobby Teens. Jeannie Pinnell on the Bobby Teens. And Jason Franz on Beach House. Those are all sold. New bids on Metal Church, 77, now 78, 96 on Anthrax. And the Rockin' Roosters, Bop with the Roosters, this is $14.99. The Rockin' Roosters, $14.99. And this has some nudity on it. This is got there's a lot of sticky notes on this one. An 89 alternate garage indie site comp. That sounds pretty cool. An alternate rock garage, indie, and site comp. That covers everything. $16.99. For Fab Records presents the Bizarre Beauties. That's what it's actually called. The Bizarre Beauties. $16.99 on that. Also, attention, The Pretty Things, a 76 comp, $19.99. Brent, I've gave it as much time as I possibly could. This is sold to you. $325. Signed, Tony Iommi, Black Sabbath. Really cool, double authentication. Already a tough album to find. Signed by Tony Iommi. Iron Man, Paranoid. This is sold. Incredible. $325. Thank you, Brent. Going to put that away. And thank you, Brent. Awesome. Let's get another Marquee autograph. But first, we're going to say Metal Church is at 96. Gearhart, you've been outbid on Anthrax. Let me find that name and bid again. Jim Gearhart, you're out on Anthrax. He says he's done bidding. Thank you for letting me know. Tony Riddle has that for 96. That may be the winning bid then. Metal Church is still getting bids. Danny Thomason is at 80. We have Cubas, Barracudas. This is an 86 US or an 86 reissue, a Psych original released in 69. There is some moisture damage. So this is a Psych album that was originally released in 69. This is $29.99. Metal Church still getting bids, but we are about to sell Anthrax. Okay, let's see what we got here in our autographs. Let's pull out this Motley Crue. The big Motley Crue record's going to be going up soon. Man, we still got Skid Row, Metallica. Let me read you some of the stuff that's in the back of the bin. In the back, Motley Crue, Quiet Riot, Kubla Khan, Skid Row, Ozzy, Metallica, Queensryche, Slayer, Anthrax, Nuclear Assault, Celtic Frost, and Original Corn, Snow White, Poison, Motorhead. And which autograph? It's between these two here. I'm a Beatles fan, so let's do this one. Let's do this one. So first we got. Plus we can't sell Motley Crue because there's a Metal Church up. Those both are MC. Metal Church 81, 82, 85, 83, and we have MC 90. Anthrax. We're done on Anthrax. Anthrax is sold to. Let me find that. Sorry, there's a lot of comments tonight. Tony Riddle, $96. Tony Riddle, $96. That's sold to Tony Riddle. Thank you. Which Nuclear Assault? I'll have to go read it. I would say the one with the nuclear reactor on the cover, but I think there's all nuclear reactor cooling towers on the covers. We got lots of Slayer, Queensryche REM. I have not looked at it. I will, though. Let's go ahead and tag that. Here's another, like I said, we probably had like 10 kind of marquee autographs tonight. Metal Church is still getting bids. I got Danny at 95. 1991. To my knowledge, I know that album's not in print. I don't know if it's ever seen a reissue, but I know for sure we have not seen many copies of that at all. And I know it's, not saying it's never been reissued, but I know for sure it's not in print. Check this out. At one time from Dale's Pittsburgh collection, we had a signed revolver signed by Vlars Volman, the guy who designed the album cover for Revolver. His name, I'm mixing up some letters there. This is signed by Peter Blake. Very cool, especially if you're a Beatles fan, kind of like the Patty Boyd. Kind of a unique item here, because as you know, any signed Beatles album is thousands of dollars. So there's some cool stuff like this to collect on the side too. The actual record is a 67 mono. That's pretty cool. The actual record is an OG 1967 MAS 2653, which is a mono pressing. It's in VG minus condition. This is about how most mono Sgt. Peppers look. They're VG minus. It has the insert. It has the original inner sleeve. It is signed by Peter Blake. Peter Blake was the brain, the designer behind this iconic cover. Peter Blake. He signed it. He's the cover design artist. It's been double authenticated. It's been authenticated by JSA and it's been authenticated by Beckett. JSA and Beckett, double authentication, signed by Peter Blake, authenticated by JSA and PSA, $225. $225 starting bid to get that one going. $225, signed by Peter Blake, the designer of the Sgt. Pepper's album cover. That's pretty cool. Let's go ahead and put up that Nuclear Assault because I had a Motley Crue, but the thing about that is we already have Metal Church, and that would be quite confusing. So let's run Nuclear Assault. This one's called Survive. This one's called Survive. This is an 88 US pressing. This is a 1988 US pressing with the company inner sleeve. It's in VG condition, and it is a $35 start. So this is an 88 IRS label, 88 US pressing. It does have the insert. It has the Nuclear Assault insert. It also has the company sleeve, and this is going to go up for a $35 start. Survive, $35 start, Nuclear Assault, $35 start on that. Now, let's go back up to the top here, and we have Metal Church. Are we done? I had Tom Sullivan at $100. Tom Sullivan at $100. Who was the other bidder? Tom Sullivan, 90, Danny Thomason, do you want back in for more than 100? Sgt. Pepper's has a bid for 250, and Nuclear Assault has a bid for 35. Let's keep going through this bin. We have the Meters, Wrecking Crew. The Meters is an 83 UK Psychobilly, $26.99 for the Meters, Wrecking Crew. Also, we have, what is this? The Locust, $14.99. The Locust is a 2000 pressing on orange vinyl, $14.99 on that. $14.99, and we have, there's some stuff here I can't make out. Another Chastity Belt. Chastity Belt is a 2019 pressing on green vinyl, $24.99. They're still bidding on Metal Church. We got bids for 105 and 108. Nuclear Assault has bids for 40, 45. Mike Massey wants Chastity Belt. And there's one bid on the Sgt. Pepper's, $250 with Pete Weisgarber. Pete, you've got the high bid signed by Peter Blake, the designer of the album cover, Sgt. Pepper's. Final call, $250. And we have Osht Obla, a lo-fi indie 97 US pressing, $9.99 on that. And Los Mockers, Make Up Your Mind. Los Mockers is a 60s band from Uruguay. That's a Beat Garage album, $19.99 for Los Mockers. And Shadow on a Shadowy Planet, Sport Fishing, a 93 Canadian Surf Garage. There is some spine damage, EX $27.99. Don't forget, later tonight, we got part 2 of that incredible batch of posters I'm going through. I'll go ahead and drop a hint. There will be an Indiana Jones poster going up for auction tonight. An OG one-sheet Indiana Jones poster going up for auction tonight at the conclusion of tonight's record sale. A real deal one. You don't want to miss that. That's going to be later tonight. Nuclear Assault's at 48. Nuclear Assault 50. Metal Church 110. Metal Church 116. Metal Church 52. Jeannie Pinnell on Lost Mockers. That's sold to Jeannie Pinnell. And we have the Electric Banana. Is that what that says? The Electric Banana blows your mind. A 97 UK limited edition to 1000. Secretly the Pretty Things. It's actually the Pretty Things. VG Plus condition. $59.99. Sgt. Pepper's is sold. Pete Weisgarber, thank you. One of our other marquee autographs tonight, that is sold for $250 to Pete Weisgarber. Thank you, Pete. Double authenticated there. It's also a 67 mono copy. That's the first OG US pressing. Nuclear Assault is now a final call to Jason Jones for $52. Jason Jones is at $52. Metal Church is at $116 with Tom Sullivan. And Danny Thomason set out. Tom has it for $116. Final call. One more record, then we have another auction. The Charms, Stabbing in the Dark. The Charms is an 88 US pressing, EX condition, $9.99. Let's probably do our, probably one of the last big, like, this is a big one. Probably will be Air Horn if we have the right collectors on. This is a fully signed Public Enemy LP. This is fully signed. This is a 1999 US pressing on green vinyl. It's a 12-inch single, essentially. It's the vinyl, if that matters to you, is in VG Plus condition. It's signed by Chuck D, Flavor Flav, Professor Griff, and Terminator X. Fully signed. It is Do You Want to Go Our Way? 4 signatures, full letter of authenticity. It's authenticated with a full letter by JSA. It's on green vinyl. It's in VG Plus condition. That is a $475 start. All 4 fully signed Public Enemy. Chuck D, Flavor Flav, Professor Griff, and Terminator X. Public Enemy, fully signed. Do You Want to Go Our Way? Single. $475 start. 400 fully signed. All 4 signatures. Full letter of authenticity from JSA. $475. That's now up for bid. All right. I think we're done on Metal Church, but we're not done on Nuclear Assault. We have new bids for 58 and 55, 60 and 60 and 66. Banana price. The Electric Banana Neil was $59.99. VG Plus condition. We also have Black Stocking Rock, the Bobcats. That's VG Plus $17.99. And Andy Robinson, Patterns of Reality. Andy Robinson is a 68 U.S. folk rock album. There is some seam splitting on the jacket. VG $12.99. Metal Church is sold to Tom Sullivan. Tom Sullivan, that is sold to you for $116. Let's go ahead and sell that and do a thank you to Tom Sullivan. Let's also go ahead and put up Motley Crue. We got a pretty, well, I hadn't really looked at it, but I'm pretty sure it's well, we're about to find out together, okay? We'll find out together. Nuclear Assault's now at 73 with Tom Sullivan. Final call to get a bid in on the Public Enemy for $475. Fully signed, $475. We've sold one MC, which is Metal Church. Here's another one. Yeah, that's what I thought. This is the original. This is Motley Crue. It's an original, 1991. This is OG. Don't see this very often. A Decade of Decadence. This was never released in the United States. This is a 91 Euro pressing. 91 Euro pressing. It has both original inner sleeves and the poster. Both discs are in VG condition. It is a played record. It's in VG condition. There's the poster. Both inner sleeves. $55 start. $55 start. A 91 Euro VG condition. $55 start. An incredible piece. Motley Crue, Decade of Decadence. That's now up for bid. $55 start on that. Nuclear Assault is an 88 US pressing. Nuclear Assault Survive. It has the company inner sleeve and the insert. It's in VG condition. And the high bid is 75 of Jason Jones. Motley Crue is at 100. Two People's at 100. All right. We have Let Me Sing a Blue Song, Hank Williams. There is cover damage on the back, but that is an older Hank Williams LP, VG Plus condition, $9.99 on Hank Williams, VG Plus $9.99. Sparky Grindstead, Worn Out. That is EX $27.99. Paul says that's a rare 78 singer-songwriter, and it does have an insert with it, or inserts, EX $27.99. And Porcelain Bus, Talking to God. Porcelain Bus is an 88 Australian alternate rock album, VG Plus $9.99. And Midnight Rock, Dave Taylor. Midnight Rock is VG Plus $14.99. And 83 UK import Rockabilly Swing album, VG Plus $14.99. All right, I'm going to go ahead and make this a buy it now. If anybody wants the signed Public Enemy, it's $475. $475 if anybody wants that. It is a fully signed Public Enemy, JSA authenticated, full letter. And if anybody wants it, it's $475. Fully signed by Public Enemy. All 4 members. Chuck D, Flavor Flav, Professor Griff, and Terminator X. And it looks really good when you have the label, the way I took the picture of it today, this morning. When you put the label in there the right way, it's very frameable. It would look very, very cool. That's up for grabs. $475 if anybody wants it. Public Enemy. I'm going to put that right over here. Nuclear Assault. Nuclear Assault is at 75 of Jason Jones. Tom Sullivan set out. So that's a final call for 75 to Jason Jones. And Motley Crue is at 130 with Bobby Hopkins. 130 with Bobby Hopkins on Motley Crue. Final call on Motley Crue, 130. We're about to sell a couple auctions. We have here Ride Going Blank again. A 92 UK with insert. Great shoegaze, Paul says. EX 89.99. Also, Fab Records presents a fabulous compilation. Another compilation. This is a 60s garage comp. EX 16.99. We have Strictly Business Face to Face. EX condition 17.99. And Buddy Moss, Red River Blues. Buddy Moss is in VG Plus condition, $19.99. Let's grab some more autographs. Let's do one more, or let's put up another one. We got a lot more, and I'm going to go ahead and grab one of our next metal auctions. I think there's at least one person waiting on one of these Slayer albums. And we got Queensryche. We got to put up a Slayer at some point. It feels like it's been a while since we've had Slayer up, because Slayer is always desirable. But first thing here is Motley Crue got new bids, 135. Douglas Sirocco wants the Buddy Moss. Fred Carnell wants the comp. Motley Crue, 135. And Nuclear Assault is sold to, let me get that buyer one more time. Nuclear Assault is sold to Jason Jones for $75. Jason Jones, you get that for $75. That is sold to Jason Jones. Nuclear Assault, survive. All right, let me go ahead and put that away. Thank you. Let's get some more stuff here. Let's get some new stuff here up for auction. Motley Crue, Decade of Decadence is now up for bid. We have 2 people tied. 3 people are tied at $135, so I know we're not done on that one. Melissa Bailey has it for $135. She's the first person. She's the first person at $135. Our next autograph is signed by Brian Ferry. This is Roxy Music, signed by Brian Ferry. The actual jacket is a half-speed master. It is signed by Brian Ferry of Roxy Music. It is JSA authenticated. It's a $125 start. So the actual LP is a very nice half-speed master. JSA sticker, thick Stoughton jacket, very nice signature. Not personalized, obviously. Roxy Music, signed by Brian Ferry, $125 start. $125 start on the sign, Brian Ferry. JSA authenticated. There it is. Now we have Slayer, Show No Mercy. Slayer is an 87 U.S. reissue. It is an 87 pressing, technically a reissue from 87. It does have the lyric insert. It's in VG condition, $35 start. VG condition, $35 start. That's an 87 U.S. reissue. It has the lyric insert. We already have a bid of 55 with Chase Brackney. So Chase Brackney's in at 55. Motley Crue is at 140 with Jake Productions. Slayer's at 55. Brian Ferry, we're looking for a $125 start on Brian Ferry. All right, let's bring over new band. I'm not going to recap those right now. A lot of deep cuts in there. Let's go ahead and bring over some new check condition stuff that I definitely know y'all are going to want to see. Later tonight, we will do a big recap of any vintage LP that did not sell. But first, let's go ahead and just bring over new stuff. I want to keep showing new stuff because there is going to be a lot of time tonight spent on auctions. So we won't get to go through as many bins, but we're going to try our best to knock out a bunch of them. So Slayer's getting bids. Motley Crue has new bids. And that's a final call on Brian Ferry. I'm going to move through them. If they don't get a bid right off the bat, we're going to move through them. But if you want to lock in a bid on Brian Ferry, $125. Very cool. Signed, Roxy Music, $125. Can I get Ride from the previous crate? Oh, I thought you were requesting Ride the Lightning. You want Ride from the previous bin, okay? You want, let me find that for you. Ride, this right here. You want this one right here. Travis Way, that's so do you. I thought you was wanting Ride the Lightning. All right, Brian Ferry has a bid, $126. Final call of James Bragg. Motley Crue is now at $150 with Melissa Bailey. Melissa Bailey has it for $150. Final call. Slayer, we got 2 people tied at $70. Chase Brackney and William Warner. That's where we're at. All right, Roxy Music has a new bid, $130. New vintage check condition stuff. So everything in here is check condition, new vintage check condition, new vintage check condition. And we have UFO Phenomenon. UFO is an EX condition, $29.99. UFO Phenomenon, EX condition, $29.99. Canned Heat, original Canned Heat, VG Plus, $12.99. That's a springboard compilation. And the Firm's in VG condition, $12.99. Jimmy Page, Paul Rogers, original inner sleeve, VG, $12.99. James Bragg, you're out on Brian Ferry. Let me know if you want back in. Mark Fallon has bid $130. And Slayer, the first person to 70 was Chase Brackney. So William Warner, let me know if you want to bid again. Chase Brackney was first. Matt Shepard first on Canned Heat. John Franz first on the Firm. Freddie Milford on UFO. Jason Jones next on the Firm. And James Bragg wants UFO and Public Enemy. Wow, that was a big combo there. You were second to UFO, but I just want to confirm you do want the signed Public Enemy album for $475. Is that correct, James? You want to do this as a buy it now for $475? If so, thank you. I'll just confirm that to be positive. Let's also go ahead and sell Motley Crue then. Melissa, that's so do you. Melissa Bailey gets the Motley Crue for $150. I think the other bidder, which was Jake ASS Production. No, what's that say? Yeah, it says Jake. I don't say that name fully. We'll call him Jake Productions. Jake, I said out. Thank you for letting me know. Melissa was the other bidder. Nobody else bid. That's sold to Melissa for $150. Nice Motley Crue there. I just want to go ahead and let some people know, not all these albums, but some of this collection from Kansas City, he had duplicates. So when I was pulling these out last night, I was trying to find some Marquee metal records. I found this, and I was like, well, I'll just pull one out, and then we have another one to sell later. Roxy Music has a new bid. Brian Ferry signed, $132, and Slayer has new bids. William did bid 72. Chase is back in at 73. James Bragg, thank you, $475. Signed Public Enemy. That's sold to James Bragg for $475. Fully signed Public Enemy there. Thank you, James Bragg. That's sold to you for $475. That one is sold. Let me put a sticky on the front of it. I'm making sure they set aside these more pricier ones for sure. We keep them in a separate place. That's sold to James Bragg for $475. All right, next is everything in here is sold so far. Rod Stewart and the Faces. Rod Stewart's in VG Plus condition, $12.99. And Ravi Shankar live at the Monterey Pop Festival, VG Plus, $12.99. Still bidding on Slayer. Let's go ahead and pull up another auction. Let's do something else from the metal bin. Not many people's asked about this, but I'm putting it up. I know we got somebody waiting for it. Judas Priest, Painkiller. Judas Priest is an original, 1990 U.S. pressing with the original inner sleeve, $95 start. Beautiful vinyl, EX, probably EX Plus. It has the original inner sleeve. This is Painkiller by Judas Priest, 1990. Not an easier one to get because of the year, 1990. Priest, Judas Priest, $95 start. Slayer still getting bids. Brian Ferry's at $135. And Colwell Winfield Blues Band, Cold Wind Blues, VG condition, $14.99. That's a white label promo, actually. Has a promo sticker, VG jacket, VG vinyl, white label promo. James Bragg's out on Roxy Music. That's the signed JSA authenticated Brian Ferry LP. Mark Fallon has that for $135. Final call now. Judas Priest is at $100. Slayer's at $80. Chase Brackney, you're out. Michael Peveler first to the April Wine. Edwin Riviera second. Patty Sweet first on RS. That was for, well, I'm assuming for Rod Stewart. Patty, you may be wanting Ravi Shankar, but there's two RSs in there, so let me know specifically. Hank Williams Jr. and Lois Johnson. VG Plus $17.99. Colwell Winfield Blues Band sold to Kenny Heathcock. We have a new bid on Slayer for $81. Patty does want Rod. That is sold to Patty Sweet. I'm going to go grab a bottle of water. I can't explain how bad I need to take a drink of a liquid right now. But when I come back, I'm selling the Brian Ferry to Mark Fallon unless there's a new bid on my screen. I've already had a V8. I've had a Monster. Late last night, I was starting to lose concentration because I usually drink at least some kind of energy. But I'm going to take a drink of water right quick. Yeah, I got to hydrate. Okay. Mark Fallon, that's sold to you for $135. Mark Fallon, that's sold to you for $135. Very nice. Thank you, Mark Fallon. Let's put that away. Mark Fallon, that's sold to you. Now, like I said, tonight we had the advertised autographs. After we get through the advertised stuff, the rest of the night is going to be nothing but surprises. But we also have a lot of metal stuff. But probably we will definitely, at this pace, we'll get through tonight's autographed that were advertised, and then we'll have some more. But this is sold to Mark Fallon. Thank you, Mark. And that is, one more time, $135. Okay, now, Slayer. Slayer, 81 with Chase Brackney, 83 with William Warner, 83 with William Warner. Jim Sedal wants Ravi Shankar. Judas Priest, 110. Slayer, 85. Judas Priest, 111. And Judas Priest, 118. Is Judas Priest the Carlton press? Let's see if I still got the sticky with it. I don't know if that actually... I think I've already put away the sticky. I might can tell you from just looking eyeballing the dead wax. It has an A in parentheses. I think that should be Carrollton. It has an A in parentheses and a G1. It also has VA Eldo. VA Eldo. VALDO is what I'm trying to say. All right, so they're still bidding on Slayer. They're still bidding on Judas Priest. Let me see if I can find my sticky note here. 80, 90, I can't remember what I said. 91. I've done something with this. Here we go. Well, I just have it as an original 1990. I don't have the pressing plant confirmed. Okay, so, yeah, I still got several autographs in here. Let's go ahead and put this thing up. I think this is pretty sweet myself. I kept one from the last collection. Let me go ahead and get our next autograph, and then I'm going to be pulling. Y'all remind me some of the metal stuff you're waiting on. Remind me of some of the metal stuff. I'll go ahead and be moving it closer to the front. I'll read what's in the top. I'll read what's in the bins in just a second, but remind me maybe what you're looking for. So here's our next autograph. Queen's Rocks on deck. Queen's Rocks on deck. Here's our next autograph. This is signed by, yes, James Taylor. James Taylor. This is the actual record is an original, a 77 Pittman press with the original on her sleeve. It is signed by James Taylor. It is JSA authenticated. James Taylor. Beautiful signature. So let's show the actual album. It's a 77 original album. It's a JT by James Taylor. There's the inner sleeve. The vinyl's EX, if any of that matters to you. Then, of course, this beautiful jacket here. It's signed by James Taylor. Beautiful signature, blue Sharpie, JSA authenticated. There's the sticker. There's the card. James Taylor, $125 start. JT, $125 start on James Taylor. That's now for bid. Let's put that there, and then there's that. There it is. JT's 125. Okay. The last bid on Slayer was Chase Brackney at 85. William Warner, you had been outbid. 85 of Chase Brackney on Slayer. Judas Priest was at 118, 120, 127, 130, 138. We have a request for Poison, a request for Queen's Rock, Ozzy and Anthrax, Junkyard, Trout Mask Replica, Evil Dead, Queen's Rock, Judas Priest 139, Judas Priest 140, and Judas Priest 141. Slayer and... give me 1 second. I got to write something down while I'm thinking about it. Sometimes random things pop into my mind. I'm multitasking here. Okay. They're still bidding on Slayer. James Taylor's at 125. Continuing, let's go through some more check condition stuff. Blood Rock 3, VG condition, $9.99. Blood Rock 3, VG $9.99. Bob Dylan Desire. Bob Dylan's in VG condition, $12.99. Original on her sleeve for Dylan. Bob Dylan Desire. Also, Focus, Kenny Rogers in the first edition, VG Plus condition, $14.99. Excuse me, not Focus, Fools. That's a soundtrack. Original motion picture soundtrack from Fools. Kenny Rogers in the first edition, VG Plus, $14.99. William Warner, you're back out on Slayer, $88. Samantha Joe has Judas Priest at $141. James Taylor's at $125. Final call. Bob Dylan, John Wesley Harding, VG Plus condition, $24.99 on Bob Dylan, John Wesley Harding, VG Plus $24.99, and 2001, A Space Odyssey, VG condition, $9.99 for 2001, A Space Odyssey. Cocktail soundtrack, VG condition, $9.99 for the Cocktail soundtrack. That's VG $9.99. And Steely Dan, Can't Buy a Thrill on the first OG label, VG condition, $19.99, Can't Buy a Thrill. William Warner wants the Kubrick, the 2001 Space Odyssey. That is sold to William Warner. Judas Priest is at 143. Final call on Slayer. William Warner, let me know if you want back in. You're out. Slayer is at 88 with Chase Brackney. Final call on James Taylor, just 125 on JT. Feel like that's a really good price. Jeff Church has it for 125. We're about to sell James Taylor. Wow, Jason Franz gets Cocktail. That's sold to Jason Franz. Judas Priest still getting bids. 144 with Samantha Joe. And Marquee Soul, First International Puerto Rico Pop Festival. VG Condition, 2LP. That has the Allman Brothers Band. Jonathan Edwards, Emerson, Lake and Palmer. Herbie Mann, VG Condition, $14.99. Jerry Johnston on Steely Dan. Larry Larson, your second. New bid on Slayer for 91. New bid on James Taylor for 150. Judas Priest is still at 144. That means William Warner, you're out on Judas Priest. That also means there's a couple other people out on Judas Priest. Jason Franz wants Marquee Soul. New bid on James Taylor for 150 with Mark Fallon. We have Gary Wright, The Right Place. VG Condition, $9.99. Gary Wright, The Right Place. I Really Want to Know You. Fantastic song. VG, $9.99. James Taylor's at 160. Slayer's at 92. And no one's bid on Judas Priest in a while. Final call to Samantha Joe for 144. Never mind, William Warner's at 150. Lauren Green, The Man. Lauren Green is in VG Condition, $14.99. And Bruce Springsteen, Born in the United States of America. VG Condition, $9.99. Bruce Springsteen, Born in the USA. And Santana, Abraxas. Abraxas does have the poster. The poster's in here. The vinyl's VG, $19.99. VG, $19.99 on that. We have Matt Shepard on Bruce Springsteen. Dawn Nicole, you were second. My mic died. I'm back live now. I'm going to go ahead and mute it though, because I am out of oxygen and I'm out of fluids. All right, folks. What an incredible night. Let's keep rolling. We have, I said Judas Priest was at 151. James Taylor was at 180. Matt Shepard got Bruce Springsteen. Don was second. Pam Murray third. Aaron Civic fourth. Then my mic died. And then we had a new bid on James Taylor for 200. And then Jerry Johnson gets the Santana. That had the poster with it. That's so to Jerry Johnson. Was Bob Dylan, John Wesley Harding, mono or stereo? Pete Maselli. This is a stereo press. It is a 70 stereo press. VG Plus $24.99. James Taylor's at $225. And Elton John, Tumbleweed Connection, VG Condition, $14.99. Gatefold with the lyric book, and it's on the original Uni label. James Taylor has a new bid, $225. Judas Priest has a new bid, $155. And Slayer, the last bid I said on Slayer was Chase Brackney at 92. William Warner, you're out on Slayer. We have Patsy Cline Showcase. This is an MCA pressing. VG Plus Condition, $14.99 on that. Leslie Holt wants the Elton John. That's sold to Leslie Holt. We have John Mayall Looking Back. VG Condition, $9.99. Jeff Church hit on James Taylor at $250. Slayer's at $95. Champion Jack Dupree with Brownie McGee, Lowdown Blues. VG Condition, $29.99. A 1961 pressing, VG $29.99. And what's that say? General Kane? Is that what that says? General Kane, yeah. General Kane, Let Me In. General Kane, Let Me In. VG Condition, $19.99. That's a 1978 funk album and a VG cover as well. All right, James Taylor, $250. Slayer, $95. We've already sold Roger Waters. It sold for $600. James Taylor, $275. Slayer, $97. Judas Priest, $155. $156 on Judas Priest. Patrick Smith wants Gary Wright. That is sold to Patrick Smith. We have Roy Buchanan, You're Not Alone. Roy Buchanan's in VG Plus Condition, $14.99. VG Plus, $14.99. And Elvis, Kissin' Cousins. Elvis is a 64 German pressing. Wow, from Germany. The cover's very vibrant too. Look at that photograph. VG Plus, $24.99. Also, look at his hair. I wish my hair looked like that. $24.99. We have Judas Priest at 158. Don Nicole wants Elvis. James Taylor is at 280. Burt Jordan was second. Anthony Boggs first, though, and Roy Buchanan. Are we done on Slayer? Chase Brackney, do you want back in? The last bid was William Warner on Slayer. Never mind. Chase bid 97. Yep. William Warner, you're out. James Taylor's at 300. We have Paul McCartney, Chopa BCCP, VG Condition, $9.99. Judas Priest is at 159. And the Nitty Gritty Dirt Band, that's an early one. VG Plus Condition, $24.99. That's when they were on the Liberty label. VG Plus, $24.99, Nitty Gritty Dirt Band. And the Left Bank, a classic, Walk Away Renee. VG Condition, $24.99. Matt Shepard wants Nitty Gritty. Judas Priest is at 159. We got William Warner, you're about on both auctions. And Jeff Church, you're out on James Taylor. Mark Fallon has it for $300. Beautiful jacket, beautiful signature. Judas Priest, William Warner's back in at 160. Jerry Conklin wants PM for Paul McCartney. That's so to Jerry Conklin. And Toto 4. Toto's in VG Condition, $16.99. Toto 4, VG Condition, that is $12.99 on Toto 4. Van Halen, their debut, VG Plus Condition, the first label, $39.99. Original and sleeve, VG Plus, $39.99. Pam, you were second on Paul McCartney. Chase Brackney first on Toto. William Warner, do you want back in on Slayer? The high bid on Slayer is $97. Final call unless you want back in. Judas Priest has a new bid for $160. Samantha Joe, you're out. Jeff Church, let me know if you want back in on James Taylor. Mark Fallon has it for $300. Jeff Church just bid $310. It's Left Bank OG. Left Bank is the OG pressing. Yes, James Taylor's at $310. And Ray Charles, Ingredients in a Recipe for Soul, VG Plus $14.99. VG Plus $14.99. William Warner says, I've already bid $100 on Slayer. I don't see that on my screen. I don't think you did send that. Chase Brackney bid 97, and that's the high bid. There is no 100 on Slayer. You might want to send that again. Bobby Hopkins, you were second on Toto. James Taylor's at 325. And Traffic on the road. Traffic's in VG Plus Condition, $14.99. VG Plus Condition, $14.99. Bobby Hopkins does want the Van Halen, though. Jeff Church, you're back out on James Taylor. And Samantha Joe, do you want to bid again on Judas Priest? William Warner has it for $160. William Warner has it for $160. There's not much left in this bin. Let's very quickly recap it. It's only $9.19. We literally still have a full crate. Yeah, pretty much, because I just added this other stuff to it. I just added a Sticky Fingers, a Heaven and Hell, a Crush Groove, a Van Halen with the poster, Women and Children First, a Kiss Alive, a Great White. I just added some more stuff to our auction bin. It's pretty much still like full, but we're taking chunks out of it. Slayer is at 100. Slayer's at 101. We got a battle going for this thing, and we're waiting for Samantha Joe, and we're waiting for Jeff Church on the other two auctions. Here's what's left in here. Lottie Golden, Motorcycle. Lottie Golden is in VG Plus Condition, $14.99. That's a 1969 promo. VG Plus Condition, $14.99. White Label promo from Atlantic. We also have Hank Williams Jr. and Lois Johnson. That's in VG Plus Condition, $17.99. Slayer's at 105. Judas Priest is at 161. So, still bidding on Slayer and Judas Priest. Blood Rock 3, VG $9.99. I'm going to have to get 4 auctions going. Wow, this is incredible. James Taylor's at 400. Bob Dylan Desire, VG Condition, $12.99 on Bob Dylan Desire. And Fools, that's the original motion picture soundtrack, VG Plus Condition, $14.99 on Fools. Kenny Rogers in the first edition. And Lauren Green, The Man, VG Condition, $14.99 on Lauren Green, The Man. I'm going to have to. We may be bidding on these another 20 minutes. We have Queensryche, a 1982 US BMI pressing, an 82 US BMI pressing, VG Plus. Wow, don't see that very often. $35 start. $35 start on Queensryche. That's an 82. I don't even know where to lay it. I'll have to put it right here. This is an 82 US BMI pressing, VG Plus Condition. There is a little bit of a notch in the cover there. $35 start on that. Queensryche, a $35 start. Solid VG Plus, 82 US BMI pressing. Don't see that label very often. $35 start. Bob Dylan, John Wesley Harding, VG Plus $24.99. Patsy Cline Showcase, VG Plus $14.99. John Mayall, Looking Back, VG $9.99. John Mayall. We actually have this album in the back. signed by Ansley Dunbar, John Mayall, and Eric Clapton. We still have that if anybody's interested. Signed by all three. Champion Jack Dupree is VG condition, $29.99. And General Kane, I keep on wanting to say Gerald. General Kane, VG, $19.99. Jeff Church, do you want back in on James Taylor? Mark Fallon has it for $400. Samantha is out on Judas Priest. That's at $165. William, you got outbid a while back on Slayer for $106. I'm waiting for you to bid again or say out. Queensryche has opening bids for $35 and $35. Murphy Stillman wants General Kane. That's sold to Murphy Stillman. Next is the left bank, Walkaway Renee, VG $24.99. New bid on James Taylor for $425. Ray Charles, Ingredients for a Recipe of Soul, VG Plus $14.99. And Traffic on the road. Traffic is in VG Plus condition, $14.99. Traffic on the road. All right, Queensryche getting bids. We are done on Judas Priest, though. It's sold to William Warner for $165. William still bidding on Slayer. He's at $110. Chase Brackney, you're back out. Mark Fallon, you're out on James Taylor. It's at $425 with Jeff Church. Jeff Church has that. Slayer is at $110. Queensryche is at $36. Bill Stewart wants Traffic. Queensryche's at $40. Queensryche's at $40. Slayer's at $111. Traffic is sold to Bill Stewart. If anybody else wants anything in that bin, just let me know. We have a whole nother bin. We haven't been through any EX Plus Near Mint Minus stuff. John has 2 full packed bins of new arrivals, like nice stuff, vintage, LPs. We're going to go through them right now. Let's see what we have in here. Everything in here is EX Plus or better. EX Plus or better here. Slayer's still getting bids. Mark Fallon's going to let us know if he wants to bid again on James Taylor. The high bid's $425. The John Mayall price, looking back, John Mayall is in VG condition, $9.99, Jared. It's a gatefold. It is on the Blue London label, VG $9.99. About a VG jacket as well. Okay. All right. Mark Fallon says he's out. Jeff Church, looks like James Taylor's going to you. Final call to Jeff Church for $425. John Mayall is sold to Jared Inc. Mark Fallon, thank you as always. We still got lots of autographs to do, plus some surprises. Slayer's at $115 with Chase Brackney. William Warner, you're back out. And Queensryche is now at $46 with Jules Silv. Wow, I'm going to go ahead and put up a new empty crate since we're starting a new crate. We have really filled that one up. We're going to go through this crate of vintage. Then we're probably going to go through a crate of new vinyl from last night. We had 15 crates last night we went through of new stuff. 11 of them was new vinyl. And we had a few new puzzles come in for tonight. I meant to show those earlier when I think some of the new puzzle buyers were watching, but we may get to them later. If not, we'll have new stuff for tomorrow as well. All right, Queensryche, $47.50. Slayer, $118. Slayer out with Chase Brackney. William Warner has that for $118. Let's go ahead and sell the James Taylor. It's officially sold then for $425 with Jeff Church. We've had a couple auctions tonight, almost air horn. We've already had 2 air horns tonight, and we've had a couple. We've had 2 auctions combined now within $100 total price, within $100 of being within an air horn. So that's so to Jeff. Thank you, Jeff. Very awesome. I've only ever had a couple signed James Taylors, and one of them was personalized. That's pretty incredible. Nice, solid signature. That is sold to you. Let's go ahead and put up Slayer. Slayer's at $120 with Chase Brackney. $120 with Chase Brackney. Hold on a minute. Chase, did you say out? If you say out, you can't bid again. If you've already said out, I can't take your bid. You said Slayer out. William has it for $118. You can't bid again after you say out. Queensryche is at $55 with Melissa Bailey. We have Some Kind of Animal. This is on green vinyl from 2017. That's a folk album, $19.99. Is this sealed? It is. Get Hip Folk Series, limited edition, 150 copies on mint green vinyl. That is sealed for $19.99. After you say out, you can't bid again. We've kind of had that in place since last fall, because that means somebody might get off and then you outbid them and then they don't realize they've lost the auction. That's called the Mark Fallon effect. Mark Fallon will tell you all about that. The Magic of Spellbinders. The Magic of Spellbinders is a 66 soul album. The Magic of the Spellbinders, $49.99. Wow, I've never seen that before. It's a Columbia 2i stereo, $49.99. Here's what happened to Mark Fallon last fall. He bid on a Steely Dan 45 for like an hour. And then I said, the other person said out. I went to get a bottle of water. I took a drink of water. I was talking about the record. Mark Fallon thought he won the auction. He already said goodnight. And then that person bumped him for $1. Mark Fallon was already off. And then he got his invoice and said, hey, my Steely Dan record's missing. And we was like, nope, you lost the auction. And he didn't realize he even lost it, or he probably would have kept bidding. So we kind of say once you say out, that's the retirement of that. But hope you understand. Okay. Now, that's a great announcement. Now that everybody knows that. Okay. Let's see here. Queen's Rock. This is the real deal. This is the 1986, the 1982. This is the 206. This is our Queen's Rock fans watching. This is big. Queen's Rock, 82 US BMI. Never see that label. Their debut LP, Jules has it for 62. Slayer is then officially sold to William Warner. William Warner gets that for $118. William Warner gets that for $118. Sorry about that, Chase, but now you know. We have more Slayer albums. William Warner gets that for $118. Here's our next autograph. A local, Mr. Charlie Daniels. A signed copy of Midnight Wind, the Charlie Daniels Band. This is the record itself is a 1977 U.S. Terre Haute. It has the original inner sleeve. It is signed by Charlie Daniels. That is the original label for this album. It is JSA authenticated, and we're going to put that up for a $75 start, signed by Charlie Daniels. There's the JSA authentication, signed by the man himself. CD, Charlie Daniels, signed, JSA authenticated, $75 start. There's Queen's Rock. There's the signed Charlie Daniels. And let's also go ahead and put up Twisted Sister, Under the Blade. I know how much of a demand there is for Twisted Sister. This is a 1982 Benelux pressing. 82 Benelux. It's an import. The vinyl is EX. Has the original inner sleeve. $35 start. $35 start on Twisted Sister. In shrink wrap, Under the Blade. $75 start to get Charlie Daniels rolling. Queen's Rock is now at $70. We're in new vintage stuff here. New vintage stuff. New vintage stuff. No check condition notes. Everything in here is EX Plus or better. We have Wendy Waldman, Strange Company, $12.99. This is a radio broadcast. This is an original radio broadcast. Garland Jeffries and Lou Reed from May 4th to May 20th of 1978. This is from Rock Around the World. That is $29.99. That's Garland Jeffries and Lou Reed, $29.99. Twisted Sister, right off the bat, a ton of bids. Charlie Daniels has a bid for $75, and Queen's Rock is at $71. Shades, Shades, Shades. That's by the Ace of Shades, an 81 UK. That's a rock and roll album, $12.99. And Frank Marino and Mahogany Rush, World Anthem, $19.99. Mahogany Rush, World Anthem, $19.99 on that. And the Glicky Boys, Uh-Oh, No Brakes, an 85 Garage album, $24.99 for the Glicky Brothers. And Like Nothing Your Ears Have Ever Heard Before. These are great comps. Volume 2, Like Your Ears Have Never Heard Before. That's a garage comp. Those are awesome. $39.99. Craig Thomas on SB. That was for the Sleeky Brothers. Is that an S? Or is that a G? That's S, isn't it? The Sleeky Boys. You're right, Craig. Thank you. Is that a claim? If so, that's so to you. Neil Reigler wants Like Nothing Before. Twisted Sister. Twisted Sister. I see Twisted Sister at $55 with David Campbell. Under the Blade, that's at $55. $55 with David Campbell. Charlie Daniels just has one bid. Final call. Josh Tanner has that for $75. Signed Charlie Daniels, $75. Final call on that. And Queen's Rock is at $75 with Trefon G. Trefon G has that for $75. That's the high bid. Yep, high bid on Queen's Rock, $75. Let's keep rolling. Cheap Trick, Heaven Tonight. A white label promo, sweet. Original inner sleeve. A white label promo, very nice vinyl. That's auction worthy. $34.99. Billy Paul, Got My Head On Straight. Also a white label promo. Billy Paul, $19.99. Got My Head On Straight. Triumph, Allied Forces. Triumph is $19.99. Allied Forces. I said Forrest because Forrest Appleton, I was already saying his name. He gets Cheap Trick. Peter Mazzolino on... Peter, you were second to Cheap Trick. And we have UFO Obsession. UFO, I thought about auctioning this. $34.99. A beautiful copy with a ghost stamp promo of Obsession. $34.99. Also, Paper Lace is $19.99. Paper lace, $19.99. First, we're selling Charlie Daniels, the Josh Tanner signed Charlie Daniels album for $75. Nice pickup there. No contest on that one. Sold to Josh Tanner for $75. JSA authenticated Charlie Daniels. That's sold to him for $75. Thank you, Josh Tanner. Let's put that away. And let's go ahead and move Twisted Sister over here. David Campbell, still the high bidder, but this time for $60. Now, Queensryche hadn't got a bid in a while. Trefon still has it for $75. We're about to sell it. And then Jason Short wants UFO. The radio broadcast, yes, this is called, it's a radio broadcast. So this would have been sent to a radio station. When you put it on, it sounds like you're listening to the radio in 1978. It has ads, it has music, it has commercials, it has everything. 1978, and this has got music featuring, they did different specialties. This one is featuring Garland Jeffries and Lou Reed. So their music is featured on this radio broadcast, $29.99. Queensryche has a new bid for $76, but I am about to sell Twisted Sister. One more record, then a new autograph. This is a rockabilly album, a 1980 UK. It's called Matchbox Midnight Dynamos, $19.99 on that. Let's put up another autograph. How about, really cool here, Rick Derringer on his classic album, All American Boy, Rick Derringer. That's the song, that's the album that has Rock and Roll Hoochie Coo on it. Very awesome signature by Rick Derringer. $55 star. His classic album, his most well-known album, signed Rick Derringer, at least by a solo artist. It is JSA authentication. It has JSA authentication. The actual record is a 73 Terre Haute. It's a U.S. Terre Haute. The vinyl's in VG, and it is signed by Rick Derringer. It is JSA authenticated. Forrest Appleton has already bid for $55. The actual vinyl is in VG condition. It has the original inner sleeve, and it is JSA authenticated. It is JSA authenticated there. Rick Derringer, $55 is the bid. All right, Twisted Sister. Nobody else bid on that. Twisted Sister is sold to David Campbell for $60. Nobody really set out, but we just kind of hit a brick wall. It is sold. David Campbell, $60. Twisted Sister is gone. Let's put that away so we can grab another metal auction. Everybody listen up. I'm going to read some titles that are in this bin. I'm going to read some titles that's still in our auction bin. If you need something prioritized because you have to go to bed, let me know and I will bump it up in the rotation. Of course, we still have a Steve Earle, an Eddie Brickell, an Alan Parsons autographed, and a Bernie Taupin. That's the 4 advertised autographs that's next in line. Here's some of the other auctions. Iron Maiden, Junkyard, LA Guns, Tiger Tails, Slayer, Black Sabbath, Captain Beefheart, Evil Dead, Motley Crue, Neon Cross, LL Cool J, Quiet Riot, Kubla Khan, Skid Row, Metallica, Kill 'Em All, Ozzy, Bark at the Moon, Metallica, Ride the Lightning, Anthrax, Persistence of Time, Celtic Frost, Korn, Follow the Leader, an OG, I believe, Snow White, Poison, and Motorhead Live. Let's move up some of those. I know for sure somebody was waiting on Junkyard. I've seen that a couple times. So let's run the Junkyard. That's some stuff that is up. That's up for grabs right now. So let me see what's going on here in the comments and see where we got on those. And I feel like I want to make sure I got all the auctions over here. Yeah. Only thing I hadn't brought over here is tonight's puzzles, but I'll do that in just a second. Okay, so I left off by saying Queensryche. That was at 76 with Jules. Trefon came right back in at 77. Rick Derringer had bids for 55 and 60, then 65 with Forrest Appleton. Carol Puckett's bid 70, Forrest Appleton 75. We got requests for Evil Dead, LL Cool J, Crew, and Maiden, Slayer and Sabbath, Anthrax, Maiden, Slayer, Crew, Poison, Bark at the Moon, Poison, LL Cool J, Sabbath, Maiden, Crew, Anthrax, Korn, Crew, and Queensryche 78. All right, so let's do Junkyard. I don't think that was even in the lineup. This is Junkyard, featuring Hollywood and Simple Man, Gold Stamp promo. Junkyard is an original 1989 U.S. pressing with the original inner sleeve. VG Plus condition, $35 start. An original 89 U.S. pressing with the original inner sleeve. It has the hop sticker that says Junkyard featuring Hollywood and Simple Man, Gold Stamp promo. The vinyl is in VG Plus condition. It does have the original inner sleeve. It is an original 89 U.S. Gold Stamp promo. That album is not in print. I know it's been reissued, but it's not available right now. Junkyard, $35.35. Rick Derringer. So the high bid on Rick Derringer is 75 with Forrest Appleton. That's a final call. And Queensryche did get a new bump. Jules is at 78. Jules is at 78, and that means the other bidder, Trefon. Let me know if you want back in, Trefon. Let me know if you want back in. All right, so that's where we're at. Junkyard, Rick Derringer has a new bid for 80. Signed Rick Derringer. All right, let's go through some more buy it nows. Here is Love is the Thing, Nat King Cole. $9.99 for Nat King Cole. $9.99. And we have the Tubes and Blondie. Another radio broadcast. This time it's the Tubes and Blondie. Rock Around the World. $29.99. The Tubes and Blondie. $29.99. Steve Hooker's Shakers. Really Gone. That's an 84 French copy, a Rockabilly album, $19.99. Price on Triumph. Did nobody buy Triumph earlier? Wow. Allied Forces, Dennis Daly. Triumph. Usually Triumph is like boom and it's gone. $19.99 on Triumph, Allied Forces. RL Mastering, $19.99. $19.99. Triumph and Grover Washington Jr., Paradise. Grover Washington Jr. is $9.99. And we have Frank Zappa. That's a different looking, an unofficial. That's a Frank Zappa bootleg, $39.99. Frank Zappa, $39.99. Did we get a new bid on Queensryche? I'm just waiting for, I'm going to make sure we are done. Queensryche was at 77 with Trefon. Jules bid 78. Trefon, if you're done, I'm going to sell it. I don't see a new bid. But first, Dennis Daly is going to let me know if he wants Triumph. Dennis, if you want that, say sold. If you pass, let me know. Junkyard and Rick Derringer's getting new bids. Daniel's next on Triumph. Rick Derringer's at 91. Orlando wants the Zappa. Larry Larson third on Triumph. Brian C. next on Zappa. So Rick Derringer has a new bid for 91. Dennis Daly does want Triumph. The last bid on Junkyard was 56 with Rich Krulik. And we have Queensryche is officially sold then to Jules. Okay, that is officially sold then. Jules gets the Queensryche for $78. That's done on that first label. You won't be seeing that one again for a while. That is sold $78. Now we'll put up LL Cool J. Rick Derringer's at 96. We'll knock that one out first. I think the only hip-hop. And then Trout Mask Replica. And I think that will leave nothing but metal. If we do LL Cool J and Trout Mask Replica, I think that leaves nothing but metal in the bin. So let's do that and that here. So we first have, let's do the LL Cool J. This is LL Cool J. Mama Said Knock You Out. It's a 91 US pressing, $10 start. It is an EX condition, 12-inch single. Very popular. Mama Said Knock You Out. It is from the Kansas City collection. It's nice. EX plus vinyl. $10 start. Mama Said Knock You Out. LL is a $10 start. That's the original, just generic sleeve it came with. $10 start. That is a 1991 original. 1991. Grover vinyl. Everything in here is the same condition. EX plus to near mint minus. This is EX plus to near mint minus. It actually has a promo sticker on the front. Peter Mazzolino, that's $9.99. $9.99 on that. Okay, now I left off. Rick Derringer got a bid for 95. Junkyard got a bid for 58. Rick Derringer got another bid for 96. LL Cool J has bids for 10, 15, 15. Rick Derringer 98. LL Cool J 20. Peter Mazzolino said sold on Grover Washington Jr. Rick Derringer 99, LL Cool J 20, 30, and that means Junkyard is still with James Bragg for $58. We have the Aces, Dust My Broom. We still have a Poison record too, yes. The Aces, Dust My Broom. The Aces is $19.99. Rick Derringer's at $100. We have Tinsley Ellis, Georgia Blues. Tinsley Ellis is $14.99. Georgia Blue, that is. That's on the Alligator label. $14.99 on Tinsley Ellis. And Ronnie Earl and the Broadcasters, featuring Jerry Portnoy and Daryl Nulich, Soul Searching. That's an 88 blues album, $19.99. LL Cool J's at 41. Junkyard's at 60. Two people bid 60. Kenny bid 62. Jennifer Schrader wants TE for Tinsley Ellis. We have John Miller second. And that means Junkyard's got new bids. Where are we on Rick Derringer? The record guy is at 100 on Rick Derringer. Forrest Appleton's out. So the record guy, you have the high bid on the signed Rick Derringer for 100. LL Cool J is now at 45, and Junkyard is at 43. That's where at. So Rick Derringer is probably going to be the next auction sold for 100 unless somebody outbids the record guy. Phil Trigwell. Phil Trigwell is a 93 German Rockabilly, $14.99 on Phil Trigwell. Crude PA is a 1990 Garage album, $39.99. Crude PA, $39.99. It's in shrink wrap, $39.99. And we have Otis Smokey Smothers and his Ice Cream Men, Got My Eyes on You. That's a 1986 pressing in shrink wrap, $29.99. Straight No Chaser. Straight No Chaser is a 79 Chicago Blues album, $49.99. All right, let's sell Rick Derringer. That is sold to the record guy for 100. Very nice. Very cool. Rock and Roll Hoochie Coo, All-American Boy, signed by Rick Derringer with JSA authentication. That is sold to the record guy, and that is sold to him for 100. That's going to look awesome frame. Maybe mount it next to a really cool picture of Rick Derringer singing and playing the guitar. That would look really, really cool. Really, really cool. Junkyard is at 64. LL Cool J is at 48. Another $64 bid on Junkyard, but James Bragg was in first. And then LL Cool J, the last bid was Aaron Civic at $48. Junkyard's at 65. We have Trout Mask Replica, Captain Beefheart and his Magic Band. This is a 77 U.S. Winchester reissue from 77. I think this album originally came out in 69. It's a 2 LP. Trout Mask Replica by Captain Beefheart. Very desirable record. It's in VG condition. Both LPs are in VG. The cover is in VG minus condition. It has some water damage to the bottom of the jacket. $35 start. Of course, this album, pristine, is probably over 100. $35 start on that one. Probably well over 100 if you had a beautiful one. 35 on Captain Beefheart. We're still bidding on Junkyard, but now we're about to sell LL Cool J. Next record, DJ Rogers. DJ Rogers is a funk soul album. DJ Rogers, $39.99. That's on the Shelter label. That's interesting. A funk soul album on the Shelter label, $39.99. Bo Ramsey and the Sliders. Bo Ramsey's an 83 blues rock album, $39.99. And here's another radio broadcast, Iggy Pop. Iggy Pop from 1977, another original radio broadcast, $39.99. $39.99. All right, so LL is sold. That is sold to Aaron Civic for $48. Thank you, Aaron Civic. That is sold to you. We do got to keep another autograph going. We got metal. We got Trout Mask. We got a couple more non-metal albums, and then that will get us down to just the metal. That will get us down to metal and autographs. But we do have another autograph here. A very cool one. I've never seen his signature before. Alan Parsons. We're talking about Alan Parsons, but also the producer of The Dark Side of the Moon. This is one of his albums, Vulture Culture. It is signed by Alan Parsons. That's going up for a $55 start. Alan Parsons, signed copy of Vulture Culture. I think that would look pretty cool, of a picture of him in there in the studio with like Pink Floyd. That'd look really cool. That and a picture of him with Pink Floyd. Alan Parsons. That is now going up. The actual record is an 85 U.S. RCA Indianapolis Press, and it's signed by Alan Parsons, and it's JSA authenticated. JSA authenticated. Alan Parsons, Vulture Culture. That's now going up for a $55 start. $55 start on that. There's Alan Parsons. Next, let's figure out where we left off. Junkyard, 65.70. Beefheart, 35. 71 on Junkyard. We have Bobby Hopkins wants the Iggy Pop. Captain Beefheart has a new bid for 36. We have Stars. This is called P asterisk US Party. P asterisk USS Party. I'm not for sure what they wanted that asterisk to be. An 85 UK yellow vinyl, $19.99. Alan Parsons does have a bid for 55. Beefheart's at 37. And are we done on Junkyard? Junkyard, the last bid on Junkyard, is 71 with Rich Kulak. I think we're done on Junkyard. Lazarus wants Stars. Joe Sloop, you were second. Neil Diamond, Double Gold. Neil Diamond is $16.99. And Robert Cray, Strong Persuader. Robert Cray is $14.99. Robert Cray, Strong Persuader. I got to do one thing over here right quick before I forget. So let me do that right quick. And sorry, one second. Okay, so Junkyard is at 75 and Captain Beefheart's at 38 and Craig Weatherford wants Robert Cray. That's sold. Next is Stevie Wonder. Intervisions, $24.99 for Stevie Wonder. Intervisions, $24.99. Craig says Robert and then Robert Price. Robert Cray. Robert Cray is $14.99. Nobody else bid on Alan Parsons. We got to sell this very quickly. Last bid, 55 of Scott Ham. It's signed by Alan Parsons with JSA authentication. New bid on Captain Beefheart, $41. Junkyard is now at 75 with Kenny Heathcock. John Anderson, Oasis of Sunwillow. This is not the country John Anderson. This is the better John Anderson. From Yes, $19.99. We also have Nat King Cole. Stay as sweet as you are. $9.99 on Nat King Cole. And here's another radio broadcast. This one's Jimmy Buffett and Dan Fogelberg. Jimmy Buffett and Dan Fogelberg. That one's $39.99. Derek Estrada wants Stevie Wonder. That's sold to Derek Estrada. We have a new bid on Junkyard for $76. We have a new bid on Captain Beefheart for $41. And nobody else bid on Alan Parsons. Signed Alan Parsons, sold to Scott Ham for $55. Thank you, Scott Ham. That is sold to you. Alan Parsons, Vulture Culture. That is sold to you. Very, very cool. That's sold. We have Sherry Darnell on the Jimmy Buffett radio broadcast. Captain Beefheart has a new bid for $42. Kenny Heathcock, let me know if you want backing on Junkyard. Let me grab another autograph right quick. And we still got Poison. We got Motorhead. We got Korn, Anthrax. Man, let's do, actually, I'll go ahead and put up Anthrax. And then I'll do Bernie Taupin after one of the other ones sell. We'll yield on an autograph right quick. We'll put up Anthrax. I know a lot of people's asked for this. This is a 1990 UK pressing. There's people asking about LL Cool J. LL Cool J sold about 10 minutes ago. It's gone. Anthrax is a 1990 UK pressing. The vinyl's in VG condition. This is tough to get. It's not in print either. Persistence, let me look at the cover. Yeah, this one's not, well, at least it's not available. I'll put it that way. I would have it in stock. A 1990 UK pressing, a VG condition, original inner sleeve, $25 start. That's Anthrax, Persistence of Time. It's a 1990 UK pressing, original inner sleeve, VG condition, $25 start. Kenny Heathcock, do you want back in on Junkyard? Anthrax has bids right off the bat. We have Richard Groove Homes, Jazz Milestones, $24.99 for Richard Groove's Homes, $24.99. Hank Williams Jr.'s Greatest Hits, $24.99. $24.99. That's Hank Williams Jr.'s Greatest Hits. Also, The Ventures in Space. The Ventures in Space is $9.99. The Ventures in Space, $9.99. Janie C. Riley's Greatest Hits, that is $9.99. Now, Junkyard, Kenny Heathcock, are you still with me? Final call. We're about to sell it when I get to the bottom. Rich Kulak has that for $76. Kenny's going to let me know if he wants back in. Captain Beefheart got a new bid for $43. Captain Beefheart got a new bid for $43. It is a water damage cover. The vinyl's in VG. The high bid's $43. Anthrax, right off the bat, got bids for $30, $25, $25, $25, $35, $35, $45, $40, $35. How much is the Lou Reed radio broadcast? The Lou Reed, we still got the tubes and the Blondie, and the Garland Jeffries Lou Reed is $29.99. Chase Brackney put H, and that was for Hank Williams Jr. Dustin Self was second. Anthrax 44, Anthrax 50. Lazarus Wants the Ventures, Anthrax 51, Anthrax 41. Junkyard is sold to, Junkyard is sold to Rich Krulak. That is done. I lost Kenny somewhere. That's sold to Rich Krulak for $76. That's sold for $76. Junkyard is sold. $76 to Rich Krulak. We're going to go ahead, and I hope we were done on Captain Beefheart because I'm selling it right now. Who has the high bid? Captain Beefheart. There's an out. We have the high bid with Noah Farrell for $43. That's sold for $43 to Noah Farrell. Captain Beefheart is sold. Noah Farrell, $43. That's sold to you, Captain Beefheart. That's gone. Always a cool record. always asked about. It's kind of in print. I think it's an import only. They're quite pricey. I probably need to order one just to see if anybody wants one, and then take a waiting list next week, since I've seen a lot of people asking for the auction tonight. We have Anthrax at $75. Anthrax is a 1990 UK pressing with the original on the sleeve. It's in VG condition. The high bid is $75 right now. The high bid is $75. Our next, actually, let me step over here and get this next auction. There's been a lot of people ask for Poison and the Kubla Khan. So let me do that and that. And we have Poison. Kubla Khan's on deck. Poison, look what the cat dragged in. Poison, an 86 U.S. Allied pressing with the inserts. It's in VG condition, $45 start. Gold stamp promo, an 86 U.S. Allied pressing. It has all the inserts. It has the 2-page flip there. There's the 2-page flip. It has, wow, a Los Angeles Times calendar. The Glamorous Life insert. I've never seen these items with it. This got a lot of goodies with it. It has an insert. A lot of promo inserts. It is a gold stamp promo. Let's see what the label says. No promo markings on the label, but man, this is nice too. Is this VG? This looks more like, I guess it does have that scuff on it. It's a nice looking LP though. I think VG is extremely conservative on that one. So this has got the LP, which is VG, we'll say VG Plus. It has a Poison insert. It has the Glamorous Life insert. It has a Los Angeles Times calendar insert. And it has this 2-page flip, which there's that stuff there I had never seen before with this packaging. Samantha Joe has it for $45. Anthrax is now at $76. So gold stamp promo Poison. Gold stamp promo Poison. And then our third auction is going to be a signed Bernie Taupin. This is signed by Bernie Taupin. It is the actual record is something I don't see too often. It is a, well, I'll tell you what it is in 1 second. It's a 1991. This is an 1991 Euro pressing. It's 2 rooms celebrating the songs of Elton John and Bernie Taupin with Bon Jovi, Kate Bush, Clapton, Joe Cocker, Phil Collins, Bruce Hornsby, George. All-star lineup celebrating the songs of Elton John and Bernie Taupin. It has both original inner sleeves, and it is signed by Bernie Taupin. And the signature is JSA authentication. Who's Bernie Taupin? If you've ever heard an Elton John song, there's a good chance Bernie Taupin wrote it. $55 start, signed, best wishes, Bernie Taupin. $55 start on that. Very, very cool. Signed. Poison and Anthrax getting lots of bids. On deck is Kubla Khan and Tiger Tails. That's the next 2 auctions, Kubla Khan and Tiger Tails. We have Dean Martin swinging. Dean Martin is $16.99. That's a 2 LP. Dean Martin swinging. Here's another radio broadcast. Fleetwood Mac. Fleetwood Mac, $49.99. Fleetwood Mac, Rock Around the World, $49.99. Hide and Seek again. 16 long lost beat and garage jewels, 64 to 67 from 1996, $34.99. $34.99. $34.99. We have not sold Ride the Lightning. No, there are an incredible amount of great auctions that have not sold yet tonight. The Sorrows in Italy. The Sorrows is an 83 French pressing sealed, $34.99, and One More Highway. One More Highway is a 1972 pressing. That's a blues album. One More Highway, $19.99. I just want to make a point. It's almost 10 o'clock, and we got well over 300 viewers still watching on all 3 platforms. So let me take a quick pause there to catch my breath, and thanks everybody who's tuned in tonight. I knew it was going to be a big night. We've had some Hall of Fame auctions. We're going to be doing this again tomorrow, and we're going to be doing it again Saturday. The show's nowhere near over. It's only 10 o'clock. We still got new records to show. We got to do a recap. We got more auctions, and then later tonight, we'll be doing movie posters. So, James Taylor autograph sold a moment ago for $475. James Taylor is sold. It's gone. Now, do me one favor. If you're new, make sure you're following us on everything because you want to get notifications and updates on what we're selling, which we post every day. That's kind of one of my main jobs here. I do all the social media. And make sure the actual post, you've hit the like buttons here and there. So make sure you've liked the post, this, that. Make sure you've done that. I'd greatly appreciate it. Okay, let's go back up to the top and let's go and figure out where we're at on these auctions. The last thing I see on Anthrax up at the top, and then I'm going to work my way down. Anthrax is at $80. Anthrax is at $85. Poison got bids for $50, $51. The Elton John, this is signed by Bernie Taupin, it had a bid for $55. Anthrax got a bid for $90. Bernie Taupin got another $55 bid. Poison got a $55 bid. Poison got another $55 bid. Then $56. Bernie Taupin has bids for $60, $60, $70. Stacy bid $70. Then some people bid less. Bobby Hopkins gets the Fleetwood Mac radio broadcast. Bernie Taupin at $75. We have Bernie Taupin's at $80. We have Bernie Taupin at $80. We have Poison at $60. Poison at $61. Bernie Taupin at $90. Poison at $65. Okay, so Anthrax is a 1990 UK pressing with the original inner sleeve VG condition. The last high bid on Anthrax, it's been a while. Anthrax, Steve Koch has it for $90. If you want this record, you've got to outbid Steve Koch at $90. Final call. Poison is an 86 US Allied pressing. Melissa Bailey has it for $65. It is a gold stamp promo. Poison's a gold stamp promo. The vinyl is in VG Plus condition, very clean. It's got promo inserts with it. Los Angeles Times calendar, Glamorous Life insert, an insert from the record company. It also has the actual insert that came with the record, which kind of looks like a lyric poster. That is Poison. The high bid is $68 with Samantha Joe. Bernie Taupin is a signed album. It's called Two Rooms, celebrating the songs of Elton John and Bernie Taupin. Signed by Bernie Taupin. Lisa Davidson just bid $82. Peter Mazzolino had already bid $90. Peter Mazzolino's already at $90. Anthrax is at $91. So essentially, all the records just got new bids. Let's keep going through some new buy it nows. The Loved Ones Magic Box, an 87 Australian press in $39.99. The Howling Dogs, Rock On George for Ringo One More Time, an 87 Garage album, $14.99. Poison's at $70. Anthrax is at $91. And we have A Passage to India. A Passage to India is $19.99. Original motion picture soundtrack. A Passage to India, $19.99. Also, Elvis Presley, Elvis Sings Flaming Star, $14.99. Poison's at $71. Anthrax is at $95. Hide and Seek price. Hide and Seek. Hide and Seek, Neil, is $34.99. $34.99. And the Brave Bulls, the music of the bullfighting ring. This is $19.99. It's a 1955 pressing with a booklet. This will teach you how to bullfight. $19.99. Patty Sweet wants to Neil Diamond. Patty Sweet gets Neil Diamond. Now earlier, somebody asked for, was it Craig? Somebody asked for Robert Cray, and nobody ever said sold. Robert Cray was $14.99, Strong Persuader. Does anybody else want to bid on the Bernie Taupin autograph? Peter Mazzolino has it for $90. Bernie Taupin, Peter Mazzolino has that for $90. Final call on that. Poison's now at $71. Poison's at $71. Anthrax is at $96. We're still bidding on those. Poison's at $75. Chris Gardner says he wants Robert Cray. Let me make sure. There was somebody else who asked about that. I want to make sure I didn't miss their claim for it. They said Robert Cray, and they said, Robert Cray, how much? And I think I never did see them say yes or no. I'm not going to recap. I'm going to go straight into a new bin, okay? If you have any questions, if you saw something in there, maybe you was waiting for me to recap, and now you realize I'm not going to, go ahead and ask. I'll find it very quickly. But I want to go ahead and bring over a whole new crate of new stuff. I've got a full packed, brand new crate here of new vintage stuff because time is ticking, and I want to go through brand new stuff here. Craig passes on Robert. Okay, that was who was watching. Thank you. This is Robert Cray. Robert Cray is sold then. Who just asked for it? Chris Gardner. John Dorsey said tubes. Any Metallica left? We have over 800 Metallica records to auction tonight. Over 800 Metallica records to auction tonight. Yes. The Tubes and Blondie. This is $29.99. This is a radio broadcast. It's the Tubes and Blondie, $29.99. The Tubes and Blondie, $29.99. That's an original Rock Around the World radio broadcast. Now, back up top. First record in the bin, Pale Green. This one right here. Rachel Crosta. That is called Some Kind of Animal. Get Hip Folk Records, limited edition, 150 copies. That is $19.99. It's on green vinyl. It's on green vinyl. That is $19.99. John Dorsey said he wants the Tubes and Blondie radio broadcast. That is sold. Okay, now, Bernie Taupin, it looks like Peter Mazzolino. That's going to you. Nobody else bid. Let me make sure. We had a high bid of $90. And we have no other bids. That's sold for $90. Peter Mazzolino, this is sold to you for $90. Thank you. Let's put that away. Signed by Bernie Toppin. Excellent. $90. That is sold to you. Let's put that away. Legendary. Absolutely legendary. Okay. So, let me put that away. Get those inner sleeves tucked in there. When's the Ride the Lightning auction? Sometime between now and 2 a.m. Sometime between right now and 2 a.m. Okay, there's Bernie Toppin. It is sold. Let me say that one more time. Peter Mazzolino, $90. Okay, Poison is at $80 with Samantha Joe. $80 with Samantha Joe. Everybody else is out. Steve Koch is at 100 on Anthrax. Steve Koch is at 100 on Anthrax. That's where we're at. And then LA Guns is on deck. Was there a Lou Reed or Joe Walsh broadcast? There was a Lou Reed that's still available. Yes, Lou Reed is still available. It was Lou Reed and it was Garland Jeffries and Lou Reed. $29.99. Anthrax has a new bid for 101 with Tony Riddle. Steve Koch's out. Tony Riddle bid 101. Final call. Poison is a final call for $80. Samantha Joe. Poison. One more time. This is an OG pressing. It's a gold stamp promo. It has bonus inserts with it. It has the actual insert that came with it. The vinyl is a super clean VG+. It has these 3 promo inserts with it. Los Angeles Times calendar, Glamorous Life insert, and like a promotional insert from the record company. The vinyl is actually really nice looking to me. Gold stamp promo. The new high bid is $81. Poison. Look what the cat dragged in. One of the most requested, highly desirable records and artists, I think, in all of the hair metal genre. If I say the words Poison, everybody's ears light up. They wake up and their eyes open. It's like they've seen a UFO. Poison. There it is. It's going to probably still be getting bids for a while. Let's go ahead and sell Anthrax. Tony Riddle gets that for 101. Let's go ahead and put up some new auctions. Anthrax is sold for 101. Same thing when I say the words Anthrax. Poison's at 85. We have that going right there. Samantha Joe's at 87. Now, we have our next auction, Kubla Khan. Kubla Khan is an 87 US pressing EX condition. This is going to be a $35 start. An 87 US pressing, Kubla Khan Annihilation. Very nice. EX Plus condition, Kubla Khan Annihilation. $35 start. 87, $35 start. That is now up for bid. Kubla Khan. Also, Evil Dead. That's going up right now. Evil Dead. And Aiden, John, 5 John, I know you've asked 300 or 400 times, when is Ride the Lightning going to be sold? I've seen your question. I know I said between now and 2 a.m., but the same rules apply every night, every show. I have no specific time when we're going to sell anything. It's either you're going to be watching when I'm selling it or you're going to miss it. I don't do times or schedule anything unless it's something really, really big. Like I said, we were going to sell XYZ at 8 o'clock and we was going to sell Roger Waters at 8 o'clock. Same thing every night. I have no idea, and nor can I predict the time. You know why? Because there's no telling when these will be gone, right? I mean, we could be bidding on Kubla Khan for next hour. Who knows? So there's no same thing every night. To auctions, I tell people you either got to be watching or you're probably going to miss it. Evil Dead is an 89 US pressing, EX condition. Evil Dead, EX condition, $15 start. EX condition, $15 start. Rise Above. Evil Dead, Rise Above, an 89 US pressing, $15 start. Evil Dead, Rise Above. That's where we're at. Okay, still got a couple more autographs. Evil Dead's up for bid. We're about to start a whole fresh new bin. A whole fresh new bin. I'm going to mute my mic right quick. $1 a time. Actually, some people was like, Chad, I wish you'd start your auctions at $1. I was like, well, I usually know what they're going to bring, and so I go ahead and say a $95 start so we save a lot of time because I kind of know what some of these are already going to bring. And so I try to start them higher because they're going to bring them anyway, and we can get through them a lot faster. So some people's like, man, $105 start. And I'm like, well, it's going to sell for that anyway, that or more, so let's go ahead and save some time. Craig Weatherford wants bull from the last crate. Bull from the last crate, you got it. That was the bullfighting record, right, Craig? That's so do you. That's so do you. Okay, now, Poison. Before I get started, let me remind everybody where we're at. Poison was at 85 and then 87. Kubla Khan got bids for 35. Poison 90. Kubla Khan 40. Kubla Khan 42. Poison 92. KK 45. Evil Dead 15. Poison 100. Poison another 100. Evil Dead 18. Bull, and then that was pulled. Evil Dead 20. Kubla Khan 50. Evil Dead 25. Evil Dead 30. Okay. Mudvayne pre-order. If I don't post it tomorrow, it will be the next day. There's so many new releases been announced, but yo, I have not posted it yet. I have not posted it yet. Grover Sings the Blues from Sesame Street, $19.99. Grover Sings the Blues, $19.99. But no, the Mudvayne pre-orders have not been posted yet. They're coming though, I promise. I was waiting for my main Music on Vinyl distributor to see if they were going to have it, but I think the licensing is different, and the licensing is sometimes different on those, and I may have to get them from a different place. I've asked for Bullfighter First Notch. Well, I think Craig, let me confirm that. Craig asked, he said Bull, and then I missed it earlier. He said Bull. That was a long time ago, and I didn't pull it. That's when I said, does anybody have any final request in that bin? He commented Bull, and then I missed it, and then, where's that at? Let's see, right here. It was right in here, yes. Where's somewhere? He was first, I promise. Yeah, I promise he was first. I'll take Bull from the last crate. And then you commented Bull, and then he said it again. Yeah, Bull from last crate. He was first. He was first on that. All right, Aiden gets the Grover Sings the Blues. Jennifer Schrader was second. Kubla Khan is at 55. Evil Dead's at 32. Nothing, no condition notes on anything in here. Everything's EX Plus or better. Where are we on Poison? Poison, Poison, Poison. 100 with Jeff Church. Final call on Poison. $100. Pretty much a promo copy. We have Chicago, $19.99 on Chicago, 2LP. $19.99 on Chicago, 2LP. Run Baby Run, the new beats, $19.99 on that. And on tour, Ernest Tubb, $14.99. Ernest Tubb on tour in his Texas Troubadours, $14.99 on that. Ernest Tubb, Mary Martin as Peter Pan, $19.99. Peter Pan, $19.99. Also, Oscar Peterson, $19.99. New bid on Poison, $101. Kubla Khan's at $60. Peter Mazzolino first to Chicago. Then Philip Parks. Evil Dead's at $40. Jim Sedal on E.T. Ernest Tubb. Poison's at $110. Samantha Joe, you're out. Kubla Khan's at $60 with Jim Berg. Next is Ticket to Rock, $14.99. Looks like a compilation. Ticket to Rock, $14.99. And Neil Larson, Jungle Fever, $9.99. Stephen A. Young wants Peter Pan. That's so to Stephen A. Young. We have an out on Kubla Khan. We have an out on Evil Dead. And we have Neil Young Decade, $49.99. That's a triple LP Neil Young compilation, $49.99. Ticket to Rock, sold to Stacy Metternich. Next is the anthology of Gladys Knight and the Pips, $19.99 on the anthology of Gladys Knight and the Pips, $19.99. All right, let's do Tiger Tails and let's do Korn. That's our next two auctions. We got Tiger Tails, Korn, Motorhead, Iron Maiden, LA Gun, Slayer, Sabbath, Motley Crue, Neon Cross, Quiet Riot, Skid Row, Metallica, Ozzy, Metallica, Celtic Frost. Wow. Whew, we shouldn't be selling this kind of stuff this late. So if you're still watching, you may get some deals. We still got over 300 viewers, but those are some big auctions to be running at 10 o'clock. Oh my goodness. Poison's at $111. We're still getting bids. Nobody else bid on Kubla Khan. That's sold to Jim Berg for $60. Thank you, Jim Berg. That was always getting asked about. There are more Kubla Khan. Y'all should see all the auction records we have back there. I mean, I posted 2 videos. Y'all should have seen those. Gladys is sold to Patty Sweet, and Evil Dead is sold to Tom Byrne Jr. for $40. Tom Byrne Jr. gets that for $40. Evil Dead is sold. Tom Byrne Jr. All right, let's go ahead and get some new auctions. First thing we have is, I believe, an OG Korn album. It looks like it. I haven't got to look at it at all, but we're about to find out. Korn is an 88 US pressing, steel and shrink wrap with the original inner sleeve. It is in VG Plus condition. $65 start. Korn. Nice. $65 start. There's 1 LP. There's 2 LPs. There's the original inner sleeve. And this is a 1998 pressing. 1998 pressing. That's OG, right? Didn't this come out in 98? Yeah, 98. This is Korn. 98 US. $65 start. $65 start. Wow, don't see that very often. I know we get new pressings, but there it is. Now up for bid. Tiger Tails. Boy, there's been a couple people ask about this. Young and Crazy. Tiger Tails is an 87 US EMW press with the original inner sleeve, EX Plus. $30 start on Tiger Tails. Young and Crazy, $30 start. There's the LP. There's the original inner sleeve. There's the jacket. Tiger Tails, $30 start on that. 87 US EMW press. That's now up for bid. We have Korn with bids of $75 and now $80. Jeff Church, you're out on Poison. Samantha Joe has it for $116. We have King of Kings, Richard Boone, reads The Story of Jesus for Children, $9.99. Bugs Tomorrow. Bugs Tomorrow is $9.99. Bugs Tomorrow. Also, Tough Sax. Ace Cannon and his alto sax, $9.99. And Teeny 9. 29 with Lenny White, Just Like Dreamin', an 81 disco record, $14.99. And David Sanborn, Straight to the Heart, $9.99. All right, Jeff Church, Do You Want Back In on Poison? Samantha has it for $116. Korn got to $80. Tiger Tails, $40, $50. Korn, $81. Dustin Self wants Jesus. You Get Jesus. That's sold to Dustin Self. Korn's at $85. Poison's at $120. Korn's at $86. And Nat King Cole, Ramblin' Rose, $9.99. Bread, Baby I'ma Want You with Hop Sticker. That is $12.99. Bread, Baby I'ma Want You, $12.99 on that. We have Don McLean. Yep, Homeless Brother, Don McLean, $9.99. Grover Washington Jr., The Best Is Yet to Come. Grover Washington Jr., $9.99. And Jesus Christ Superstar. Jesus Christ Superstar is $19.99. Korn's at $85. Poison's at $120. Korn's at $86. Korn's at $90. Korn's at $90. Michael Rudolph wants sax. That was Tough Sax. That's sold to Michael Rudolph. Aiden's out on Korn. Peter Mazzolino wants Grover Washington Jr. Tiger Tails is at $55. Samantha Joe, you're out on Poison. I'm about to sell it. Actually, Jeff bid $115. Samantha said $116. Yeah, Jeff Church bid $120. Jeff Church bid $120. Ken Crooker, you're out on, or Ken just bid on Tiger Tails. George Benson, Breezin'. George Benson is $9.99. And Singin' the Blues. Singin' the Blues. That's a 2LP, $19.99. Jeff Church, you just got outbid on Poison. Samantha Joe has it for $121. Van Halen, Fair Warning, $44.99. Van Halen, Fair Warning. This has the original under the sleeve with it. That's an OG Fair Warning. And we have Extrapolitation. Extrapolitation, I believe. John McLaughlin, $12.99. Philip Parks wants Van Halen. Jeff's out on Poison. Final call for $121. Tiger Tails is at $60. Rick Peabody, you can let me know if you want back in. And Korn is a final call. Daniel came in at first at $90. Chris Flynn, you tied him. So you're out technically, Chris. Daniel has it for $90. Next LP is Eddie the Chic Cock. Boy, that's tough to say. C-O-H, Kokrak. It's like that golfer. I think that's a professional golfer's last name. Maybe. It looks something like that. That is $14.99. That was a mouthful. And Song Dogs lit Live Without a Leash, $14.99. We have Tiger Tails. We have a new bid for $65. Ken Crooker's right back in at $70. Chris Flynn bid $91 on Korn. Daniel's right back in at $95. Philip Parks says he's going to pass on Van Halen. So this goes to Jason Jones. Jason, you're going to get the Van Halen instead of Philip Parks. He says he's passing on it. Record Guy's out on Poison. Tiger Tails is 75. Poison is sold to Samantha Joe for $121. Samantha Joe gets that for $121. Samantha Joe, that's sold to you. Samantha, you are a first-time buyer this week, right? I know you've made purchases already, but this is your first week buying, correct? I know we have a couple people, and I just want to remind a couple people that are first-time buyers. If you're first-time buyers and you start making a lot of purchases the first week, we may actually go ahead and have you pay for some of these, if not all of them, before the end of the week. So just an FYI, we have a couple new buyers, especially for tonight with some of these incredible records and some of these incredible auctions. We've already had some new buyers this week. Got quite some significant invoices building, and we keep an eye on that, and just you may be prepared. We may go ahead and send out invoices early. That way we just know you're good for it, and we go ahead and get payment on some of these auctions because we have some new buyers this week that already have some significant invoices building. Here's our next autograph. This is Steve Earle. Steve Earle and the Dukes. It is a signed Steve Earle album. Signed Steve Earle album. The actual record is a 2016 U.S. pressing with the original on the sleeve. Steve Earle, it is signed by Steve Earle. Very cool. Copperhead Road Steve Earle. That is going to be a $75 start. Signed by Steve Earle. JSA authenticated, $75 start on that. Tiger Tails is 85, Tiger Tails is at 90, and Tiger Tails is at 95. Corn, are we done? Daniel Buzine's at 95. Who was the other bidder? Chris Flynn. Chris Flynn's out on corn. Final call on corn for $95. Steve Earle has an opening bid right off the bat for $75. Signed by Steve Earle. But no discrimination to new buyers, but we do that. We kind of look at our tickets after usually about Thursday, because usually Thursday's a big night, and we try to make sure some people go ahead and get prepaid before we start doing more auctions tomorrow, more auctions on Saturday, and then the invoice comes around and we don't hear from anybody. So just FYI on new buyers. We have 20 super hits by the Everly Brothers, $9.99. Also, George Benson, Beyond the Blue Horizon. George Benson is $24.99. And City Boy, Young Men Gone West. City Boy is $9.99. Let's go ahead and sell corn then. Corn is sold to Daniel Buzine. That was an original, $95. Corn is sold. We have Tiger Tails at 100. Rick Peabody says he's out. Tiger Tails is at 100 with Ken Crooker, Young and Crazy. It's an 87 US EMW press with the original on her sleeve. Tiger Tails is at $100, and that is a final call. Tiger Tails, Ken Crooker, 100. We're about to sell it. We have Steve Earle with one bid for $75 to Chris Bajak. That's a signed Steve Earle LP, the hard way, signed and JSA authenticated. One more record, then one more auction. Red Wilder Blue. Red Wilder Blue is a 71 promo, and we have, this is $14.99. Red Wilder Blue, this is $14.99. Red Wilder Blue, $14.99. Let me go over here and grab another metal auction. Let's go ahead and do, I know this is going to be big. Let me figure out what auction it is. Oh my gosh. This is Metallica, Ride the Lightning. Metallica, Ride the Lightning. This is a 1984 US pressing with the silver labels. It has the original on the sleeve. This is Silver Label Megaforce. This is Metallica, Ride the Lightning, a 1984 US pressing. Very, very nice vinyl. Very nice vinyl. This is like EX, almost EX plus, no condition notes. It is nice. It is an 84 US pressing, silver labels, $195 start. $195. 84 US pressing with the original on her sleeve, $195. Metallica. I don't care if anybody bids on it. What an amazing piece there. $195 on Metallica, Ride the Lightning, 84 US pressing. Up at the top, Tiger Tails is a final call for 100. We have Rachel Crossed on City Boy. We have a new bid on Steve Earle for $80. Chris Beachak, you're out on Steve Earle. And we have a bid on Metallica for $200. Low Light, Sidekicks. Low Light is a blues rock album, a 2002 sealed. That is sealed for $19.99. Jimmy Dawkins, Comeback Baby, direct from Chicago, a 77 French pressing, $39.99. Also, Get Lost, Never Come Back. Get Lost is a 2002 Switzerland pressing, a garage album, $19.99. And Andy Robinson, Break Out of the City. Andy Robinson is $19.99. Jacob's Reunion. Jacob's Reunion is a 1975 folk rock album. Jacob's Reunion, a 75 folk rock album, $49.99. And the Dirty Blues Band featuring Rod Gingerman Piazza, Stone Dirt, $39.99. All right, Tiger Tails is sold for $100 to Ken Crooker. Steve Earle, Chris Beachak's out. Tom Moran, you have that for $80. That's a final call. And Metallica's a final call for $200. Final call on Metallica for $200. So that's where we're at. That's where we're at. Metallica's a $200 with Aiden. We're about to sell Metallica for $200. Tiger Tails is sold. And Steve Earle is also about to be sold. Then I'm going to put up 3 new auctions. Let's show a couple more records. We have, what does that say on the side? Widowmaker. Widowmaker, $19.99. Widowmaker, United Artists label, $19.99. And It's a Beautiful Day at Carnegie Hall. It's a Beautiful Day, $9.99. All right, when I come back, if there's no new bids on 84 USOG and the Steve Earle autograph, then we're going to call those sold. I'm going to go ahead and grab the next couple auctions. LA Guns and definitely a Slayer. LA Guns and definitely a Slayer. That's what we're going to do right now. So, we have Steve Earle sold to Tom Moran for $80. Thank you, Tom. That was signed by Steve Earle, not authenticated. Very, very cool. Or excuse me, not personalized. It is authenticated. That is sold to Tom Moran for $80. Thank you. That's sold to you. Let me turn this LP around. And Metallica is sold to Aiden J. 5 John. Aiden J. 5 John. That is sold for $200 to Aiden. That's Joshua. I don't know how to say your last name. V-O-G-T. How do you say that? There's Vogta. Do you say the T? Vogta? That's sold to Aiden. I'd rather say Joshua V. That is sold to you for $200. Ride the Lightning. An original. Very, very nice. That's sold to you. That is gone. And then we have Low Light sold to Rachel Crosta. Low Light was, where was that at, Rachel? Low Light. That's sold to Rachel Crosta. All right, next 2 auctions. We have LA Guns. LA Guns. Those went fast. I told y'all it's late. We still got a lot of people watching, but there's going to be some probably like 1-0 bid type stuff for some incredible titles. LA Guns, an 88 US pressing with the original inner sleeve, VG condition. VG condition. That is a $55 start on LA Guns. It's an 88 US pressing, VG vinyl, VG cover, original inner sleeve, $55. Always being asked about. And then Slayer, South of Heaven. Yes. Slayer is an 88 U.S. Allied pressing with the company inner sleeve. The vinyl is nice. Very nice vinyl. It is EX. There's the original inner sleeve. Hype sticker on the cover. Contains language which may be unsuitable for some listeners. Gold stamp promo. VG jacket. Does have a crease there. Stress crease there. $75 start on that. Joshua Vote. Joshua Vote. V-O-G-T is pronounced vote. Got it. Go vote. We have LA Guns and we have Slayer. We have one more advertised autograph from tonight. One more advertised autograph from tonight. And nothing but metal and then some surprise autographs. First, this is Edie Brickell. Now, I only usually see that one Edie Brickell album. I've never seen this one. Paul says there is a light warp. We put this through our warp machine. Earlier today because he said the actual vinyl had a light warp. It fixed 98% of it, it looks like, but maybe just slightly warped. But it's really going up because of the autograph. It's signed by Edie Brickell. Edie Brickell and the New Bohemians, Ghost of a Dog. But yeah, I don't recall seeing this album too many times. 1990 US pressing, and it's signed, and it's JSA authenticated on Geffen Records. Ghost of a Dog, $55 start on that. Edie Brickell, signed, JSA authenticated, and the record is a 1990 USOG with the original inner sleeve. $55 on that. Don't see that one too often. Edie Brickell, $55 on that. So, let's update these auctions before I go any further. LA Guns got opening bids for $55, $55, $56. Slayer, $80. Slayer, $90. LA Guns, $60. Slayer 105 and LA Gun 70. Patrick Smith wants It's a Beautiful Day. That's sold to Patrick Smith. If anybody's watching for the first time and you've never bought from us before, let me know. I'll try to recognize your name, but thank you and welcome any first-time buyers still watching. We do this every night, and we're actually going through new vintage arrivals. It's 10:30, and we're still going through new arrivals because We've had some pretty keynote auctions tonight, and we still have them. Aztec two-step. See, it was like this, an acoustic retro perspective. Aztec two-step, that's $12.99. John Hall, Action. John Hall is $19.99. And Donovan, Sunshine Superman. Donovan is in $9.99 for Donovan. Sunshine Superman. Rare Earth, Willie Remembers. Rare Earth is $19.99. Also, Dwayne Eddy, the Roaring Twangies. Dwayne Eddy is $9.99. And Billy Paul, When Love Is New. Billy Paul is another white label promo, $19.99. LA Guns is at $70, final call. Slayer's at $110 with Greg Lapey, final call. And Eddie Brickell's a $55 start. Signed by Eddie Brickell, JSA authenticated. The record is a 1990 US Ghost of a Dog. John Porter wants Rare Earth, so we're about to sell LA Gun Slayer and make Eddie a buy it now. We have Rare Meat, Donna, a 6-song mini album. That's an 83 pressing. There is some seam splits, $19.99. New bid on Slayer for $112. We have DJ Rogers, It's Good to Be Alive. That is $39.99. And a new bid on LA Guns. New bid on LA Guns, new bid on Slayer, and Jazz Classics, the beginning and end of Bop, James Moody and George Wallington. That's $19.99. James Moody and George Wallington. Jesse Hill, Naturally. Jesse Hill is a 71 promo, $24.99. Jesse Hill, Naturally, $24.99. Slayer's at $115. LA Guns is at $80. Nobody bid on Eddie Brickell. If anybody wants this, it's a $55 buy it now. The record is a 1990 pressing. The signature, JSA authenticated, $55 on that. Ghost of a Dog, signed by Eddie Brickell. That is a $55 buy it now. If anybody wants it, there's the JSA card. Let's put that right in there. Slayer has new bids. LA Guns has new bids. I'll get a new auction started in 1 second. And we have Summit Sessions by Dave Brubeck. Dave Brubeck is $19.99. Summit Sessions. Also, Tamboo, Les Baxter. Tamboo is $19.99. Les Baxter. Cool looking cover there. Looks like an old Capitol record. Let's get another auction going. It's never too late to put up an Iron Maiden, right? Seventh son of a seventh son. Iron Maiden, seventh son of a seventh son. Let's run it. This is Iron Maiden. It's a 1988 U.S. Allied pressing with the original inner sleeve. It is very nice. We're going to say it's VG plus, almost EX. It has the very cool original inner sleeve there. Original inner sleeve, and this is going to be a $75 start. Iron Maiden, seventh son, an 88 U.S. Allied pressing, $75 start on that. $75 start on Iron Maiden. That is now up for bid. Tamboo is sold to Tracy Songer. Slayer's at $116. Iron Maiden has an opening bid of $75. Where are we on LA Guns? Tony Brazier has LA Guns for $80. Final call. Slayer is at $116 with William Warner. LA Guns has another bid for $85. Tony's out. Iron Maiden has bids for $75, now $85. This is Wizard, See My Baby Jive. Wizard is a 74 UK pressing, $26.99 on Wizard. And Brownsville Station, yeah. Brownsville Station is $19.99. Brownsville Station, yeah, $19.99. Iron Maiden 75.85. Tammy Wynn has the LA Guns for $85. We're about to sell it to Tammy Wynn. And Muldoon. Muldoon is a 73 white label promo. Muldoon is a rock album, $19.99. We're not done on LA Guns. It has a new bid for $90. We're not done on Slayer. It has a new bid for $120. We're not done on Iron Maiden. It's still at $85. We're waiting for Samantha Joe to say in or out. Iron Maiden has a new bid for $90. All three auctions just got new bids. New York Rock and Roll Ensemble, Faithful Friends. That's $19.99. New York Rock and Roll Ensemble. And this is Fats. Fats Domino is a 1957 mono. That's really cool. Mono, no condition notes, $49.99. Those are pretty scarce in that condition. So, LA Guns is at $90, Iron Maiden's at $90, and Slayer's at $121 with William Warner. $121 with William Warner. That's where we're at. Here's some of the auctions. Before anybody signs off, we still got Motorhead, Black Sabbath, Motley Crue, Neon Cross, Quiet Riot, Skid Row, Metallica, Ozzy, Celtic Frost, No White, Great White. I still got a Kiss album over here, Van Halen. We have Crush Groove, Black Sabbath, and the Rolling Stones. And it will have to be later tonight if I pull out any more autographs that were not advertised. But first, I'm going to go ahead and get one on deck. I'm going to go ahead and see what this is going on with this Metallica. Yeah, probably need to go ahead and run these sooner than later. These Aussies and Black Sabbath for sure. For sure. So, we have Slayer. We have Slayer. We had 2 people bid 121, 121. 2 people's out on LA Guns, Iron Maiden 91, Iron Maiden 95, and we have the Bluegrass Hall of Fame. That is $11.99. We also have Our House is Rockin', Marmalade, 74 UK, $26.99. And Black Sabbath, we sold our soul for rock and roll. And Ireland press, how unusual, an Ireland press, $49.99 for Black Sabbath. We sold our soul for rock and roll. Jackie Reynolds wants blue, Bluegrass Hall of Fame. Philip Parks wants Black Sabbath. I was going to auction that, but I left it in there. And then LA Guns is officially sold then to Matthew Copus for $90. The other 2 bidders said out. So Matthew, you get that for $90. I had a feeling that would bring close to 100, if not 100. Matthew gets that for $90, LA Guns. Let's go ahead and move Slayer over here to the final slot. William Warner has it for $126. Robert Phillippe still the high bidder on Iron Maiden for $95. Aaron Civic, you'll have to let me know if you want back in or out. Next was Rachel Crosta on Muldoon. Muldoon, that is sold to Rachel Crosta. Let's go ahead and get another auction rolling. Let's do the next Metallica, and then we'll do Ozzy, and then we'll do Motorhead. Metallica, Kill 'Em All. This is the 88 US. The 88 US on the black and red Electra labels. It is a very solid, though, VG Plus to EX, $75 start. $75 start. It has the original inner sleeve, and it is the 88 pressing. It is the 88 pressing of Kill 'Em All. Of course, it originally came out in 83. This is an 88 pressing. So that's technically the 88 US pressing of that. $75 start. Very, very nice. Very, very nice. Jeannie Pinnell, do you want the Edie Brickell? Do you want the Edie Brickell album for $55? Is that what Edie is? If so, let me know. I'll confirm and sell that to you for $55. Slayer's at $135. They're still bidding on that. Did I hear back from Aaron Civic? I didn't, but I got to go ahead and sell Iron Maiden for $95 to Robert Phillippe. That is sold to Robert Phillippe for $95. We have Metallica looking for a $75 start on that. Jeannie Pinnell wants the Edie Brickell. Edie Brickell for a $55 buy now. No auctions left behind tonight. Everything is sold. Final call to get a bid in on Metallica for $75. Slayer's at $136. Let's go ahead and put up the Ozzy. Let's see. We got Ozzy. Which ones do we have? We have Bark at the Moon and OG. Yes, an 83 US Pittman pressing with the original on her sleeve. It's also EX Plus condition. 83 US Pittman. And this is a $35 start. $35 start. Ozzy, Bark at the Moon. Ozzy, Bark at the Moon. Original inner sleeve, EX condition. There's the inner sleeve, about a VG Plus jacket. $35 start on Ozzy. We're about to sell Slayer to William Warner for $136 unless we have a new bid on it. Back of Metallica. Metallica. The back of Metallica. Metallica. There's the back of it. It's the 88 pressing. Hit the Lights, Four Horsemen, Motor Breath, Jump in the Fire, Anesthesia, Whiplash, Blitzkrieg. Blitzkrieg and Am I Evil's on this one. That's a good point. Blitzkrieg and Am I Evil is on this pressing. That's why there's asterisks next to them. That was not on the original. Blitzkrieg and Am I Evil is on this press. Phantom Lord, No Remorse, Seek and Destroy, Metal Militia. Yes, they're on that album. $75 start. Nice copy from 88. As y'all know, the originals of these, like the first pressings, if it was in that kind of grade, they'd be $200-$300. $75 start on that one. 75. Bonus tracks. Aaron Civic is in. Slayer is now gotten new bids. We had Ozzy up for $35, $45, $50. Slayer had a new bid for $140, $141. Metallica $75, and Ozzy's at $65. Okay, I'm going to bring over a new crate. Fantastic. Let's see here. All the new vinyl from tonight. Let me do that before we officially go into anything else. Here's the new vinyl that came in for tonight. Let me go ahead and show this. Metallica's a $75. That's the only bid. That's a final call to Aaron Civic. Final call to Aaron Civic for $75. We're about to sell it. Here's the new vinyl that came in for tonight. First is Kid Rock's Greatest Hits, $46.99. Kid Rock's Greatest Hits, $46.99. The Rolling Stones Let It Bleed, $33.99 for the Rolling Stones Let It Bleed. And that is somebody, I apologize, I doubt they're still watching. Somebody asked like 2 or 3 times, can you show this again? And it was like 2 crates back and we were right in the middle of auctions. This is new and sealed, one of the greatest albums of all time. That's a quote from Rolling Stone magazine, and it is $33.99. You can't always get what you want. Midnight Rambler, Monkey Man, Gimme Shelter, you got the silver. That is new and sealed, $33.99. And this is our last copy of Devo. Devo is on white vinyl. That has Whip It, Freedom of Choice is a good song. Girl You Want, that's a good one, $33.99 for Devo. Also, Bill Withers' Greatest Hits is $29.99. And Sleep, Dope Smoker, Sleep is $38.99. 2LP gatefold, $38.99. All right, where are we on Slayer? William Warner was at $141. Greg just bid $149. It just popped up. Nobody else bid on Metallica? Yes. Shane Devers is at $80. Aaron bid $75. Jason bid $76. Shane Devers bid $80. Shane Devers has Metallica for $80. That's a new bid. We got 2 people out. Ozzy has new bids. Matthew Benison still has the high bid at $75. Slayer's at $150. Eric James wants the Bill Withers Greatest Hits. I have one of those left if anybody else wants one. I have Exodus, last copy of Persona Non Grata. Exodus is $36.99. Persona Non Grata, $36.99. King Crimson Red, $34.99. Paul Simon Graceland, RTI Pressing, $33.99. The Shins, Wincing the Night Away, $28.99. Bedtime for Democracy, The Dead Kennedys, $26.99. George Strait No. 1s is $33.99. And Doom, the original game soundtrack, $54.99. So, Metallica, all of a sudden, new bids, now at $85. Slayer, still getting bids, $51. Ozzy's at $76. Now it's at $80. Patrick Lear wants Simon and Garfunkel. Wants Paul Simon, RTI Pressing. I have that myself. Michael McDowell on GS. That's George Strait. Thank you, Sir Michael McDowell. That's Sir Michael McDowell. We have Metallica at $90. Slayer out. And never mind, I like the Stones, please. Okay, Jerry Johnson wants the Stones. That is sold to Jerry Johnson. Metallica's at $90. How much for NXS? NXS. There is not an NXS album in here. We did have a copy of Kick, but it's already sold. Metallica's at $95. We are sold out of Kick. We have a waiting list for Kick. And we have Metallica still getting bids. Are we done on Ozzy? Ozzy's at $80 with Matthew Benison. Slayer, I have an out. Greg Lapey has it for $151. There we have it. Okay, fantastic. I'm going to do some stretching right quick before I bring over another crate. Ooh. Man, I'm getting too old for this. Okay, I'm going to put these, I'm actually going to put these over here with this other crate of new vinyl from this week, because after tonight, we're going to have a big flip video posted in the group with all the new arrivals that are left over from tonight. And there's still several here. Let's send this bin. Oh yeah, there's some good stuff over here too. Okay, but I'm going to bring this crate over. I can't wait to go back through the new vintage stuff tonight and do Buy It Now Best Offer, because there's some great stuff in there. But first, let's do this crate right here if I can get to it. What is going on here? Okay, that was stuck to that. All right, let's bring this one over here. Yeah, we do have a few new puzzles tonight. So, Misty, you're out of Metallica. Shane has that for $100. Ozzy's at $82. Matthew says he's out. Slayer, it's definitely sold. $151, Greg Lapey. $151, Greg Lapey. Thank you. Greg Lapey, $151. We're about to sell Metallica. Less Misty bids. And Ozzy, we have an out. That's about to be sold for $82. More on deck. Monsters are calling. I know. I'm about to do it. But first, new puzzles. I got a handful of them over here. We have 5 new puzzles. These are all $24.99. I'm going to check waiting list right quick, but I don't think there is. We have Master of Puppets. These are 500-piece puzzles. Master of Puppets is $24.99. AC/DC for those about the rock. Guns N' Roses, Appetite for Destruction. And here's one we've never had before. Nightwish, Human Nature. Nightwish puzzle, $24.99. There's some puzzles I've never had before. Metallica, AC/DC, Guns N' Roses, and Nightwish. Or those are new. There's, I think, 2 in there I've never had before. And let me check a waiting list, though, on Metallica. Let me check a waiting list on Metallica. And I actually have a Funko that I know we have lots of fans and collectors for that I haven't shown in a while. So let me do that right quick. Don't go anywhere. I'm over here logged into the my MacBook while I check on some stuff and catch my breath. I should probably go ahead and grab a monster. Don't forget, we're going to be doing this again tomorrow and the next day. And I don't know if Paul's doing a show on Sunday, but let's do, let me look through here. I have a waiting list for multiple puzzles. Let me see what I have here. Puzzle. There is, nope. We have a waiting list for Whiplash. Let me see here. Puzzle. South of Heaven, Fear of the Dark. There's no waiting list for any of those puzzles, so they're all up for grabs. They are all up for grabs. Okay. And then this is $49.99 if anybody wants it. $49.99. I can get more of them. I just got one, but they're $49.99. And this, I've had it before. This is Iron Maiden, Live After Death, Seventh Son, Knights of the Dead, and Somewhere in Time. $49.99. Iron Maiden, Live After Death, Seventh Son, Knights of the Dead, and Somewhere in Time, $49.99. I've got one, and I can get you more. Forrest Appleton says he'll take it. That's not stickered, so whoever's tagging, make sure that goes in for $49.99. But that is sold, and I can get more of them. I can get more of them. So let's go ahead and sell Ozzy. Ozzy is sold to Jason Jones. Jason Jones gets that for $82. That is sold to Jason Jones for $82. That is sold for $82 to Jason Jones. $82. And we have Metallica. Shane Devers has that for $110. That is new high bid. Misty, you're out. And Jerry Stone wants the AC/DC puzzle. That's sold to Jerry Stone for those about the rock. All right. We all of a sudden have a big inventory now of puzzles. We got a bunch. We got I got 2 whole shelves full over here now. So we got a pretty big backlog. I think tomorrow I'm going to bring all of them out and show them again. Missy's out on Metallica. Let's start a whole new slew of auctions as we go through some new stuff here. We need 3 new big auctions, and I'm doing them right now. Shane gets Metallica for $110. That had the bonus tracks, Am I Evil and Blitzkrieg on it. All right, so that's sold. Let's put that away, and I'll go ahead and start a new crate. That AC/DC puzzle fills up the crate very fast. And new auctions. Let's see here. I know we got people waiting for Motorhead, and Skid Row's a big one we hadn't got to yet. And last time we had this, there was quite a battle over it. It's called Celtic Frost. And we got a Great White record that was kind of a bonus edition tonight. So let's go through these. And the number is, I don't know if it has a number. There isn't a number. It's just, it just says 4-pack. It's actually an A&E exclusive. They glow in the dark. There is no number on it. Okay, Antonio wants a Master of Puppets puzzle. You got it. But first, here's Motorhead Live. Motorhead Live. This is our next auction. Auction number 1. No Sleep Till Hammersmith. An 81 US pressing. The vinyl is not the best. It's in like G+. It has some pretty recognizable marks right there. I think y'all can see those. It is playable. Side 2 is pretty clean though. Side 2 is really nice. $15 start on Motorhead. Those are non-feelers, but they're big scuffs, but they're non-feelers. $15 start. There's the inner sleeve. There's the jacket, and that is an 81 US. That is an 81 US. So mostly like cosmetic scuffs on that one. There is Motorhead. Let me put that right there. And then we have Skid Row. Man, somebody just asked the other day, Chad, do you ever get Skid Row Slave to the Grind? When people ask me that, Chad, do you ever get such and such? I'm like, well, yes, and it will be up for auction soon. It's probably somewhere in the back. Here's a prime example. This is a 1991 German pressing. Yep, a 91 German pressing with the original inner sleeve. It is nice, VG Plus to EX. $45 start. $45 start. There's the original inner sleeve. $45 start. Skid Row, Slave to the Grind. Wow, $45 start. And that's an original German copy. A 91 German copy. $45 start on that. And then Celtic Frost. There was a battle for this the other night. A 1986 US pressing with the green combat label. It has the original inner sleeve, and it is a VG Plus condition. It is a VG Plus condition, 86 green label, $45 start. $45 start on Celtic Frost, and that's called To Mega Therion. It is the gatefold. $45 start. Okay, now let's run through some new LPs right here. First, I got to pull the Master of Puppets puzzle for Antonio Villanueva. Master of Puppets is sold. I got 3 more of those in stock if anybody else wants one. I got 3 more in stock. That's sold. Let's put Forrest's Funko over here. Forrest's Funko. And let's go through what's in here. We have The Cure live, Wake Me Up in the Dark. That's a live Cure concert from 1987 on green vinyl, $29.99. Also, The Best of REM. The Best of REM, 2LP, $46.99. AC/DC Live, $39.99. 1992 pressing originally. That's new and sealed, $39.99. Also, the FM soundtrack. FM is $33.99. Stacey Blomstrom on The Cure. That's so to Stacey Blomstrom. Thank you. Gene Simmons is $38.99. That's a picture disc. Santana Shaman. Shaman is a new release. It comes out tomorrow. A new music on vinyl release. Limited to 2,000 on purple vinyl. $49.99. Guest appearances by P.O.D., Placingo Domingo, Macy Gray. That's $49.99. I've sold a bunch of those this week. 1 Corrosion of Conformity left. That's called In the Arms of God. Limited to 1,000 on silver vinyl. Numbered. $46.99 on COC. And Napoleon. The Napoleon soundtrack. That's on red vinyl. MOV pressing Napoleon. $38.99. Led Zeppelin, House of the Holy. New and sealed remaster, Led Zeppelin, $33.99. And here's another Cure. This is The Cure live, Washington, D.C., 1984 on silver vinyl. It's a 2LP live unofficial, $39.99. Motorhead. The high bid is Steve Koch at $30. Skid Row is at $65. And Celtic Frost is at $55. So Celtic Frost is at $55. Skid Row's at $65. Motorhead's at $35. Next few LPs, Widowmaker. That's Dee Snider from Twisted Sister. Stand By for Pain, $39.99. 1 copy left of Van Halen, 1984. Might As Well Jump. Panama, Hot for Teacher. I'll Wait. Cut by Chris Bellman at Bernie Grumman Mastering. That is going to sound incredible. $33.99. Saturday Night Fever is $39.99. Steely Dan, Can't Buy a Thrill, $36.99. New and sealed gatefold. Fantastic album. You got to have that one. That's like an essential. That's like if I go to your collection to buy somebody's collection and they don't have Steely Dan, Can't Buy a Thrill, I'll question their musical taste. I'm like, you don't have Steely Dan, Can't Buy a Thrill? Are you really a record collector? $36.99. Van Halen, Women and Children First, another Chris Bellman, Bernie Grumman mastering cut, $33.99. Savatage, Dead Winter Dead, $54.99. And Korn, this is Follow the Leader. That we just sold an original. Here's a new and sealed, $33.99. New and sealed, $33.99. That's some new vinyl that came in this week. Update on our auctions. Motorhead, we got a bid for $35. Celtic Frost, $60. Skid Row, $68. Motorhead, $40. Skid Row, $66. Skid Row, $70. And Matthew Benison on 1984. $51.50. You have to buy the box set. None of the Sammy Hagar albums are individually available, unless somebody has broken up a box set and they're selling them individually. They are not available individually. Not available individually. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Can't get them. Not available individually. Not happening. Not unless somebody splits up a box set or you buy an original. You got to buy an original or you got to buy the box set. All right. Matt Lawson says, I'll take a Steely Dan. Matt must have been like, man, I don't want Chad to judge my collection. Thank you. Yeah, it's great. Great stuff there. That's so to Matt Lawson. All right, let's go through one more crate. Then we're going to go through tonight's vintage stuff. Buy it now, best offer. Somebody said, can you tell me about Celtic Frost? Celtic Frost, do I still have the sticky note for it? I've already lost the sticky note. This is Celtic Frost. Celtic Frost to Mega Therion. Celtic Frost to Mega Therion. It has the original inner sleeve. I think I said the vinyl was EX. No, I said it was VG Plus. It is an original on the green label. And the last bid on Celtic Frost was Andy McLean at $60. Andy McLean. It's VG Plus. It's an original green label with original inner sleeve, $60. That's a final call. Skid Row was a 91 German pressing. It's only a 68 with Larry Larson. I figured it might get close to 100. Larry Larson. Melissa Bailey bid 70. Melissa Bailey has that for 70. And Motorhead Live is a final call. Steve Koch has it for 40. John Porter, I'm going to see if you want to bid again. Van Halen will be coming. Well, I hope. They know they put out the Rat box set. They put out the Dokken box set, and everybody's like, they'll eventually release them individually. That's yet to happen. There's no Dokken individual releases. There's no, who was the Wasp? They still hadn't done that for the Wasp stuff. Well, some of the Wasp were in print. They hadn't done it for Rat, but the Wasp were in print. But there's still no Rat reissues. There's still no Dokken reissues. There's still no Van Halen reissues. And who was the other person that put out a box set? Somebody else put out a box set. They have to eventually do it. If not, they're missing out on a lot of money, but we'll see. Okay, this is Stevie Ray Vaughan. Martin Scorsese presents The Blues. That's a first time ever on vinyl. Limited to 2,500 on blue vinyl. That's $64.99. Martin Scorsese presents The Blues. Stevie Ray Vaughan. Nirvana, Incesticide. 2 LP, 45 RPM. Nirvana, Incesticide. $59.99. Everything in here is new and sealed. Jethro Tull, Songs from the Wood. $33.99. That is the Steven Wilson remix. Jethro Tull, $33.99. Dark Side of the Moon redo. That's on Roger Waters blue vinyl, $46.99. Blue vinyl, Roger Waters. Black Flag, Slip It In, $36.99. Black Flag, Loose Nut. Also Black Flag, Damaged. Black Flag, Everything Went Black. Black Flag, The First 4 Years. And Black Flag, Jealous Again. If you need a price or you want to claim already, just let me know. Motorhead is sold to Steve Koch for $40. Motorhead is gone. Thank you, Steve Koch. That is sold to you. No Sleep Till Hammersmith. That is sold. We have a final call on Skid Row. Samantha Joe is 75. Melissa's out. There's 3 people still bidding. Aaron Civic, Larry Lawson, and Samantha Joe. Nobody else bid on Celtic Frost. That's sold to Andy McLean for $60. Celtic Frost is sold. Andy McLean, $60. That is sold. Skid Row is now at 75. They're still bidding on that. Technically, 3 active bidders with Samantha Joe, the high bidder. With Samantha Joe, the high bidder. There are no Dream Theater LPs. There's pretty much nothing in print. So if we ever have a Dream Theater LP, it will be put up for auction. There's pretty much nothing that anybody wants by Dream Theater. I'll put it that way. Nothing in print. Rancantors, Broken Boy Soldiers. They're very, very, very expensive too. Some of those Dream Theater albums are hundreds of dollars. We have Chris Stapleton, Starting Over, $46.99. Chris Stapleton, Starting Over. Rush, Grace Under Pressure, remastered, $36.99. The Breeders, Last Splash, 30th Anniversary Edition, $66.99. Circle Jerks, Group Sex. Circle Jerks is $36.99. Whiskey Myers, Early Morning Shakes. Whiskey Myers is $33.99. 9 Inch Nails, Hesitation Marks. 9 Inch Nails is $39.99. Dave Matthews Band, Before These Crowded Streets, $49.99. Pink Floyd Relics is $33.99. And Kiss Alive 3, $39.99. They're still bidding on Skid Row. Let's get some more auctions started. How about Motley Crue? Quiet Riot. That's our next 2. Can't go wrong there. Motley Crue and Quiet Riot. This is Quiet Riot, Metal Health. Quiet Riot is an 83 U.S. Carrollton press, EX condition, $35 start. Quiet Riot, very nice. It's an 83 Carrollton press, EX condition, nice jacket, nice vinyl, EX Plus, $35 start. I'm about to sell Skid Row to Aaron for $76. Next auction is Motley Crue. Motley Crue, Shout at the Devil. Motley Crue is an 83 Canadian. This is an 83 Canadian with the original sleeve. Another one, really nice vinyl, EX Plus. This is going to be a $45 start. It's Shout at the Devil. It's an 83 Canadian gatefold, $45 start on that. Quiet Riot already has a bid for $40. Looking for a $45 start on Motley Crue. Skid Row is got a new bid for $77. We have Roger Waters, The Wall, $56.99. We have Motorhead, Donington Park, 1986, $29.99. Def Leppard, High and Dry, $33.99. Neil Young, $33.99. Young Shakespeare. The Fray, How to Save a Life. That's also $33.99. How to Save a Life. Yes, Fragile, $31.99. And Suicidal Tendencies, The Art of Rebellion, Suicidal Tendencies is $39.99. Assassin's Creed Valhalla soundtracks $34.99. De La Soul's $24, and Radiohead OK Computer is $46. Aaron Civic is at $78 on Skid Row. You might as well go ahead and bid $88 because we're probably going to get there anyway. But you're at $78. That's going to you. Samantha Joe, you've been outbid. Let me know immediately if you want back in. Quiet Ride is a final call. We have a $50 bid with Patrick Smith. David Campbell, you're out. Motley Crue's at 67 with Tony Swanson. And Melissa Bailey wants to fray How to Save a Life. That is so to Melissa Bailey. Anybody else or anything in that bin? Motorhead Donington Details. Motorhead Donington Details. Motorhead Donington Park. Monsters of Rock 1986. New and sealed. 1 LP. $29.99. Do you have any Charlie Crockett titles? No Charlie Crockett. Samantha Joe said out on Skid Row. Skid Row is sold to Aaron Civic for $78. Aaron, I misspoke. We didn't get to $88. I figured y'all were going to go back and forth there till we got to $200. Skid Row is sold for $78. We have David Campbell's out on Quiet Riot. That's sold to Patrick Smith for $50. Quiet Riot is sold to Patrick Smith for $50. But Motley Crue is still getting new bids. We have Motley Crue at $68. $68. Do you have an OG Girls? Not tonight. Not tonight. Stevie Ray Vaughan info. Stevie Ray Vaughan. Martin Scorsese presents The Blues. Stevie Ray Vaughan. That is available on vinyl for the first time. It's a limited edition 2500. It's a 2 LP. Includes insert with pictures and liner notes. It's new and sealed. It's numbered. It's on blue vinyl. It's from Music on Vinyl. $64.99. New bid on Motley Crue. Samantha Joe, $70. Still bidding on that. Let's go through some of tonight's new vintage stuff. Buy it now or best offer on tonight's new vintage stuff. That is right. Buy it now, OBO. That means we're going to go through them, and you can buy them now or you can OBO them. You can buy them now, or you can OBO them. Let me see where I left off here. Let's find our first, newest check condition stuff, which is right here. Let's go through some of this. Buy it now, OBO them. Right? Is this the last crate? I can't remember which what was the last crate I went through? That one? Yeah, okay. Here we go. Let's do some buy it now, OBO them. Motley Crue's at 75. Jeff Church says he'll take that Kiss Alive 3. Jeff Church, you're going to get Kiss Alive 3. All right. That's so to Jeff Church. Let's put up 2 new auctions. 11 o'clock. Still got 248 people still watching. All right. Let's go ahead and get a new auction. Let's do Great White. Let's do kind of an unadvertised auction. And let's do Black Sabbath. We had one in the bin earlier. Here's Great White. Vince Lino. I don't think I have another Kiss Alive 3. I think he just got the last one. I can put you on a waiting list, but I actually may have it. I'll just have to dig for it. We have a lot of new vinyl laying around here now in bins. I've got to do some condensing tonight. And I do a big flip through it, and I kind of try to remember that. That's how we keep up with inventory. It's not really worth our time to. Everybody's like, I wish you'd have everything on a website and stuff. I was like, it's not worth your time to do a website, I promise. Not the way we do things, but basically our new vinyl inventory is in my head. I rely on my brain. I'm also going to do a little bit of cleaning up because I have sticky notes. Y'all should see all the sticky notes. We've sold. I told Paul, I said, it'll take us till after 11 to do all these auctions. And that doesn't include some of the surprise autographs, which they're surprises / unadvertised. So they're same thing. But we got to get through the first wave first. Let me clean up right quick here. Let me put some stuff over here behind me. And then we're about to go down the home stretch, as they call it, the back 9. I think we're already on the back 9. We're probably on like hole 14, 15. We're going to try to make some eagles coming in to get up the leaderboard. This is like the 4th quarter. This is the 4th quarter. We're behind a touchdown, and we're about to make a charge and finish up strong here. All right. Motley Crue was an 83 Canadian pressing. No condition notes on the vinyl, essentially. Original inner sleeve, it was a gatefold, and the high bid is $78. $78 on that. Let's put Vince Laino on the Kiss Alive 3. Our next auction is Great White. Great White. Awesome. Great White is an 87 club copy. 87 club copy. It's going to go up for a $45 start. Another album that's not in print that's always getting asked about. Once Bitten. I'll put this in a new MoFi sleeve. Beautiful vinyl. $45 start on Great White. Once Bitten. Not in print. Always getting asked about if we have it. Here's one right now you can have. It's up for bid. It's going to be a $45 start, and that is Great White. Once Bitten. Now up for bid, $45 start. Puzzles have been shown. If you can stay awake a little bit longer, I'll show them again. And then we have Black Sabbath. This is called We Sold Our Soul for Rock and Roll. This is the 81 Club as well. This is the 81 Club, Great White, Black Sabbath. This is on the Tan Warner Brothers label. The vinyl's in VG Plus condition. There's one LP. There's two LPs, and this is going to be a $35 start. Nice jacket compared to the way they normally look. This is actually a gatefold, which I think they're all gatefolds, but there's the gatefold. This has, of course, Black Sabbath on it, The Wizard, The Warning, Paranoid, War Pigs, Iron Man, Tomorrow's Dream, Fairies Wear Boots, You Gotta Believe Me, Changes, Sweet Leaf, Children of the Grave, Sabbath, Bloody, Sabbath, Am I Going Insane, Laguna Sunrise, Snowblind, and NIB. Let's see here. We have Black Sabbath. We sold our soul. That's going to be a $35 start. Great White's already at 60. Motley Crue's at 80 with Samantha Joe. 80 Crew with Samantha Joe. That is the best way. Send our page a message, Mark Chesler. If you probably have an invoice. You might want to check your junk folder. And on your email account. If it's not there, then let us know. And Ed will send it to you again, or he'll send it to you manually. All right. Let's go through this bin. Buy it now or best offer, okay? Buy it now or best offer. First is Jerry Jeff, A Man Must Carry On. Jerry Jeff is in VG condition, $14.99. That's a 2 LP gatefold. You can go ahead and claim these, or you can make an offer. John Mayall, Empty Rooms. John Mayall's in VG condition, $12.99. John Mayall, Chad and Jeremy, Distant Shores. Chad and Jeremy's in VG Plus condition, $9.99. And Mountain, Flowers of Evil. Mountain is in VG condition, $9.99. And Tom Rush, Got a Mind to Ramble. Tom Rush is in VG condition, $19.99. Roy Orbison, The Orbison Way. That's in VG condition, $9.99. And the Bee Gees First. The Bee Gees First is in VG condition, $9.99. The Jazz Tet, Big City Sounds, VG condition, $24.99. The Jazz Tet, VG, $24.99. Motley Crue, Rick Peabody. Did you want to bid again? He did, 81. Samantha Joe, you're out on Motley Crue. Rick has it for 81. Black Sabbath at 45 with Matthew Benison. William Warner, you're out. And Great White, David Campbell still has it for 60. Chris Bichak, you're out. James Bragg, you're out. I'm about to sell Great White for 60 if nobody else bids. These are all buy it now best offer. We have Split Milk, Lori Stivers, a 71 promo copy, a folk pop album, VG Plus condition, $19.99. Also, we have Music for Belly Dancing, VG, $9.99. Mountain, Chris Flynn, if you want Mountain, the price on that one was $9.99. I'll sell it to you for $8. Motley Crue has a new bid for 85. Great White has a new bid for 62. And Olympic Runners, Not the Trot, a 77 funk record, VG Plus, $26.99. Black Sabbath has a new bid. All three auctions just got new bids. Also, Lonnie Smith, Keep On Lovin'. Lonnie Smith is in VG Plus condition, $29.99. Just Jimmy Reed, VG condition, $19.99. Steely Dan, Asia, VG Plus condition, $24.99. VG Plus condition, $24.99. Motley Crue has another bid for 83, but we already have an $85 bid. So Samantha Joe, you're back out. Black Sabbath has another bid for 53. David Campbell bid again on Great White at 65. Chris Flynn says he will take Mountain for $8. That's sold to Chris Flynn for $8. Pat Garrett and Billy the Kid, Bob Dylan, VG, $12.99. Also, here is the, we showed this earlier. This was the Get Hip Folk Series, green vinyl, limited to 150 copies. And that was from 2017 on green vinyl, $19.99. I think I skipped over something. Nope, I found right my same spot. The Magic of the Spellbinders. That was a Columbia record, a 66 soul album I never had seen before. The Magic of the Spellbinders. Beautiful condition, Columbia 2i, $49.99. We have an out on Great White, so that's a final call to David Campbell for 65. Black Sabbath at 55. So Matthew Benison, let me know if you want to bid again. And Motley Crue is sold to Patrick Smith for $85. Patrick Smith gets Motley Crue for $85. All right, let me put that away. Patrick Smith, thank you. You get Motley Crue for $85. And let's put that away. All right, it's Steal It and an AB. By the way, if you heard me earlier, when we start posters, I promised one thing. We have an original Indiana Jones movie poster. We're going to auction whenever posters get started, okay? So for the poster buyers, I saw Dale Sanders' name pop up. And I'm sure there's a couple other people like, when does posters start? It will start after the conclusion of all these auctions. Not these. We got more after this. But yes, this is AB Matrix. I mentioned that earlier. Nobody bought it. AB on the Matrix. VG Plus $24.99. Matthew's out on Black Sabbath. We have William Warner out. That means Black Sabbath is sold to George Scher for $55. They're still bidding on Great White. James Bragg is at $71. Let's put up some new auctions. Let's put up some new auctions. Fantastic. What a fantastic night. I'm about to go open this fantastic monster. I went and got it out of the fridge. First, though, we have Neon Cross. We don't want to put up Snow White because we already have Great White up. But let me go ahead and grab this. Any Rolling Stones fans still watching? Any Stones collectors? Any Stones fans? Anybody just a record collector? This is really cool. This is an original pressing of Sticky Fingers from the UK. It has the actual title, Rolling Stone Sticky Fingers, on the cover. It is in VG condition. I'll show it in details, but it is obviously an original zipper cover, and it's a UK copy. This is going to be a $45 start. Here is the insert. It is a little ripped right here. The insert is ripped. It does have some staining on the back, but that is the insert. Here's the original label for the UK here. VG condition. There's the zipper mark, so you can see the little bit of wear right there where the zipper hits the vinyl through the jacket. It is in VG condition. I'm going to put that in a new MoFi sleeve. John put it in a new outer. I got to get him some MoFi sleeves for records like this back there. But $45 start. A 1971 OG UK. A little bit of a tear there on the belt buckle. Everybody wanted to peek what's behind it. You don't see anything except some underwear, but you never know. There's some strange people out there. We have a new MoFi sleeve for this. I'm down to 2. I got to open a new pack. Did you post a Werewolf in London poster? No, I haven't. No, I've got a stack of high-end posters that hadn't sold that we're going to photograph eventually and get on eBay or possibly send them to consignment. But no, I haven't officially done that yet. That's a $45 start. And by the way, Jason Jones, you're out on Great White. Let me know if you want back in. And then Neon Cross. Neon Cross is an 88 US pressing. It has the original inner sleeve. It's an EX condition, and this is going to be a $25 start. Neon Cross, an 88 US pressing, original inner sleeve, $25 start on Neon Cross. That's now going up for bid. Neon Cross, 88 US pressing. Asia, sell that to Dale Sanders for $17. Thank you. We have Wendy Wallman, Strange Company, $12.99. Lori Stivers, $15. Sell that to Rachel Crosta. Thank you. That was right here, Split Milk. That is sold to Rachel Crosta. Next is Ace of Shades, Shades, 81 UK, $12.99. We have Frank Marino, Mahogany Rush, World Anthem, $19.99. Billy Paul, Got My Eye on Straight, a white label promo, $19.99. And Paper Lace. Paper Lace is $19.99. Matchbox, Midnight Dynamos. Matchbox is a rockabilly pressing from 1980, $19.99. Great White is sold to James Bragg for $71. That is sold to James Bragg for $71. Thank you, James Bragg. That is sold to you. We have no bid on the Stones yet. Looking for a $45 start. Looking for a $45 start on the Rolling Stones Sticky Fingers, an original 71 UK copy, VG condition, $45 start. Neon Cross has one bid. Neon Cross has one bid for $25. Final call. Curtis says MR $15. MR was Mahogany Rush. Sell that to Curtis for $15. Forrest is in on the stones at $45. Final call. Info on Paper Lace. Paper Lace, no condition notes, $19.99. It's on the Mercury Skyline label. Very clean looking label, $19.99. Finally, I'm going to mute my mic right quick and take a drink of this Monster Energy drink, and then I'm going to get some new auctions rolling. We sold Great White, so I'm about to put up some Snow White. Let me mute this right quick and take a drink. I desperately need this. Okay. We got a bump on the stones for 46. Forrest is at 47. Neon Cross is at 41. We have Love is a Thing, Nat King Cole, $9.99. And Steve Hooker's Shakers, Really Gone, a rockabilly album, $19.99. To my knowledge, there's no Pantera records in the back. We've already auctioned all those. That was the first stuff we did from this major collection. Snow White. Snow White is an 85 US pressing. It's in VG condition. Snow White, let's do this for a $25 start. Snow White, Kick 'em When They're Down. It's a VG Plus record. That's called Snow White, NZO. Kick 'em When They're Down. That's going to go up for a $25 start. Neon Cross is at 35, and the Stones is at 51. We have the Aces, Dust My Broom, $19.99 on the Aces. Ronnie Earl and the Broadcasters. That is Soul Searching. Ronnie Earl, $19.99. Phil Trigwell. Phil Trigwell's a 93 German rockabilly, $14.99. Crude PA. Crude PA is a 1990 garage album, $39.99 for Crude PA. Otis Smokey Smothers and his Ice Cream Men. Got My Eyes on You, and 86, $29.99. Straight No Chaser, Studebaker John. That's a 79 Chicago blues album, $49.99. DJ Rogers, a funk soul album, $39.99. And Bo Ramsey and the Sliders, Feeling Getting Stronger, an 83 blues rock, $39.99. All right, the Rolling Stones is at 50 with Rick Peabody, 51 with Forrest Appleton. Neon Cross is at 35. Snow White was at 50. Rolling Stones is at 55. Rick Peabody's out. Now it's between Michael Nath and Forrest Appleton. Snow White's at 27. Hector already bid 30. And Neil Reigler said Crude, 30. Sell that to Neil Reigler for $30. Snow White is at 30, another 30. So Neon Cross, nobody's bid since Andy's 35. Luke Rosenberger, I was waiting for you, but I've got to sell it to Andy McLean for $35. Neon Cross is sold. That is sold to Andy McLean for $35. I think I said that a few minutes ago. That is sold for $35. Now, that means we're going to move down the Stones. Forrest Appleton is going to let me know if he wants to bid again, please. More than 50. He already bid 56. My bad. He's already bid 56. Michael Nath, you're out. Michael Nath wants Otis for 24. Otis, sell that to Michael Nath for $24. And now Snow White with a Z has new bid. And Luke, I've already sold Neon Cross. Sorry about that. I'd already moved that to a final call. I thought you were just done. I didn't hear back. But the first thing I'm going to do is put up an OG pressing of a fantastic Black Sabbath album, Heaven and Hell. Heaven and Hell is going to go up for a $45 start. This is Black Sabbath, the first Ronnie James Dio album, and it's epic. EX on the vinyl, Children of the Sea, Neon Nights, Heaven and Hell, $45 start. The Stones is at 47. The Stones is at 58. Snow White is at 55. Sabbath is a $45 start. John Anderson from Yes, Oasis of Sun Willow, $19.99. Also, Nat King Cole, Stay As Sweet As You Are. Nat King Cole is $9.99. And we have Richard Groove Holmes on Pacific Jazz, $24.99 gatefold. Also, Janie C. Riley, Harper Valley PTA, that's her greatest hits. Somebody wrote right on her forehead, though, $9.99. Dean Martin Swingin', that's a 2 LP compilation. Dean Martin is $16.99. The Sorrows in Italy. The Sorrows is an 83 French pressing sealed, $34.99. Don't forget about One More Highway, a 1972 blues album. It's $19.99. Sabbath is at $45, $55, and $60. William Warner put HH50. That was Heaven and Hell. That's already at $60. Snow White is at $35 of Hector Morin. Danny Thomason, you've been outbid. Robert says he's out. And Forrest Appleton, you're going to get the Stones for $56. That is sold for $56, Forrest Appleton. Nice pickup there. Sticky Fingers. That was the original 71 UK. I'm going to put that back in its sleeve. And if I can here, let me get all the inserts tucked in there. Very, very cool. All right. Snow White still getting bids. And now Heaven and Hell, condition of One Highway. Let's see here. The cover is a solid VG Plus, and the vinyl is EX Plus. No condition notes on it. EX Plus. Snow White's at 36, and Heaven and Hell, William Warner's at 65. Okay, let's see what else. Let's keep, like I said most of the night, we're going to keep 3 auctions running, and we're going to completely change the genre here. But check this out. Crush Groove soundtrack. The original soundtrack to Crush Groove. Changing the genres here. This is an original Crush Groove soundtrack. It is an original sealed for a $35 start. That's right. An original sealed for a $35 start. Shaka Khan, Beastie Boys, Curtis Blow, The Fat Boys, Force MDs, Debbie Harry, LL Cool J, Run DMC. It's an original sealed. The flap, this shrink wrap is like down the seam here. It's a little folded over, as you can see, but it is sealed. It's never been opened, and it does have a punch hole. That's an original Crush Groove soundtrack, sealed, $35 start. That was an unadvertised surprise. Snow White 36, Heaven and Hell was at 65. Derek Estrada said DM 12. Dean Martin sold that to Derek Estrada for 12. Mark Querum said he'd give 16 for the One Highway. Sell that to Mark Lent, that is. Black Sabbath is at 70. Crush Groove is at 35. And are we done on Snow White? Hector Morin is at 37. Danny Thomason, just waiting on you. You've been outbid. Hector has it for 37. The Loved Ones Magic Box. That's an 87 Australia press. The Loved Ones Magic Box contains every track recorded by the Loved Ones, plus 3 rare live songs from 67. Danny's back in on Snow White. William's back in on Heaven and Hell. We have the Howling Dolls. The Howling Dolls is $14.99. The Howling Dolls is $14.99. One second. I got to jot something down. Okay. We have A Passage to India soundtrack, $19.99. Elvis Sings Flaming Star. The only Elvis record I can remember in a while not being claimed. Elvis is $14.99. Hide and Seek is $34.99. And Garland Jeffries and Lou Reed radio broadcast, $29.99. Nobody else going to be on Crush Groove. Final call to Bubba, 77775 for $35. Hector, you're out on Snow White. Danny bid $38. Heaven and Hell. Heaven and Hell's at $72. Mark Lent said 16 on the Loved Ones. Mark Lent, I had that marked for $39.99. I'll do $35 on it. $35 on that. Tony Wade bid 40 on Crush Groove. Neil Reigler wants Hide and Seek for 25. Neil, I'll go ahead and sell that to you for 25. New bid on Crush Groove for 40 with Tony Wade. Jason Hernandez also bid 36, but Tony was at 40. Robert's out on Black Sabbath. That means William Warner's probably going to get it for 72. And then Hector's out on Snow White, so I'm about to sell that to Danny Thomason for 38. Eric James said he'd give 10 on Elvis. Okay, I'll do that. That's sold for 10. Daniel Farrow said DM12. DM12 was, what was DM12? You may have to fill me in on that one. I don't see a DM on here, unless that was supposed to be EP maybe. All righty. Anybody else on anything in that bin? Glad we recapped that. We took another chunk out of that one. Still finding sticky notes everywhere. This has been the night of sticky notes. We've sold a lot of auctions. They all had sticky notes. Dean Martin. We've already sold Dean Martin. Lazarus said Howling Dogs 10. Sold Lazarus for 10. The radio broadcast here. The radio broadcast was $29.99. $29.99. Let's end some auctions. The Snow White. Snow White is sold to Danny Thomason for $38. Sold to Danny Thomason for $38. Black Sabbath is sold to William Warner for $72. William Warner, you get that for $72. And then Crush Groove. Bubba is out. Let's go ahead and sell it to Tony Wade then for $40. That's actually exactly what John had that thing marked for. So he had it marked for $39.99. We're going to go ahead and sell it for $40. And I think we're caught up. Let's see what we have left to auction. I have over here 2 more in the bin. And then we might do just a couple more final surprises. I think I've got a half-off bin or something maybe to end up vintage tonight. We have Van Halen, Women and Children First. Now, this is nice. It's OG, and it has the David Lee Roth poster. So this is Van Halen, Women and Children First. Exceptionally nice vinyl. This is the OG, and this came originally with a David Lee Roth poster. And there's one in here. This has the David Lee Roth poster in it. $45 start. Kind of a questionable poster there. David Lee Roth tied to a fence, handcuffed to a fence. That is a $45 start. And that is, I'd rather have, if I would have bought this back in 86, when was this? 4, 5, what year is this one? 82, 3, 4, 80. Wow, 80. 80. I was way off. I'd been like, man, why couldn't you give me a poster of Eddie Van Halen shredding? I don't know if I want a poster hanging in my room of David Lee Roth chained to a fence. Could you imagine how much more valuable and desirable that'd been if it was an Eddie Van Halen poster? Nothing against David Lee Roth, but kind of an odd poster, I think. This is a 1985 pressing, so that's a $45 start. This is an 85 pressing of Kiss Alive. 85 pressing of Kiss Alive. It's very nice. Not much wear on the cover, and the vinyl is spectacular. As in EX Plus to Near Mint Minus. $55 start. The exact pressing is an HRM. 1985 HRM pressing. That's a $55 start. The vinyl is nice, and Van Halen is a $45 start. Okay, now let's see if I can find... let's see what's in this bin. I see a bin here. I try to find bins that have lots of classic rock, but also maybe a little bit of that New Orleans collection. So we can just kind of mix it up, because if it has a ton of that New Orleans stuff, it takes a long time to go through it just to read and figure out what it is. And this bin's pretty full, but I mean, I don't know. There's some pretty cool looking stuff in here. So, let's see if I can find a different one. There's not. That's a good candidate. That's a good candidate there. Let's see here. This one looks pretty cool. Yeah, this one looks pretty cool. Yeah. I see some popular titles. I see some probably a little bit pricier stuff too. So I have found our half-off bin. I have located our half-off bin. Let me do some condensing first. I think I can fit this bin with the other vintage stuff from tonight, it looks like. Or at least get it all into one bin. What's your favorite album of all time? That's impossible. That's impossible. I do think there's some albums out there that doesn't have a bad song on it. There are some almost perfect or almost perfect albums, in my opinion, for my ears. One of them is Led Zeppelin. Well, gosh, yeah. I'm such a Led Zeppelin fan. Led Zeppelin 1, 2, 3, maybe one track I could do without. Well, no, they're all good. 4, House of the Holy. Those albums, the Led Zeppelin catalog, they didn't miss. Even somebody like, Led Zeppelin 3 is no good. I like it enough. I've listened to it enough. I don't think there's a bad Led Zeppelin song, even on In Through the Outdoor. I don't think Led Zeppelin made a bad song. Even the stuff on Coda, even the demos are good. They were on a different level. I mean, I love the Beatles, but there's a couple that I have to skip. You know, Ringo, What Goes On, or I don't like that song, I'm a Loser by the Beatles. I was like, why would you want to listen to that? I'm a loser. They should have changed it to I'm a winner. I don't think, I can't, there's not a Led Zeppelin song that I would say is bad. Hot Dog, maybe. We've talked about Hot Dog before, but I am such a Zeppelin fan. I don't think they ever recorded a bad song. There's not a bad song. So, they did not miss. They're the most incredible band. All 9 of those albums, it is absolutely incredible what they did. They were clicking. They were doing something special. Did Van Halen get a bid? Rick Peabody's in, $45, final call. Robert Phillippe's at $55 on KISS. We have an offer on the Lou Reed radio broadcast. If I can find it right quick, I'll sell it to you. Let me figure out what bin I put it in. I think I put it in this bin right here. Lou Reed radio broadcast. We're about to do a half-off bin. Here it is. Let's sell this to Landro for $19.99. $19.99. And we have a new bid on KISS for $59. Van Halen knows about to sell to Rick Peabody for $45. Speaking of Led Zeppelin, does anybody want a copy? We have all of them in stock. You got to have presence. You got to have physical graffiti. Physical graffiti is incredible. I mean, everything on there, just a masterpiece. Every record in this bin is half off. Every record in this bin is half off. So, I'll tell you another band, okay? Black Sabbath. Black Sabbath went on. Their music is incredible. Black Sabbath. And then, of course, the Beatles. I mean, man, from Rubber Soul and Revolver through Abbey Road, that is hard to beat. I've never heard a Zeppelin song than Immigrant Song and Black Dog. What in the world? Wow. I mean, you've had to heard Stairway to Heaven. I mean, don't take this the wrong way, but you've had to live in a cave or something. That is impossible. You've heard more than that. All right, let's go through a half-off bin. It's kind of frustrated me. The Beach Boys, Endless Summer. This is $10. Zolo wrote their name on the cover. This is $10. Pink Floyd, Metal Through the Wall. That was incredible. The Allman Brothers, they didn't miss there for a while. The first album, there's not a bad song on the first Allman Brothers album. Man, that's incredible stuff too. And most of that we're talking about was recorded from like 66 to 73. All that music right there from 63 to 73, it's incredible. 63 to 73. I mean, think about what the Stones put out. Crosby, Stills, and Nash, Neil Young, Joni Mitchell. Just start naming those bands. Pink Floyd in that era, Black Sabbath in that era, Led Zeppelin. That era of music, it's right around 66 to 73. If you put 73, you get stuff like Boston in there too. You know, it's incredible what was going on. Collector's records of the Doors, we could name them all day long. That was an incredible run of music. You had to have been there. I wasn't, but I'm there now. Collector's records of the 60s, 50s and 60s. This is $6.50. $6.50. Collector's records of the 50s and 60s. Hubert Laws, Morning Star. Hubert Laws is sealed. This has never been opened. It's only $15. Hubert Laws, $15. Morning Stars, that is a 72 record sealed, $15 on that. Orion, the Elvis impersonator, that's on gold vinyl, $12.50. And Sea Level, Cats on the Coast. Sea Level is $5, Cats on the Coast. And Three Dog Night, Hard Labor. Three Dog Night is $10. Okay, now, we got to get refocused here. The first thing, though, is we're going to go ahead and sell the Van Halen to Rick Peabody. Thank you, Rick. Nice pickup there with the poster. Complete OG sold to Rick Peabody for $45. And KISS, that had a bid for $55, and then Mark Lent bid 59. Robert Phillippe bid 60. Mark Lent, did you want back in? Mark Lent, did you want back in on this? Let me know. Now, this is a half off bin. The price I'm saying is the half off price, in case somebody missed that. For example, David, Hubert Laws is $15. It was already marked for 30. It was sealed. And then somebody offered 7 on the Beach Boys. It was 10. It was already marked for 20. The prices I'm saying are the half off prices. No more, no less. We have the Beach Boys, Hubert Laws, 3 Dog Night was 10, Sea Level was 5, Orion was $12.50, and the Collector's Records was $6.50. John Meeks wants 3DN, 3 Dog Night. That's sold to John Meeks. New bid on Kiss for 63, and David Hoy on Hubert Laws for 15. So the record guy, let me know if you want that for 10. We're going to keep everything half off to simplify. George Benson, In Your Eyes. George Benson is $5. We have Manfred Mann's Earth Band, Somewhere in Africa. That's $10, Manfred Mann's Earth Band. Junior Walker and the All-Stars, Greatest Hits, $10. We're going through a half off bin. That's on the Motown label. Shotgun. Eric James gets the Collector's Records. That's sold to Eric James. And we have Level 42, World Machine. Level 42 is $12.50. Level 42 is $12.50. Let me see what else I have over here, because we're going to be having a little bit more time for some auctions. I have a few more just last minute, kind of maybe unadvertised autographs that I've had over here. So I've got a few to pull out, and probably while we're knocking out a few things here. And the rest of them, though, will definitely be advertised and sold for tomorrow, just FYI. So let me get a few more of these pulled out. Probably at least 5 or 6 to finish up this this bin. And got some cool stuff over here, though. The rest of them will probably advertise so tomorrow. But I had like 4 or 5 set aside for reserve in case we run out of auctions. And I got a Dark Side of the Moon over here to auction as well. So back up to the top, we sold Collector's Records, and we have who was the Motown. The Motown was Junior Walker and the All-Stars. It was $10 in shrink wrap. Michael Rudolph said he will take the Beach Boys. Mark Lent, you're out on Kiss. Robert Phillippe has it for $65. And we have Bohannon Cut Loose. Bohannon is $6.50. Bohannon is $6.50. Condition. If I don't say the grade, if you don't hear me say VG, VG, or EX, VG, VG plus, or EX, then it's EX plus or better. So, like, if you don't hear me say the grade, then they're non-check condition. $6.50 on Bohannon. John Porter says he'll take Junior Walker. We're going to make sure Mark Lynn is done on that. We have Crosby, Stills, and Nash. VG plus, $7.50. $7.50 on that. $7.50 on that. And Mark Lynn's out on Kiss. Yep. The Who, you can't forget it, man. The Who, they had a great run. Yeah, Paranoid is Paranoid overall, incredible album. I mean, just fantastic stuff there, Black Sabbath did. All right, here's a next autograph. Check this out, really cool. This is Dave Mason, Alone Together, signed by Dave Mason. Dave Mason, Alone Together. It is signed by Dave Mason. Dave Mason that was in Traffic. It's on the black vinyl. It's on the ABC Blue Thumb label. And Dave Mason is going to be a $35 start. $35 start. ABC Records. It is JSA authenticated. $35 start on that. $35 start on that. Okay, and we're about to sell the Kiss then to Robert Phillippe for $65. Next, half off bin. Todd Rundgren. Runt. Todd Rundgren is a German pressing. $10 on Todd Rundgren, and that is a German pressing on Bearsville. Beautiful, high-quality vinyl. $10 on Todd Rundgren. Ray Charles, Friendship, in shrink wrap with the hype sticker. That's $12.50. That has Chet Atkins on it. That has Johnny Cash, Janie Freaky, Mickey Gilly, Merle Haggard, George Jones, Willie Nelson. The hype sticker mentions all those people. It's in shrink wrap. It's now $12.50. Tracy Songer wants Runt by Todd Rundgren. That is sold to Tracy Songer. Ray Parker Jr., Chartbusters. $10. Who you going to call? Original Company Inner Sleeve. $10 on that. And we have John Lennon, Milk and Honey. $10. John Lennon, Milk and Honey. $10. Larry Drish on Ray Charles. That is sold to Larry Drish. And then Ray Parker, I'm assuming, Paul, is that for Ray Parker? If so, that's sold to you. Let's go ahead and tag the Kiss for $65 to Robert Phillippe. Now, Aiden says he's only ever heard 2 Led Zeppelin songs. Aiden, here's your new challenge. you got to sit down and have a Zeppathon, okay? A Zeppathon is when you sit down and you listen to all of the Led Zeppelin albums from beginning to end in order. And when you do that, you'll be changed. And the first one you start with is 1969, Led Zeppelin 1, and then 1969, later that year, they put out Led Zeppelin 2. It's incredible to think they put out both those albums in the same year. If nobody else has done this, if you only know a couple Led Zeppelin songs, then you're really missing out on life because they have some of the best music ever recorded. Final call to get a bid on Dave Mason for $35. We have David Anderson, Children of the Mist. This is VG Plus 750. He was wanting Ray Charles as well. Okay, so nobody on Ray Parker. So Ray Parker's still available. That's $10 if anybody wants it. And we have Paul McCartney, Red Rose Speedway, $13.50. Paul McCartney, Red Rose Speedway, $13.50. That's a gatefold with a hop sticker. And Barclay James Harvest, Early Morning Onwards. That's a 73 UK, $10. We're in a half off bin. Let's go ahead and put up a autographed copy of Melanie. Melanie recently passed away. This is signed by Melanie, and she put a little doodle on there, it looks like. Melanie is JSA authenticated. Melanie is JSA authenticated. Melanie died in 2020. She died this year? I think that's what that means. Died 2024. This is the actual record itself is very clean and nice. It is a gatefold. There's Melanie. There's her signature. $35 start on Melanie. JSA authenticated. Melanie. Very cool. That's signed and JSA authenticated. $35 start. That's now up for auction. That has a bid with Tracy Songer for $35. Continuing, we have Frank Zappa, Uncle Meat. That is now $4.20. That's now $24. It was $48. It was $48. Now it's $24. Not bad. $24 off. That makes it $24. And it's an EX condition. Mothers of Invention, Uncle Meat. $24 on that. And live, Lonnie Liston Smith. Live, Lonnie Liston Smith is $20. Live, Lonnie Liston Smith. That is $20 off. That makes that $20. Patrick Lear on Zappa. That is sold to Patrick Lear. We have a no bid on Dave Mason. If anybody wants that, it's a $35 buy it now. Gold paint pen, signed Dave Mason. JSA authenticated, autographed Dave Mason LP. If anybody wants that, it's a $35 buy it now if anybody wants it. That's a no bid. $35 buy it now. I'm going to put that away and put it in a new sleeve. If anybody wants it, it's a $35 buy it now. Dave Mason. All right, let me put this away. Very, very cool. Mark Lent wants the Lonnie Liston Smith. Put Dave Mason right up here. Lonnie Liston Smith is sold to Mark Lent. Thank you. That's a half off price. Final call on final call on Melanie for $35. Tracy Songer has the high bid and the main ingredient bidder. The main ingredient is in VG Plus condition, $10. The main ingredient bidder, 72 VG Plus. Don't ever be John Bond, but yeah. So when I got into Led Zeppelin when I kind of was younger and I wanted to play guitar, and obviously I was obviously fascinated by Jimmy Page. But as I've gotten older, I've appreciated, the next thing I appreciated was Robert Plant's vocals. That's, really blew just really thinking about how great of a vocalist he was. But then I've really got into how great of a drummer John Paul Jones was. John Bonham. John Bonham is, regarded as possibly the GOAT. He's up there. He's definitely in the top 10. Definitely in the top 10. I think he's top 5. But, man, you listen to stuff like Good Times, Bad Times, and just Kashmir, When the Levee Breaks. All right. I've got to listen to Led Zeppelin all night now. This is an 83 pressing. This is a 1983 pressing of Dark Side of the Moon. There's no condition notes on the vinyl. The cover is VG, has some ring wear at the bottom. $35 start on that. Melanie got a new bid for $36. Melanie got a new bid for $40. Jason Hernandez wants Santana Shaman purple vinyl. Jason Hernandez, I have that. It's right here behind me. You want a copy of Santana. Of course, this is sticker price. Make sure that goes into sticker price to him. Henry's Choice, let me know if you want backing on Melanie. Let's keep going through the half off bin here. Mother's Finest live, only $5. It's in VG Plus condition. VG Plus condition on me, $5. And we have Different Style, Musical Youth. Musical Youth is in VG condition. That's also $5. New bid on Melanie for $45. John Porter wants Mother's Finest for $5. That's so to John Porter. And then we have the unforgettable Ira Leuven. Ira Leuven is VG condition $750. VG condition $750. Ira Leuven. Survivor. This one's called Caught in the Game. Survivor is in VG condition. $6.50 on Survivor. Henry's Choice back in on Melanie at $46. We have Ringo Starr Ringo. That's EX condition, $14. Ringo Starr Ringo. Ringo Starr EX condition, $14.99. That has the book. Henry's Choice is back in on that. Looking for a $35 start on this Dark Side of the Moon. Let's go ahead and get another autograph up for auction. This is signed by Mitch Ryder. Mitch Ryder and the Detroit Wheels. Let's put it up for bid. $35 start for Mitch Ryder. It is signed by Mitch Ryder. Very cool. Breakout classic album. There's the LP. Let's take a look at it. It is JSA authenticated. The LP is kind of beat up. The actual vinyl is VG minus. There's the JSA sticker, but it is JSA authenticated. It's Mitch Ryder, and that's going to go up for a $35 start. Scott Oman wants Survivor. Tag that for Scott Oman. Next, Santana was $49.99, Jason Hernandez. And make sure you send us all of your new information. We have Restless Live and Kicking. Restless Live and Kicking is in VG condition, $5. An 87 UK Psychobilly album, VG condition, $5. Burt Jordan's in on Mitch Ryder for $35. Henry's Choice, let me know if you want back in on Melanie. The Best of Sam Cooke, Volume 2. Ain't that good news? That's a great song. Change is going to come. It is in VG minus condition. It is in VG minus condition. That's $10 though. And Elephant's Memory, Take It to the Streets. Elephant Memory is VG 1350. I've purchased for. Okay, great. Thank you. Welcome back. Sorry I don't say your name too much. And then we have, let's go here to the top. We have, Michael Nath on Sam Cooke. Michael Nath on Sam Cooke. John Porter next, and Brent Robley on Elephant's Memory. Henry's Choice says he'll pass. Okay, Melanie is sold then. Tracy Songer, that's sold to you. Thank you. That's so to Tracy for a winning bid of $55. The signed Melanie. Nobody bid on Pink Floyd. It's a buy it now for $35. Pink Floyd's a buy it now for $35. And 83 Press, if anybody wants it. That's a buy it now for $35. Let's go ahead and tag that to Scott Oman for $35. Nice pickup there. Much less than what we had it stickered for, but that's okay. That's so to Scott Oman for $35. Late night deals being handed out. Nobody else bid on Mitch Ryder. That's a final call for $35 before we sell that. Plus, the 7 Deadly Sins. Plus is in VG condition, $12.50. And the Beatles, featuring Tony, or if Tony Sheridan and guest, My Bonnie, that is now just $17.50. It's a 64 mono. It does have somebody's name written on the cover, but that is the 64 mono on the MGM label, now $17.50. Now $17.50. Pink Floyd. Let's sell Mitch Ryder. One more quick autograph. This is signed by Gary Puckett and the Union Gap. Or excuse me, it's signed by Gary Puckett, and it's also JS authenticated. Very cool blue Sharpie here, Gary Puckett, and this is a $35 start. $35 start. Gary Puckett and the Union Gap's greatest hits. Signed by Gary Puckett. It says, hey, Gary Puckett. $35 start on that. $35 start on that. Mitch Ryder. Mitch Ryder is sold to Burt Jordan. Burt Jordan gets that for $35. Thank you. Let's go ahead and tag that for $35. Unfortunately, I don't think we'll ever see a Led Zeppelin tour. It would change the world. That'd be like Pink Floyd. That'd be like Gilmore, Waters, and Mason getting together for one more Pink Floyd epic world stadium tour. That's stuff I dream about, but it's not going to happen. I've literally had dreams about Led Zeppelin concerts, but it's not going to happen. Could you imagine just an outside stadium tour? Jimmy Page and Robert Plant and John Paul Jones and Jason Bonham. Jason Bonham coming out. Oh my gosh. It's like goosebumps stuff for me. Wow. That would be epic. The Fabulous Impressions. That's in VG condition, $12.50. I would probably faint at some point. The Beach Boys, Spirit of America. VG condition, $6.50. The Beach Boys, Spirit of America. That's in VG condition, $6.50. Billy Preston, everybody likes some kind of music. Billy Preston, $5. The Fifth Beatle for only $5. Donnie Iris, King Cool. Donnie Iris is in VG condition, $5. Climax Blues Band, Flying the Flag, $10. $10. Michael Rudolph on the Beach Boys. That's so to Michael Rudolph. Rachel Croston wants Billy Preston. We're wrapping up a half-off vintage bin here. Christopher Smith next on Billy Preston. Fine Young Cannibals. Fine Young Cannibals, $15 on that. Fine Young Cannibals in shrink wrap, only $15. And we have Rick Wakeman, Journey to the Center of the Earth. Rick Wakeman, VG plus $750. VG plus $750. Okay, if anybody wants Gary Puckett, that's a $35 buy it now. If anybody wants Gary Puckett, that's a buy it now for $35. And don't forget, we still got Dave Mason. I'm going to try to get these sold tonight, so if anybody wants those, just let me know. Gary Puckett and Dave Mason autographs, JSC authenticated. We have the Sheffield track record. That's a rock instrumental for audio component testing and evaluation. That's $1750. Gary Puckett, that's a buy it now to Burt Jordan for $35. Patrick Smith, you're second, but we'll go ahead and tag that to Burt. He was first, and that just leaves poor old Dave Mason. Can't get Dave sold to anybody. Does anybody want to make an offer on Dave Mason? Needing $35 on Dave Mason. It is JSL authenticated. Somebody asked how much it cost. Probably, if you just send off one record, shipping and shipping back and authentication, $40 or $50. That's why some of these are great deals, because they have JSA. If you're accounting for shipping there and shipping back and insurance and the fee, it's going to cost you much more than $35 to have this authenticated. All right, Mark Lent wants the test record. That's sold to Mark Lent, the track test record. Thank you. Next is Journey Evolution. Now just $14. What's that doing in a half-off bin? They usually don't make it out of new arrivals. EX condition, $14. We have Loverboy, Keep It Up. Loverboy is now $10. Loverboy, Keep It Up. $10 on Loverboy. We have Larry Drish on J for Journey. Jason Jones was second. David Campbell, then Eric James. Dick Gregory in Living in Black and White. Dick Gregory is $750. There's a Loverboy album. Diodato Prelude, $1250. I was listening to that last night. The also Sprach Zarathustra, the 2001 Space Odyssey. I don't know how to say that accurately, but y'all know what I'm talking about. David Campbell wants Loverboy. Jeff Church was second. Wow. The Who, great compilation here. $15. That's on the original Decca label. Meaty, Beady, Big, and Bouncy, The Who. That's only $15 on The Who. And we have the Moody Blues, Caught Live plus 5. And this is $10. Moody Blues, Caught Live plus 5. Okay. Does anybody want to make an offer on Dave Mason? The record guy said he'd do it for $25. Okay, sell that to the record guy for $25. Josh Phillips is first on W for The Who. Anybody else want anything else in here? I'm just going to read the titles right quick. We have the Moody Blues, Diodato, Dick Gregory. Moody Blues is sold to Burt Jordan, then Corey Gaston. So Diodato, Dick Gregory, Rick Wakeman, Fine Young Cannibals, Climax Blues Band, Donnie Iris, The Impressions, The Beatles, Plus, Restless, Live and Kickin', Ringo Starr, Ira Leuven, Musical Youth, Main Ingredient, Barclay James Harvest, Paul McCartney, Ray Parker Jr., David Anderson, John Lennon, Crosby, Stills and Nash, Bohannon. Level 42, somebody asked earlier how much Level 42 was. $12.50. Manfred Mann, George Benson, Sea Level, and Orion. That's all that's left in there. Scott O'Man wants the Climax Blues Band. These are half off. Take advantage. I don't know when I'll be showing some of these again. That's sold to Scott O'Man. Anybody else? Well, we sold every auction. We sold all the additional auctions, and I even went and pulled a few new autographs out. There's probably another 100 autographs in this collection. There's some really cool ones. Well, I don't want to mention anything. You'll see them whenever I post them officially. Otherwise, it'll create chaos. So, what's on the Level 42? We have Something About You, World Machine, Physical Presence, Leaving Me Now, Hot Water, It's Not the Same for Us, Good Man in a Storm, The Chat Has Begun, and Lying Still. Okay. Well, final request right now. If not, it's been an epic record sale. The record sale is over. However, the show's not over. We're about to go into movie posters. I got that stack to finish up tonight. We're just going to do those, maybe a couple extra things, But really just that stack. We got at least one to auction. I think I have another one. I kind of flipped through them last night. I was like, well, that's a good one. We're about to do that. So we're about to move into movie posters. If you've been here all night with us for records, thank you. It's been an incredible night. This is like big. We've had a lot of new people watching. Fantastic. Matchbox 20 is $33.99. Matchbox 20. Lazarus and Burt Jordan, those are great offers. However, I would be going against what I said earlier. Some people made some offers, and I said, thank you, but I'm going to keep everything at sticker price. I would be going against whatever I just told some other people. Those are very fair offers. But if I sell them to you, I feel like I'm breaking some kind of creed with what I just told other people. So everything is the sticker price of half off. Let me go get those posters. Let me find that one I was talking about. You might want to watch at least this first auction because this is really cool. We're going to knock out this stack. And then, because tomorrow, Friday and Saturday, I'm definitely going to be digging out some new stuff. Y'all remember last night I told you Fred handed me that when I was cleaning out his garage that last time, we were going through some of his file cabinets. We were going through some of Fred's file cabinets, and of course I made an offer. I bought everything in his garage. We negotiated on it for like, you got to think this garage was like a museum, okay? It was like a warehouse for like a film company or something. So there was years of collecting. We negotiated back and forth, and we finally came up with a price, and I bought everything in Fred's garage. But the last time we was up there, a couple months ago now, we were cleaning it out, and we opened up a couple drawers that had some really good stuff. And last night, we had a couple of those items, those signed Bill Monroe items, which Bill Monroe autograph, very desirable. And he had this right here. And he said he had found it one time for somebody, and they never did come back for it. And this is an original one sheet. This is the real deal. Raiders of the Lost Ark, Indiana Jones, the new hero from the creators of Jaws and Star Wars, Indiana Jones. This is going to be an auction. We're going to put this up for auction. This is Raiders of the Lost Ark, and it's nice. It's an original one sheet. And he handed this to me. He's like, you might want to put this somewhere safe. And so let's put it up for auction. I'm going to start it just at $75, and we'll see where it goes. But it's nice. There's no pinholes. There's no rips or tears. I figured this one was definitely auction worthy. We never do have time for auctions when we're doing the other stuff because we're going through so many, and I really wouldn't know what to start most of them. But I feel like 75 is fair, and that's going to be our first auction tonight. Probably the only one we're going to auction tonight. Raiders of the Lost Ark, Indiana Jones, original one sheet. It's now up for auction. Take a good look at it because I'm going to fold it up, and unless somebody really, really wants to see it again, I'm probably not going to touch it again, okay? So Brent has it for $75, which is a great price, by the way. Hopefully it goes up from there, or somebody's going to be getting a deal. So that's a $75 start. Very nice. I'm going to put it away. I'm going to keep it right back here. Let me go grab that other stack. Thanks, everybody, if you're signing off because you're not interested in movie posters. Thank you. We're going to be doing this again tomorrow, and guess what? We got great shows planned for the next 2 nights as well. Let's see. Paul, who will be here tomorrow? We'll have more stuff being priced tomorrow. I can't keep up with anybody's schedule. Either way, I think y'all know the drill. Let me grab this other stuff that we're going to be going through. There's Indiana Jones, Raiders, original one sheet. And here's the stack we're actually going to be going through tonight. I put them behind the counter, and I said, important posters. Important posters, as in nobody touch these. All right, let me shift some stuff around here. I'm going to put these right here. that looks nice. All right, next is laptop. I like this. I should do this more often. Have y'all bidding on something while I'm setting up all my poster works. Chad's poster works. I've thought about setting up a whole new group for our poster people. Maybe that'll be the name of the group, poster people. And get us all in there so we'll have our own group as well. Because there's so much that goes on and a whole lot of records. Let's see here. Let me just get a new window. I got plenty of battery. I think my battery will last, but all right. Here we go. I do have one other auction for sure. There's going to be one more other auction. This one on top probably should be, but we got to keep rolling. So here we go. Oh. It looks like Good Morning Vietnam. Let's take a look at it. It is. I'll get, if there's a question in the comments, give me 1 second. I hadn't looked at my phone in a while. So if there's a question or something, give me 1 second. I got to get some stuff set up over here. I'm almost done. I have so much stuff to order. I got sticky notes everywhere. And I hadn't even got the stuff from yesterday either. Golly. All right. Let me move these crates out of my way. That's there. Okay, let's put this over here then. And okay, I think we're good now. So Good Morning Vietnam. Very fine. Okay. So Good Morning Vietnam. We have a tear right here. We have a tear right here. It matches up really well though, so it looks just like a color break. It does have pinholes. It does have pinholes. Other than that, it presents very well. It presents very well, but it does have that rip there on the edge. So it is $65. $65 because of that condition. $65. And I have, all right, let's go back up top and see what else I missed here. Somebody said I missed a question. What was the Ringo again? The name of the album was Ringo by Ringo Starr. It's $14. All right, then we put up Raiders. The bids for Raiders are 75, 80, 100, 100, 110, 150, 160, 200, 205, 225, 230, 250, 260, 275, 280. Brent, you're first to Good Morning Vietnam. He passed. I saw that. So, Michelle, you can have Good Morning Vietnam for 65. Lillian was third. Paul was fourth. Antonio Villanueva wants Matchbox 20. I'll sell that to you, Antonio. That's going to be the last record, possibly of the night, in that last bin. That's sold to Antonio. And then Raiders is at $295 and now $300. Raiders of the Lost Ark. So, Michelle Miller, good morning's yours and not Lily McCurry. So while they're thinking on that, I'm going to be grabbing the next poster. And this one, yeah, I saw this and I was like, I think that's what that is. Let me take a look at it. It almost went to the potential auction pile, but it looks like Halloween 3. Yeah, this is Halloween 3, Season of the Witch. The non-Michael Myers movie. Halloween 3, Season of the Witch. All right, so last couple sold, 169, very fine minus, and then a very fine for 73. That don't make sense, and they're both the same thing. I'm thinking this one's nice. It's folded. There's no pinholes. It's folded weird. It don't have any weird creases or anything, but they put the panel underneath here, and then right in here it has maybe, it just looks like it's folded kind of weird. I mean, there's not just maybe some light color breaks, but yeah, so that's what's going on with that. It is kind of got a weird, it's kind of folded weird. It's just it's folded irregularly, essentially. This part tucks in, and then they put this part over here. So yeah, it's just kind of weird looking the way it is. So it's $95. It's $95 even like that. Let's update the Raiders. Jennifer Schrader was at 300. That's an original Indiana Jones, Harrison Ford, Raiders of the Lost Ark. Jennifer Schrader has it for 300. Final call. Henry was first to this. Henry, $95. Lillian takes Good Morning Vietnam. That is sold to Lillian for $65. Halloween 3 is $95. We have first on that was Henry, Landon, Brent, and Michelle. That's the first four people. So we'll put that in pending, and that's a final call. Raiders, $300. We're about to sell it. Then we have another auction. The Blade Master. The Blade Master. Let's see here. The Blade Master is $30. The Blade Master is $30. Let's go ahead and call Indiana Jones sold. Jennifer Schrader gets that for $300. Nice. That's sold to Jennifer for $300. Jennifer, that's sold to you. Curtis, you're first on Blade for $30. And if I'm correct, nobody wants Halloween 3 for $95. So that is available. If you want it, just say sold, because I don't know where we got to, but I think everybody's passed through the first 4 or 5. Landon said sold. Maybe it got down to Landon. Yeah, Landon, you were next. Okay, so you want it for $95, right? So Halloween 3 goes to Landon for $95, and Blade Master is sold to Curtis for $30. All right, everything is sold then. Let me know if my mic gets really bad. I'll swap it out right quick. I'll put up the other auction in just a second, but first, let's do this. Summertime Killer. Summertime Killer. Cool graphics. No, yeah, there are pinholes. Just pinholes in it. Just pinholes. No rips or tears or holes in the center part of it. $30 on that. $30 on that. And first was Henry Paredes, then Brent, then Michael, then Michelle. Let me swap out my mic right quick. Should be much better now. We have a pass and pass. So that goes to Michael Ruttman if you want it, Michael, and then Michelle Miller. Tentacles. This one is okay. It has pinholes up here and a couple color breaks like there, a couple like creases, like color break creases. $30 on tentacles. Each year, 10,000 tourists visit Ocean Beach. This summer, Ocean Beach has attracted something else. $30 if anybody wants that. $30 on that. So let's put that away. We'll figure out first. So I think everybody passed on the summertime. Right, summertime. Henry Paredes is first on tentacles. He said sold for $30. And we have summertime. I think everybody ended up passing on summertime. Yeah, so that was $30. Summertime Killer. If anybody wants it. No, Michelle said sold. My bad. Michelle said sold on Summertime Killer. So that sold for $30 as well. My bad. Okay. I misread her comment first. All right, let me pull one of these out, see what it is. Awesome posters. Nothing but awesomeness here on the posters tonight. This is Ben. B-E-N. Well, where Willard ended, Ben begins. $1972. $20. Thought that all expensive of a poster. $20 on Ben. $20. Jennifer Schrader was first. Jennifer Schrader was first. She's passed. Brent Robley, passed. Henry, $20. Feel like I'm about to sneeze, so if I'll sneeze, I apologize. If you hear my mic mute, that's what's going on. Hey, let's see what this looks like. Oh, that's good news. Unless that's the same one I had last night. Man, this may be another one. What did I do with the other one from last night? This has got to be the same one. There's no way I have two of these. Well, if it is the same one, it's the same price. This is $1,200. This is $1,200. I think it may be another one, though. Because I think I put the other one up here in the to be photographed section. Let me look right quick. I think this is the second one of these. Wow, I got two of them. American Werewolf in London. But yeah, that's got that special sneak preview banner at the top. So, my bad. I've got two of them. We'll set that aside. I think I have two of them. That's pretty remarkable if I do. Ben is sold for $20 to Michelle. She was next. That sold Michelle for $20. Let's see what's next here in this pile. We have, aha. Some staining on the back. The Deer Hunter. Academy Award mentions. The Deer Hunter. Unfortunately, the staining has come through, and it looks like it's the Academy Award poster, but still, very cool. Deer Hunter. $30 if anybody wants it. $30 if anybody wants it. Has staining. Deer Hunter. $30. Brent says he'll take it. $30. Okay. Let's keep going then. Let's get the auction going. Fred had a bunch of these. I think y'all know we've sold several. We've auctioned every one of them, usually during like the record sales during prime time. He had a bunch of these, and I was amazed when I found a bunch of them together because it's such a big movie. But this is Halloween 2. But after the success of Halloween 1, Halloween 2 was very marketed. More so. So here's Halloween 2. We're going to put this up for auction, okay? So this is up for auction. Halloween 2. Over here, there's a little bit of a paper pull. So a little right over here, a little bit of a paper pull, and there's a piece of tape. Same thing over here. Looks like there's a tear right there, and it looks like it's been repaired with tape. It's been repaired by tape right there. The overall aesthetic of the poster, as far as colors and everything, really nice. But that is a Halloween 2. I've sold these anywhere from $175 in kind of similar condition with tears, all the way up to $475. We auctioned one night for $475. So I've had them all over the place. I'm going to start this one tonight with the poster people at $150. Halloween 2. This is the original one sheet of Halloween 2. So we'll say very fine minus because of the repairs. But like I said, overall, very nice. But Halloween 2, $150 start. I'm going to fold it back up, and I'm going to put it right back here. $150 on that one. I'll put it right there. That's going to be the auction slot. All right, let's keep going then with some buy it now stuff. Let me pull. I'm pulling them out of the middle here. I'm not going off the top tonight. I'm pulling them out of the middle. So I don't even know what they are. I'm not looking either. Kenny Begley's in on Halloween for $150. Like I said, I think the cheapest one I've sold is $175. This might set a new cheap record. What do we have here? UFO target Earth. UFO target Earth. I think a couple of people saw the word journey. Brent and Michael saw the word journey. Now this is kind of weird because it's been folded over here. It looks like it's been trimmed, but it's just been folded over. That can obviously, it's not damage or anything. It just caused a color break. But I think this is called UFO target Earth. UFO target Earth. I don't think we've had this one before. $20 if anybody wants it. $20 if anybody wants it. So it's not really damaged. Just has that weird crease on the side that can be flattened. $20 if anybody wants that. So let's see here. We have a final call on Halloween. That's a $150 of Kenny Begley. Final call, right? Nobody else is bidding. $150 final call on Halloween 2. UFO, Michael Ruttman says he'll take it for $20. That's sold to Michael Ruttman for $20. Very cool. Let's pull another one out of the randomness of this middle pile here. And I think nope, this is something completely different. I think. Let's see here. Spaced Invaders. Spaced Invaders. Let me look here. Space. I'm trying to find a year. What year is this? There is no year, or at least not on it. Okay, we'll say $25. I really hadn't found a comp yet, but we'll say $25. Kind of guessing on that one. Henry, you're first. Let's go ahead and sell Halloween for $150 to Kenny Begley. So, Kenny, you're going to get that. Nice pickup. I think that's the cheapest Halloween 2 I've ever sold. That sold you for $150. And Henry's passed. Jennifer Schrader's passed. Michelle Miller, that can be yours for $25 if you want it. Michelle, $25 if you want that. Trimmers. Trimmers. Wow. That's rolled. That's folded. That's rolled. That's folded. Okay. $65. It is an original one sheet, and it's nice. No pinholes, no rips or tears, just folded. $65. $65. Nope. Get this folded back correctly. So Michelle passed on space. Brent Robley or Michael Ruttman, do you want spaced invaders for $25? It got down to the next two people were Brent and Michael on that last poster for $25. And then Landon was first to Trimmers for $65. Curtis, Landon said sold, but you're in luck. I have another one. I think I have two. Hold on a second. I have one more. So let's open it up, make sure it's okay. So, Curtis, I've got another one for $65 if you want one. You're next. I had two of those, $65. Looks good. And this is Curtis. This is a good poster. I don't want to have to open it up. So that's $65. That's Penny. So nobody on Spaced Invaders. So that's $25 if anybody wants it. So that's available to anybody. Anybody can have that now. We're done through the whole list, I'm pretty sure. Curtis got the other Trimmers poster for $65. Okay. Let me pull something. I'm gonna flip the stack now. Start pulling here out of the middle. Actually, let me flip this over. Yeah. Quest for Fire. $30. Brent, Michelle, Curtis, Michael, $30. Nice. No rips, no tears. Original one sheet. Brent said so, $30. Yeah, I don't know why. It's always random what I'm pulling out, but sometimes I just like to cut the deck in half over here and flip it over. Children of the Corn 2. Children of the Corn 2, The Final Sacrifice. Michelle, Brent, and Michael, $35. Michelle, Brent, and Michael, that's the order. Michelle, you're first, then Michael. That's $35. Michael Ruttman, you're the last person if you want it, 35. This is Alphabet Murderers. The Alphabet Murderers. Alphabet Murderers. $25 if anybody wants it. $25. Henry, you're first. Michael said sold on Children of the Corn for $35. Henry passed. Michelle, you're next in line on that for $25 if you want it. Michelle said sold, $25. Crash! Exclamation point. That's cool looking. Crash! Exclamation point. $30 on that. It's nice. Brent, Michelle, Henry, Curtis, Michael. Brent said sold, $30. Crash is sold. Anatomy of a Psycho. $1961, a one sheet, $55. Very cool. $55. Very nice condition. Michelle's first, then Brent, and then Henry, then Michael. Michelle gets it for $55. Next. I don't recognize this one. Short Circuit 2. $25, Paul Brothers. $25. You're first. And then Michael Ruttman. Sold. Cliffhanger, Stallone. Hang on. Cliffhanger, Stallone. Henry, $20. Then Michelle, then Michael. $20, Henry. Suppose they gave a war and nobody came. Suppose they gave a war and nobody came. $30. Brent, you're first. Brent, Michelle, Henry. Brent, pass. Michelle, you're next then. Then Henry. Michelle passes. Next is Curtis Marachi. No. Nobody's next. Everybody passed on that. Okay? Secret Ceremony. Secret Ceremony. Elizabeth Taylor. I don't recall ever seeing this one. $1968. Brent, $25. $25 on that, Brent. This looks familiar. Yep. That's sold to Brent for $25. Let me get it open first because I don't know the name of the movie. I've seen it though because there's a very popular person in it. Yeah. Desperately Seeking Susan. Desperately Seeking Susan with Madonna. Sorry, it's kind of folded weird, but trying to get up there where you can see Madonna. Desperately Seeking Susan. $30. Henry, you're first, then Brent. This thing's folded odd. I think it's like this. Nope, it's like... There we go. Back to the original. Sold to Brent for $30. That's sold to Brent for $30. This looks like... This is an odd size here. What do we have here? Some kind of comic book store Hawkman comic poster. The Shadow of War of Hawkman. 4 issues of dark suspense. DC Comics, 1994. 1984. $15 on the Hawkman. $15 on the Hawkman. Brent, you were You were first on YouTube and then you passed on Facebook. What kind of inner dimensions are you traveling? Caveman. Caveman. $60, $70, $81, $79, $19. I'm trying to figure out the year on this. 81, yeah. $35. Let me figure out who was first. $35. Michelle Miller was first. Michelle Miller, you're first. $35. Let me make sure. Yeah, Michelle Miller's $35. Stu Weezy from the Gut Punch. Are you talking about where you bought the autographed Allman Brothers and the autographed, well, I can't remember what you bought now. That was so long ago. I know you bought the Allman Brothers, that's for sure. Michelle Pass. Jennifer Schrader. Brent Robley, you're next on Caveman for $35. You're next on Caveman for $35. Brent passed. Henry's already passed. Paul Brothers, you're next in line. Paul, you don't get many opportunities like that. You're fifth in line to go all the way down to you. But if you want to pass, just let me know. Or you can say sold. This is Shay, pronounced or spelled C-H-E. I think it's pronounced Shay. Omar Harith. Everybody put S because I said Shay, but it's she. Spelled C-H-E. Oh. This one's got some damage. It's actually going to be really cheap. It's $10. It's got a doodle over here. It's got writing over here. It's got pinholes. It's $10 if anybody wants it. I think everybody passed on Caveman. Next, Tracy. Yeah, no, Tracy's next. Tracy wants Caveman for $35. You got it. Tracy Soinger, $35. The incredible two-headed transplant. I think we've seen this one before. Yeah, that's wild looking. The incredible two-headed transplant. $55. $55. Okay, did I give the Caveman to the right person? Did I give the Caveman to the right person? Yeah, Tracy, and then Lillian. Okay, so Tracy got it, then it was Lillian. Brent's first on The Incredible. That's $55. Henry, you get Shay for $10. Yeah, you get Shay for $10. C-H-E. That's OD for $10. Moving on. Dracula. Dracula. $79, Dracula. $65. $65 on Dracula, 1979, Style B one sheet. $65. And look, that's what Fred wrote on it. Where did I say that price at? Yeah, Fred wrote 65 on it probably 20 years ago. First person is Henry, then Jennifer Schrader. Jennifer, you're next. And then if Jennifer passes, Brent. Jennifer pass. Brent, you're next. While I'm preparing the next item. Oh, wow. Ha. Okay. Brent said 65. I didn't know I had another one of these. Whoa. Big movie coming up. Everybody have your thumbs and fingers ready. This is auction worthy. I've had two others. I've auctioned both of them. One got minimum bid, and then one night brought some crazy price. They bid on it for like 45 minutes. This is an original one sheet of Taxi Driver. The last fine, very fine, sold for $237.50, and it has a ripped corner, and it had tape on it. It had a ripped bottom left corner. It had very noticeable creases, and it had tape. And that was just a couple weeks ago, and it sold for $237.50. I forgot what we sold. We had one that was pretty nice ourselves. This one doesn't have tape. It has a tear here on the edge, but it's kind of in the dead area for the frame, but there is a little bit of a tear there. I think this one's a little bit nicer because it don't have tape on it. There's no other rips or tears here in the important part. I'm thinking $245. $245. Mitch and then Lillian. Brent's already passed. Mitch and then Lillian, $245 on Taxi Driver. $245. Mitch and then Lillian. And then Michael Ruttman. That's the order. Price is $245. Mitch passes. We have Michael pass. Lillian pass. If anybody wants it, it's $245. Taxi Driver. Taxi Driver. Oh boy. Look what I just found. This one's maybe slightly better than the one we had just a moment ago. Man, Fred had a bunch of these. This is crazy. Halloween 2. Man, that's wild how many he had of these. It'd be such a big, popular movie. This one has a little bit of a tear right here. We sold the last one for $150. I'll do $150 on this one. And this one has 2 less tears than the last one. $150. Curtis Marachi. Halloween. I think I've sold about everybody who wants one of those by now. Those are definitely photographable to auction during a live record sale possibly tomorrow night. So if nobody wants to buy those, that's perfectly okay. Halloween 2 and Halloween 2 and Taxi Driver, I'll save those. Well, this one's got some damage. Right off the bat, it's got a hole there, and it's got some light water damage here. Attack on the Iron Coast. Attack on the Iron Coast. The hole is right there. Triangular cut. I'll do it for $15 if anybody wants it. $15. I think we had one of these last night. Here's another one. Howard the Duck, $35. It's an advance coming to Earth August 1st. $35, that's what we sold last time's for. Michael and then Curtis. Michael said sold. I think this is a pretty desirable poster. Well, I think we've had it before, but I think it was pricey. Empire of the Ants. I think I like priced one on, no, I know what happened. We put one up for auction one night and it got like one bid. And I just kind of guessed at the price, and I think one of our regular buyers that I think's watching tonight bought it. And then we found one in the bin, and I looked it up, and I was like, wow, this is actually a really good poster. Much less than what we sold the first one for. So I'm pretty sure this is the third one then. Drew Struzman artwork. Yeah. Very cool. H.G. Wells. This one's pretty nice. About the only thing wrong with it is just some slight discoloration right here. And it does have one of those fold tears, which a lot of these do. $55. $55. Brent, you're first, then Michelle, then Mitch. Brent, Michelle, Mitch. $55 on that. Michelle and Mitch, you're next. Michelle said sold. $55. Paul Brothers says he'll take the Halloween 2 for $150. Paul Brothers, thank you. Sold you for $150. All right, let's see. Let's reshuffle the stack. Actually, let's do this right here. And I know the last one we had, we definitely auctioned this one. The Elephant Man. The Elephant Man. We auctioned it during one of our record sales. $55, Brent. I think you were bidding on the last one. I'm pretty sure it brought a lot more than that too. But $55 for a BIN on it. Whoop, next in line. Look what I have here. I have another Empire of the Ants. Empire of the Ants. This one has a scribble on it. Looks like just a little bit of a pen scribble right there. Same price because all this right here looks really cool. $55 on that. Curtis, that one can be yours. Right there it says Robert Lansing. It has a pen scribble on it. Well, actually a bug is flying across. Did y'all see that? What was that, a gnat? A bug was, I'm starting to get itchy. I'm starting to see stuff crawl on my screen. Giant ants coming through the door. Oh, no one have nightmares. That'd be spooky. Whew. Imagine walking outside and all of a sudden you see 4, 5, 6 foot ants like that coming at you. Oh boy. Wow, this next piece is a fine. Anybody want this for 55? Anybody want that for 55? Okay. I just sold one of these for 55. I've got 3 more of them. I got 3 more Elephant Mans. They were all tucked inside of each other. Elephant Man, $55. We'll make sure they're nice, but I think Lillian, you were next, right? Lillian, if anybody else wants one, $55. All right, let's open this one for Lillian, make sure it's good. That's sold to Lillian for $55. Patrick Smith. I see a little bit of a ding in it. Let's go ahead and open the other one. No pinholes. Patrick, that's good. Patrick, you do want one for 55, right? And then there's one more left if anybody wants it, Elephant Man. Let's go ahead and get it fully open. Yeah, this one has a little bit of a ding right there. This last one. This right there. Other than that, it looks good. All right, let's see what this next folks. I have no idea. We're about to find out. It's very thick paper, I know that. It's in very nice condition. Ah. Carlito's Way, Pacino. Carlito's Way, never had that one before. Carlito's Way. Does he raise his voice in that movie too? I don't think I've ever seen a Pacino movie where he doesn't raise his voice. And that Pacino kind of, y'all know what I'm talking about. Is there a Pacino movie where he doesn't yell? $30. $30. Brent, Michelle, and Michael. $30. Brent, Michelle, and Michael. Brent said sold. The Norseman. That looks cool. Lee Majors. The Norseman. $35 on that. Michelle, you've got first dibs. Brent's passed. Michelle and then Curtis. Michelle said sold. I sold Michelle for $35. Wolf Woman. A true story. I doubt it. Wow, never seen that before. The Legend of the Wolf Woman. Well, let's see. $45. That's pretty cool looking. $45. Henry was first. And then Brent. Henry, if you pass, Brent's going to take it. Henry pass, Brent gets it for $45. Okay. At Earth's core. At Earth's core. Great graphics again. $45. $45, and it really just has pinholes. It's been pinned on the edges and on the corners. Other than that, everything looks good to me. $45. Michelle, you got first dibs, and then Michael Ruttman. Michael, it goes to you if you want it. This sounds familiar, but I don't remember showing this one. Light at the Edge of the World. Light at the Edge of the World. Michael Ruttman said sold on Earth's core for $45. Light at the Edge of the World. Yeah, we had one of these the other night. Yep. I don't remember what I priced it for, but I'm about to re-look it up and price this one for whatever I say. For some reason, there's a billion results pulling up. How about, I can't remember, $40. This one's nice. I know that. It's a nice poster, and it's got nice graphics. $40. $40. Brent, and then Michelle, then Josh. So Michelle, and then Josh. Y'all are next. Brent's passed. Just joining. New Year's, you're winding down. How much longer are you going to go to? We've probably got a handful of posters left. That's sold to Michelle for $40. I can actually count out how many more posters we have. One. This one doesn't count because we already have it. Here's another Elephant Man for $55 if anybody wants it. There's another Elephant Man. So there's one. There's 2, 3, 4. And that one, we got 3 of them. 5, 6. There's about 7 posters left. There's about 7 posters left. And then that's it for tonight. Then, well, we'll do a recap. Die, Die, My Darling. Die, Die, My Darling. $35. Brent and then Michelle. $35. Brent and then Michelle. It's almost 1 a.m. and we got 135 people watching, both on Facebook and YouTube. Brent gets that for $35. Here's the next poster, and we got 3 of them. And this is called Eating Raoul. Eating Raoul, is that how you say that? Raoul. These are nice. Here's where one sold very fine minus for $35. Let's do them for $30. And these are pretty much brand new mint condition. $30 if anybody wants one. Michelle, you've got first dibs. Very nice. $30. There's one, and then there's 2 and 3 more. $30 if anybody wants one. We got 2 passes. I got 3 posters. Put those over there of Elephant Man. I think we've had a bunch of these. This is Richard Pryor, Here and There. Yep. Richard Pryor, Here and Now. Here and Now. Richard Pryor. $35. Richard Pryor's $35. Paul Brothers says he'll take an Eating Raoul. That's sold to Paul Brothers for $30. Thank you. There's 2 left if anybody else wants one. Richard Pryor's $35. I think one night when we had those, everybody got one. Okay. The Exorcist. The Exorcist. The Exorcist. Exorcist. The Exorcist. The Exorcist. It pretty much just has, about the only thing wrong with it is the crease wear, just normal color breaks from the creases. It is folded. There's a VF minus that's sold for $124 and $134. Those are both VF minus, April and March of this year, $124 and $134. So I'll do this one for $115. $115, no pinholes, just normal color breaks, probably very fine minus just because of the color breaks. So yeah, $115. Brent, you're first, and then Michelle. Brent, you're first, and then Michelle. But before you say anything, well, I'll go ahead and just wait then. That's Brent's and then Michelle's, $115. That's the first 2. All right, and I'll be getting the next poster on deck. I know somebody's probably going to grab that. Sold if I didn't get it the other night. Oh, boy. I can't remember. I don't think you did. Or did you? I'll go ahead and tag this to you for $115. And then if you have 2, just let me know. Or we'll make a note. Rebecca, somebody check his invoice. We'll make a note on that. I don't remember either. Jennifer says you got it the other night. I think you might have got one last night. The Vengeance of She. I think that was the last thing we showed last night, right? Here's the next poster. The Vengeance of She. Wow. The Vengeance of She. Brent, I think the last thing we sold last night was an Exorcist poster to you. So you may want to pass on this one because I can sell it to somebody else right now. And this is $45 if anybody wants it. This is $45. Brent, you're first. So let's put the Exorcist back over here. That's $45 if Brent wants it. He said so. Now, let's figure out who may get the Exorcist next then. The next person, let's see, we had Brent put T. Michelle passed. Mitch. Mitch, you can have the Exorcist for $115 if you want it, Mitch. $115. He said sold. Now, we'll keep that line up, and I'll show you why. Whoever's next, stand by if you were next. Not for this poster. This is a completely different. I think we've had this one before, and I think it's a really cool-looking poster. It is. Mad Doctor of Blood Island. Mad Doctor of Blood Island. And Blood Demon. It's a 2-in-1. Yeah, cool. $55. Michelle, then Brent. Michelle, then Brent, then Landon. Nice one sheet. Michelle, then Brent, then Landon. Patrick, you did get an Elephant Man. Patrick, have you bought from us before? You bought from us before, right, Patrick? Michelle gets that for $55. Now, let's go back to that original lineup of The Exorcist. We're going to keep that same lineup because I have another one. I have another Exorcist poster, so we're going to go to that same lineup. This one, you really can't tell so much on the front. You can a little bit down here, but this one has a little bit of water damage. Let me flip it over. You can see it more so on the back. You can also see a tiny pinhole right there. But this one got a little damp at some point. It doesn't affect it too much on the front, like I said, except for those stains down there. But it's still obviously The Exorcist. Instead of $115 on this one, I'm going to do it for $85. So that one is $85. And the next person on The Exorcist was AK-47. So this one's $85, and then Lillian McCurry. So AK or Lillian, if you are still watching, $85 on that one. New, but info's already sent. Thank you. Thank you, Patrick. By the way, we do this we pretty much now do it every night. Posters this time of night. We're pretty much doing posters this time of night, every night. So AK, The Exorcist, is passing. He's passing, and then Lillian, you're next, and she said she'll take it. Lillian gets The Exorcist for $85. Okay, I think I'm down to just a couple more posters. And the first one here is Airplane. All right, Airplane, 1980, original one sheet. This one, I think, I don't know if the paper's like this. Yeah, it's definitely supposed to be a little bit wider. I actually have two of them, and they have a slight tint to the paper. I think y'all can, it has like a slight tint to it. This one has a stain to it too. So I was just looking at comps, 55, 56, 65. I'll do this one for $35. There's a light tint to the paper. And this one's the same way. You can kind of tell it's tinted. That's probably the color it's supposed to be. So you can kind of see. So $35, a little bit cheaper one because of the paper discoloration. Brent's already passed, Lillian, and then AK-47. There's two airplanes. If y'all want one for $35, it's Lillian and then AK-47. They're still not bad. I mean, no rips or tears or writing or anything, just some discoloration, if that matters to you. Hey, it makes them look older. In a smoking theater, possibly. Yeah. Actually, it may be. Smoking in the lobby before you hitting a dart before you go check out Airplane. The good old days. Recap, yeah. That was the last two. The only poster I have over here, I've shown this before. We actually already have photographs of it. It's very pricey. I think the last time I showed it, I marked it for $875. We got two of them, the Italian Job. I think they were around $800. So if anybody wants to see the Italian Job, I think the last time I priced one, it was $875. That was in my to be listed on eBay pile, and it got reshuffled in. So that's the last 2 posters in that stack, the Italian Job. If anybody wants to look at one again, I'll open one up, but they are pricey. So nobody on airplane. Nobody on airplane. Let's do a recap. Let's flip the stack over. I'll show everything that's left, so maybe we can get the rest of these sold. We'll start with Taxi Driver. Brent says, let's see an Italian Job, okay? Yeah, we found these in a box, I think, when we first started going through the actual boot boxes, if y'all remember. Let's open up this one. Derek Vaughn, love this. Been a long time. Just got my profile back from hackers. Very strenuous project. Glad to hear your voice again. Oh, yeah, we don't like hackers. Welcome back. Welcome back, Derek. All right. Michael Caine, the Italian Job. Brent, let me re-look it up, but I knew last time it was pricey. One of the more expensive posters we have found in this collection. Oh, okay, yeah, the last folded one sheet was 3 years ago in VG minus for $990. So yeah, and this one was pretty nice here. It had this one chip out of the top, way up here above the comment feed where my hand, and then a couple little discoloration spots. But yeah, the last, that's a sold price, $990 for a folded, very fine minus one sheet. And this one presents very well. The other one is very similar. Here's that part I'm talking about right there. And Brent, you may have actually sent me an offer for it after the sale that night. I have to go back through maybe our chat. I think maybe you sent me an offer for it after the sale, or maybe messaged the page. Lillian said she'd do $25 for an airplane. Sold, Lillian, I'll give you that first one. Airplane sold for $25. Does anybody want the other airplane for $25? Does anybody want that last airplane poster for $25? So the first thing, let's do a recap. The first poster here, the pretty much the only big one that didn't sell was Taxi Driver. Taxi Driver was $245. Taxi Driver was $245. It had a chip over here on the side, just a couple color breaks, a wrinkle right there. It is $245. I had one of these framed, what we originally got from Fred. Look how much they were. At one point, somebody had it for sale for $3. But I remember I had one framed from a different collection. It wasn't from Fred. We got it from like somebody's record collection. They had it hanging in like their man cave. And we had it priced here in the store for $4.99, and it looked kind of beat up. It was framed, and somebody just came in the store one day and bought it. So that's $245, but I will perhaps entertain a fair offer. Hiram Aponte wants an airplane for $25. We have an offer on ants for $40. That was $45 earlier. That was $55 earlier, right? The one with writing. Mitch, I'll do $10 off and do it for $45. The one with the scribble right there on it. $45 on the Empire of the Ants. $45 on that, Mitch. So the last time I had this was Spaced Invaders. Spaced Invaders. There's that. If anybody wants to make an offer on Spaced Invaders. Mitch said sold on Empire of Ants. That's for $45 to Mitch. So Taxi Driver, Spaced Invaders. Next was suppose they gave a war, nobody came. At this point, these are make offer. I kind of remember what I priced them for the first time. But trying to get the rest of them sold. I would love to sell them to you. I'm here to sell posters. I collect posters myself, but right now, I'm here to sell posters. I think the last time I priced out it was $30. Suppose they gave a war. That was $30. Then we had the Hawkman, the comic book shop poster. This is probably something that hung in a or was meant to hang in a comic book shop in 1984, Hawkman. I said 15 on that. And we have the Attack of Iron Coast. That's the one that had the punch hole in it, and it was water damaged. I said 15 on that. I said 15 on that. That was the one with the punch hole. We have Spaced for 15. Sell that to Paul Brothers. Curtis will give 10 on the Hawkman poster. Sold. So that leaves Taxi Driver. Supposedly gave a war. Iron Coast. Paul, you're second on Hawkman. I still got 2 Elephant Mans left. 55 and 55. We've already sold 3 for 55. There's 2 more for 55. And then the Eating Raoul, which was $30. We sold 1. There's 2 left. And the most recent was the Richard Pryor, Here and Now, which I priced for $35. Richard Pryor, Here and Now for $35. And a couple of the pricey ones, Italian Job and the American Werewolf that had the banner. I'm pricing it for $1,200 till I can find out more about it. I might bring it out one night and was like, guys, I messed up. This isn't as much as I thought, but I think it's a pretty rare poster. I'm going to get another opinion on it. Well, that's pretty much what I wanted to do tonight. So, guess what? Tomorrow's Friday. Tomorrow will be an all-new slate of stuff. We got more press kits. I'm not saying we're going to do press kits tomorrow, but there's a whole what we call booth in the back. I wish I could take y'all back there to... Actually, you know what? Let's roll back there right quick. I think we might have a disconnection right quick. Let me connect to my hotspot. Let me show y'all. Let me show y'all what we're going to do, okay? I want to, since we have all of our poster buyers here, I want to physically take y'all back there, okay? But first, we're going to have to do something. Can I see Eating Raoul? You can. Don't sign off yet. I want to physically show y'all where we're going to be digging from, okay? Let me show this first AK-47. Eating Raoul. Original one sheet folded. I may have to jump over on, well, I'll just try this. I'll start rolling back there. It may like buffer because it's probably going to jump. Our Wi-Fi extenders are probably going to jump. So let me unplug the generator. I don't know if I can actually get us all the way back there, but I'll try, okay? Because I know y'all are always curious what's coming next. And it's kind of hard to explain it, so let's see if we can get this thing back here. Here we go. We're off. There's all kinds of Kiss records, Iron Maiden records, pocket knives, G.I. Joes. Going down the ramp, so it's a little bumpy right now. There we go. Okay, I got to spin this thing around, I think. Okay, here we go. So, this is what I'm talking about when I'm back here in the back, and I was like, well, let me go get a tub. This is all from Fred's Garage. Let's see here. These tubs. So, most of these are all full of posters or miscellaneous items. Like, here's one we were digging in. I was digging in last night. There's all kinds of posters in there. There's packets and posters. There's magazines. There's stuff like that. But these tubs right here, as y'all can see, these are 3 high. They go as high as 4 high. And then if you peek right in here, you can see, I don't know if I can get down that angle, but it's a pretty big booth. And it goes, they're 4 high and 4 deep. So that's at least 16 tubs. And then there's 2 more rows of them over here next to them. So that's 20 plus. Now, let's also show this. Let me get behind our outer sleeves here. I can't even get to all that. Those are road posters, and y'all can see how there's more tubs over here and boxes of posters and miscellaneous. There's more posters, magazines, and then I haven't ever even touched those. When they unloaded that trailer, those are all road posters, and I can't even get to them. I mean, that's a half hour for me just to move stuff to get back here, probably do all that to make it organized. So that's probably just that's like the rest of the year of stuff probably for us to go through. Now, if I do a 180 with the camera, over here you'll see even more stuff we have to go through. This is all toys. These are all tubs of toys and Kiss figures. So this is full of Kiss figures here. Yep, that's all Kiss stuff and toys. There's 4 tubs there. There's 8 more tubs behind that one. This rack has Kiss toys and other toys. And then over here are records from the New Orleans collection we really hadn't got to. Those are full of toys. There's toys on the rack. And then there's, 30 crates over here. Those are all records from the New Orleans collection. I got some posters hanging on the wall here we've never shown. Iron Maiden, Tyler Childers, etc. So, yeah. But this stuff over here in this booth, there's some cool stuff over here. There's store displays. Let me get this a little bit closer here. There's some cool stuff here. Here we go. Bet I can sell some of these right now. Blade Runner 2049. It's a small little IMAX poster. Who wants one for $10? Blade Runner, $10. $10 on Blade Runner. What is this thing? Yeah, there's some cool stuff here. There's store displays. Yeah, here's a whole stack of flat posters. That's probably some stuff we'll get to tomorrow. This stuff that's most recent right here, yeah, we'll get to all that tomorrow. So Blade Runner, if anybody wants that. I was trying to open this door so I could take y'all in here. Let me show you even more behind the scenes. I posted a video not too long ago, but I'll try to show y'all where the rest. I don't know if I can get this cart back there or not. I'm gonna try to show y'all the rest of the stuff, but it's gonna be hard to get back there. Yep, it's gonna be hard to get back there. But essentially, we're in the back room now. Maybe. Give me 1 second. Let me try to get a little bit closer to this. If you want a Blade Runner, I'll go back and check. I'll go back and check comments after the sale. Let me try to get the cart through here. Yeah, we only have enough stuff for 20 lifetimes to sell back here. Hey, they came and got the cardboard today. Great. Yeah, this is where it gets. This is what gives me anxiety every day. This right here. Looks like they've swept, but they hadn't swept it up. Yeah, this is the back part of the store. This is the back part of the store that I've been accumulating and digging in forever. These are full of toys and collectibles. There's about now I'd say 10 or 20,000 CDs back here. It gets pretty wild back in this part of the store. So these are incredible tubs of auctions. These are auctions that's coming up probably soon. Just great stuff in here. Rush, Aerosmith, Rush, Kiss, Damn Yankees, Aerosmith, Rush, Ozzy, Rush. This is what we pick out for auctions. Maiden, Iron Eagle, Iron Butterfly, Heaven, Heart, Halford. The Laserdisc player is right over here. And, yeah. I'm gonna get a price on it soon. But yeah, here's where we've been testing. We've been testing and playing Laserdisc. Tanner's been watching The Fugitive, Star Wars, and what else was he watching? He's watching Star Wars, The Fugitive, and Clash of Titans, it looks like. So. That's Beatles records over there. There's sold records over here. Yeah, I've got to get a price on the Laserdisc. I don't... this is my collection. This is my hoard. We never have out Beatle records because of this reason right here. So right here, this starts my Beatles hoard. This is, see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6 crates high. That's 7. Starting there, they're 2 deep. That's 8 high. Those are all Beatles albums, including some what's in one of those bottom tubs. So that's essentially, that's a whole crate of Revolvers. That's a whole crate of Magical Mystery Tours. That's another whole crate of Revolvers. Yesterday and Today's, Sgt. Pepper's. I've been hoarding Beatle albums for a long time. There are thousands right there. That's my Beatles hoard. That's why we don't put out money for sale. We'll put out a few here and there, but I've probably got 150, 200 copies of Abbey Road back here. I know, I'm insane. But to me, it's just like gold to me. Like, they're just fantastic Beatles albums that's stashed back here. So that's all the Beatles. And also lots of other stuff. There's so many records back here. There's so many records back here. It's crazy. These are all full of records we've never processed yet. These are all full of records we've never processed yet. And then back there, you can start to see, yeah, back there you can kind of see the tops of the posters. And then these are all records, 45s along the top, random stuff here. It gets really wild in the back. Yeah. Okay, we better stop there. I'm going to go figure out who got a Blade Runner. I got to go eat, and then we got to sign off for the night. So here's a bunch of Bruce. I'll end you with this. Here's a bunch of Bruce Springsteen. There's Bruce Springsteen, Bruce Springsteen, Bruce Springsteen, Bruce Springsteen, Bruce Springsteen, Bruce Springsteen. These are autographs that I've never shown. That tub's full of autographs I've never shown. And that's where I'm going to stop. I'll keep y'all... We'll flip it around here on something pretty to end. On all of our auction items. So, we got 45s. It's wild back here. Yeah, there's... we got John and Paul, and now Laura and myself. We dig back here every day, and we continuously buy. So, there's enough back here for years. That's it. Thanks, everybody. I'm signing off. Good night. And we'll be back tomorrow at 7 o'clock. Okay? Tomorrow at 7 o'clock. That's when we'll be back. Thank you, and good night.